Your dad is a powerful military and political leader. Your mom is a corporate CEO. Yet you survive every day by collecting scrap. Only because you were arrogant and domineering from childhood. Your dad sent you to a small, obscure city. For a 1-year spoiled rich kid rehabilitation program. But just 5 minutes before the countdown to the end of your rehabilitation plan, a black gang princess with no respect started beating and insulting you. And even threatened to kill your entire family. At this moment, you're being stepped on and insulted by the black gang princess. Just then, a sudden ringtone sounds. It's now 12 o'clock Dragon Nation time. Everything is over. I'm not taking your shit anymore. Your eyes instantly turn cold. You suddenly grab her ankle and yank it hard. Joanna was caught by surprise. Her whole body, in front of everyone watching, was pulled off balance, performing a perfect split. The watching crowd all sucked in a cold breath. Damn, this guy is so badass. Doesn't he know she's Joanna, the black gang princess? Some guys' eyes gradually became weird. Some even pulled out their phones. Seeing this scene, Joanna tried to stand up with her hands on the ground. But the tearing pain in her leg tendons made it impossible for her to stand. She never thought that the poor boy she had just been stepping on would dare to fight back this way. She was truly asking for death. Xiaoping, Wang Shui. Beat him to death. Joanna yelled in a rage. Her legs were still doing the splits on the ground. Too painful to stand up. The anger in her heart had completely exploded. Xiaoping and Wang Shui finally snapped out of their shock and lunged at you with fists as big as sandbags. You bastard, how dare you treat Sister Joanna like this? Today we'll show you why flowers bloom so red. Just when everyone was sweating nervously for you, they saw you step slightly back. A 360-degree spinning kick directly hit Xiaoping's face. A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out. Xiaoping flew back 2 or 3 meters, crashed into a dining table, and passed out immediately. This kick of yours had shocking explosive power, comparable to a professional boxer. Previously in the capital, when you had nothing to do, you had been training with elite anti-terrorist special forces. Holy shit! All the watching students widened their eyes. Their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. What the hell is going on? He actually kicked Xiaoping, the boxing club president, flying. What kind of monster is he? At this moment, Wang Shui nearby, seeing Xiaoping kicked away by you, quickly pulled back his fist and pretended to look concerned. But how could you give him time to hesitate? You threw a lightning-fast straight punch that hit his face with perfect precision. With a loud bang, Wang Shui was blasted away by your punch, his body sliding backwards out of control for several meters. Seeing her minions easily KO'd by you, Joanna's face changed too, and for the first time, panic appeared in her eyes. Then you shouted angrily, went up with a whip kick that struck her face. Joanna, sitting on the ground, was flipped over, and after hitting the ground, rolled several times. The watching students were about to kneel down. He's crazy, he's really crazy. Just then, a sudden phone ringtone sounded. Under the terrified gaze of everyone, you answered the phone. From the other end, a familiar and playful voice came through. Kid, not bad. You've changed a lot this year. I planted 3,000 spies around you. They all highly approve of your performance. Your second uncle also says your performance is incredible. When are you planning to return to the capital? In response to your old man's words, your face turned black with annoyance. Too lazy to waste words with him. 3,000 spies? What was this old fool bragging about? Bragging about creating a real-life version of the Truman Show? Putting his own flesh and blood in such a situation? And now playing clever? Then you spoke again, I'll return to the capital soon. But now I need to go to the hospital to treat my wounds. The voice on the phone paused. What? You're injured? You couldn't help but roll your eyes. Isn't this all because of you? When bullying people, just come up and punch and kick. Why make people guess? How much did the clothes cost? Making it like a TV drama. Yes, I was beaten up. I get beaten every day. I'm used to it. Is it serious? Quickly send me photos to see. You hung up the phone directly, casually took a selfie and sent it over. Seeing this, the onlookers were bewildered. You beat Joanna and her gang into such a state. And now you actually have the mood to take selfies? Is this leaving behind your last photo before death? Just as everyone was whispering in terror, someone finally couldn't bear to watch anymore. Classmate, do you know who you just beat up? She's the young lady of the Jiangzhou Qiao family. You should quickly ask your department advisor to drop out. Then buy a train ticket tonight to another city. These people are not to be messed with. What? Jiangzhou Qiao family? A tiny city-level place. Still has family power? You looked at the crowd in confusion. The watching classmates nodded frantically. Yes, 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 run quickly. You've really stirred up huge trouble. If you don't run, you're really going to be finished. Qiao Laosan is a black evil force. Hearing this, you showed a meaningful smile. Qiao family black evil force? Second uncle, I've really caught your weakness. Since you've conspired with my dad, I must give you a big gift. Meanwhile, in a mysterious villa in the capital, with a loud bang, a priceless purple sandalwood table was slammed. An imposing figure at the head position suddenly stood up. Gu Jun. Is this what you call bullying within controllable range? This is fucking threatening my son's life. How can he return to the capital like this? Your sister-in-law will definitely skin you alive. Such an angry voice made the powerful officials below bow their heads, not daring to breathe. At this moment, the man called Gu Jun turned pale with fear. He never thought you would be beaten like this. This completely exceeded the original plan scope. In the original plan, the bullying was arranged within a controllable range. Mainly to let you suffer a bit. Experience society's harsh lessons. Learn to be patient and hide your sharp edges. To be cautious. He had specially chosen the remote Jiangzhou city. But now looking at this photo, it was obviously a near-death beating. Gu Jun, don't you owe me an explanation? A roar from the man at the head position startled him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. If he were to explain this was an NPC he arranged. Just that they went too far. What he got in return was definitely a scolding from the big brother, along with a few slaps from his sister-in-law. What if he explained that he was completely unaware? That wouldn't work either. Wouldn't that be indirectly admitting that the city under his jurisdiction was in serious trouble? A violent brawl openly happening in a university, and he, sitting in this position, had no idea about it? While Gu Jun's brain was working at full speed, Gu Tian from Zhang University swaggered into the counselor's office. Actually, he could have just left. But after thinking for a moment, he still decided to greet the counselor. The most important thing was that he wanted to see if the counselor was another NPC arranged by his father. Little did he know, the moment he entered. Before he even said a word, the counselor, Fong Ting, turned pale and quickly retreated in fear when she saw him. You, don't come near. I've already approved your expulsion request, it's on the table, you can just take it and leave. After you leave, don't say you're my student, I don't know you. Gu Tian? He hadn't said anything, so why had the counselor already made this arrangement for him? What kind of efficiency is this? Does she really want him to leave that badly? Inside, Fong Ting was nearly collapsing. She had just heard that her student had beaten the young lady of the Qiao family from Jiangzhou. Qiao Na's father, Qiao San, was a member of the Zhang University Board of Directors. In other words, their salaries were paid by Qiao Na's father. So, how could she afford to delay this matter? If Chairman Qiao found out, wouldn't there be bloodshed in her class? It would be bad enough if she, the counselor, ended up getting beaten up too. Furthermore, once the principal found out, he ran straight over, his speed so fast that even Bolt would be left speechless. Within 2 seconds, the expulsion request was signed. Huh? Counselor, you knew about this already? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, having been suspicious that the counselor was another NPC, but now he realized he had been overthinking. This Qiao family from Jiangzhou is pretty powerful. Gu Tian shrugged, then grabbed the expulsion request from the desk, walked out the door with a sneer, and threw it straight into the trash. Goodbye, Zhang University. The afternoon sun was especially lazy, and after stretching, his mood was lighter than ever. His card from his mom had been restored, and she even gave him $1 billion as pocket money as a reward. Next, he would directly head to the airport, take the earliest flight back to Kyoto, and enjoy some food, drinks, and fun. As for the Qiao family, Gu Tian squinted, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Afterwards, he would return to Jiangzhou, investigate this so-called Qiao family thoroughly, and catch them all. It would be a great gift for his second uncle. Just as Gu Tian was preparing to head towards the campus gate. Little brat! Don't run! A sharp shout rang out from behind. Gu Tian turned around. He saw Qiao Na, her face wrapped in bandages, followed by a large group of young punks carrying clubs, charging at him aggressively. Damn! This is going to be tough. Gu Tian mocked himself silently. Kill him! Qiao Na roared, pointing a finger, and her lackeys immediately howled and charged forward. For a moment, a large group of students gathered around. They weren't serious about studying, but they were first in line to watch the drama. What the hell? Isn't that Qiao Na? What happened to her? Oh my god. Qiao Na gathered people so quickly. Damn. This kid hasn't left yet. This isn't a brawl. Someone's gonna get killed. Heh, fighting and killing, what a disgrace. Gu Tian curled his lips into a mocking smile, slowly cracking his knuckles. The crowd's hearts raced, and they held their breath. Even the old man in the security booth slowly poked his head out from the window. But in the next second, Gu Tian suddenly turned around and ran away at top speed. He was out of here. Goodbye. Everyone? No. I thought this kid was tough. Wait, he just ran? Damn. I learned something new. This is the real big shot. Gu Tian was quick on his feet, his speed astonishing. He was a smart person. At times like this, anyone who tried to stand their ground was a fool. He had just regained his identity and still had a few small goals in his bank card. Why would he risk his life with a group of thugs? After the incident, leading the inspection team over, from the mayor of Jiangzhou to these local ruffians, just directly follow the family tree to take them down. At this moment, running was the best choice. Damn it! Chase him down. Block him. Joanna stomped her foot in anger, her face turning green. Catch him. Kill him. The younger brothers roared as they charged after him again. Just as Gu Tian was about to run out of the campus. Suddenly, a large group of students stormed in from outside the campus, carrying backpacks and looking fierce. At a glance, they definitely weren't regular college students. The leader's piercing gaze was filled with murderous intent, and he waved his hand sharply. Everyone, on guard. Protect young Master Gu. The rest, follow me. Understood. In the next second, everyone synchronized and pulled their hands back. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clasps exploded in the air, and black stab-proof plates instantly hung on their chests. Backpacks unlocked into tactical bags, black batons sprang out with a snap. All the surrounding students gasped, their pupils shaking, and they backed away wildly. Holy crap! Is it a special forces unit? I've seen it. These are no ordinary students. They're obviously professional fighters. Damn! Did this guy invite help? Joanna's younger brothers had rushed halfway when they saw the scene and halted in their tracks. But it was all too late. The opponent's batons were already raining down like drops of rain. Just a moment ago, the little thugs who had been shouting were instantly scattered by 3 strikes. It's not that thugs couldn't take 3 hits, it's that these guys came in with 3 hits right from the start. 3 strikes per second wasn't their limit but meant for young Master Gu to see. Ah. My head. Ah. Who the hell are these people? Ah. Brother. A face slap. Aren't they all gangsters? Sister Joe. Run. The screams ahead rose and fell. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the team leader walked up to Gu Tian and stood at attention. Report, young Master Gu. We are late. Such a standard posture and powerful voice left the onlookers stunned. Chapter 4. Is there still justice? Meanwhile, the fight incident between Gu Tian and Jiangzhou's Joanna was spreading wildly across the entire city. In just a few hours, social media and various short video apps were completely flooded with this event. Some videos even reached the trending lists on major video platforms. Hashtag student brawl incident at Jiangzhou University. Hashtag fight at Jiangzhou University cafeteria, girl humiliates boy by stepping on him. Hashtag identity of Jiangzhou University assailant exposed, no wonder the boy didn't dare to retaliate. Hashtag Jiangzhou University assault aftermath, the victim has already dropped out, girl's identity remains a mystery. Hashtag. These explosive headlines set the internet on fire. Major forums and social media sites were flooded with discussions like a tidal wave. Netizens were going wild, debating fiercely. I can't believe this. This isn't just students fighting? This is clearly a gang movie set? This girl is too fierce? Stepping on someone's face in public? Good grief. After stepping on someone, she even made them bow down? Is she that arrogant? Shoo. This girl seems to be from the Zhou family of Jiangzhou, they have a lot of power here. Joanna? Isn't she our Jiangzhou sister Zhou? That night, Jiangzhou city office building was brightly lit. Mayor Wang and Secretary Li stood at the entrance, nervously rubbing their hands. Behind them, the council members looked tense, whispering low. How could it escalate to this level? Right. This girl from the Zhou family has fought before, but it never blown up to this extent. Yeah. Why did it suddenly explode this time? Wasn't the one who assaulted already expelled and didn't even go to the police? What terrified them the most was that the governor of Handong province actually rushed over overnight because of this incident. While everyone anxiously waited, several black A8 sedans slowly drove into the courtyard. The governor of Handong had arrived. High-level officials had been involved. Mayor Wang and Secretary Li exchanged glances, their eyes unable to hide their shock. They are local officials from Jiangzhou. According to reason, an event of this level shouldn't have alarmed the provincial government. But now, the governor directly came in person? Soon, the car door opened. A tall middle-aged man stepped out, surrounded by several secretaries. However, the most eye-catching thing was not his aura, but the incredibly clear palm print on his face. What is going on with Governor Gu? Why does he have a palm print on his face? Was it that he was slapped by his wife? Or what happened? Did I see it wrong? That's right. Regarding the matter of his nephew being hit, Gu Jun explained it as being done by the people he arranged, just a bit too rough. So, he got slapped twice by his sister-in-law. As the governor of Handong province, Gu Jun's identity was also highly confidential, known by only a few. Most importantly, he had climbed up to this position step by step. No one would relate him to his older brother. After all, there were many people with the surname Gu. As for why he rushed over overnight, it was to thoroughly investigate and see who dared to bully his nephew. If it truly was the kind of underworld force mentioned online, he must trace it all the way from the Jiangzhou municipal secretary down to the police station. Also, to personally pick up his nephew and take him home. Office. You all should have seen what happened online, the huge brawl that took place in the cafeteria of Jiangzhou University. I'm not asking about other things, now tell me your investigation results. Gu Jun sat in the office, coldly glancing at Wang City and Secretary Li standing in front of the desk. These two powerful counselors in Jiangzhou, at this moment, looked at Gu Jun like elementary school students facing their homeroom teacher. Governor Gu. We have already investigated the matter, it's just a small conflict between students. Wang City said with a forced smile, cautiously. He didn't know Gu Tian's true identity. Yeah, Governor Gu, it's just a small conflict between students. That boy accidentally spilled food on the other person while getting his meal, and wasn't willing to compensate, even slandering the other. So the girl got angry and called her classmates and friends to beat him up. Secretary Li chimed in, making a big deal small, and a small deal even smaller. After thinking for 2 seconds about their statements, Gu Jun slowly nodded. If that's the case, it somewhat fits his nephew's character. Besides, he had already explained to his brother that it was a script he arranged. Alright, what's the result of your handling of this matter? Result? Wang City's heart suddenly tightened. This matter broke out at noon, the public opinion fermented in the afternoon, and Gu province arrived at night. How could they have time to handle it? Moreover, how could this be handled? The one who hit people, Qiao Na, is the daughter of old Qiao III. In other words, if they dared to handle old Qiao III's daughter, old Qiao III would dare to make all businesses in Jiangzhou leave tomorrow, delivering a devastating blow to Jiangzhou's economy. To put it bluntly, many times, they still had to look at the Qiao family's face when planning for Jiangzhou. Secretary Li was the quickest to react, stepping forward with a smile. Governor Gu, it has all been handled. Those involved have all been controlled and are currently receiving investigation at the police station, but the announcement has not been sent yet. Hearing this, Mayor Wang immediately understood what he meant and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's already being handled. They are just a bunch of unqualified student troublemakers, causing a bad influence by forming cliques in school. Today we are also planning to summon the principal of Jiangzhou University to thoroughly investigate campus management issues. Seeing the determined looks on their faces, Gu Jun slowly relaxed. Since they had already handled it, he didn't need to ask more. Moreover, he was indeed surprised by his nephew's reaction. Being humiliated and stepped on. He didn't rage, it was true that he had really controlled his temper. It seems this year has truly allowed him to grow completely. Well, since that's the case, I won't ask more about it. If it needs to be arrested, arrest. If it needs to be judged, judge. Gu Jun slowly stood up and glanced at the two in front of him. Mayor Wang and Secretary Li immediately felt relieved, quickly bowing their heads, nodding and flattering. Yes. Rest assured, Governor Gu. We will definitely handle it strictly and give the public an explanation. After leaving the city government compound, Gu Jun immediately dialed Gu Tian's phone. Hello, big nephew, where are you? I'm coming to Jiangzhou to pick you up. What? You're at the airport? Then you come to Kyoto airport to pick me up. The tone on the other end of the phone was light. Okay. I'll go to Kyoto airport to pick you up. After hanging up, Gu Jun immediately called his administrative secretary. He definitely wouldn't make it back in time, so this matter had to be left to the secretary. Meanwhile, at the Qiao family mansion in Jiangzhou, looking at his daughter's beautiful face covered in scars, and the bruised thugs behind her, Xiao Laosan was furious. Who did this? Is there still law? Is there still justice? The servants came in with basins of ice packs and medicated patches. When they saw Qiao Na's appearance, everyone gasped in shock. Her egg-shaped face was beaten into a pig's head, with bruises all over her legs and arms, and her wrist wrapped in bandages. she walked with a limp. Those who knew her recognized her as the Qiao family's eldest daughter. Those who didn't know would think she was a stray from a garbage heap. Damn it! Can't even protect a girl. What good are you all? Xiao Laosan slammed the coffee table, scaring the bruised thugs to shrink their necks. Seeing her father so angry, tears instantly filled Xiaona's panda eyes. Woo woo. Dad, don't scold them, they all went up. It was that guy who called many people, and he's really good at fighting. He kicked me to the ground in front of the whole school. He even made me do the splits in public. Xiaona cried like a tearful flower, covering her badly swollen face, feeling extremely wronged. She was the eldest daughter of the Qiao family in Jiangzhou. When had she ever lost face like this? Not only was she beaten, but she was socially destroyed. How could she swallow this anger? Dad! You have to help me take revenge. Damn it! How dare they hit my daughter? Find him for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find this person. If he's a tiger, let him lie down. If he's a dragon, he has to curl up. Xiao Laosan stood up abruptly, his body exuding intense fury. The girl in front of him, beaten into a pig's face, although he didn't want to admit it. But this was indeed his precious daughter whom he had cherished since childhood. When had she been bullied like this? If he didn't take revenge, his face in Jiangzhou would be completely lost. At that moment, Boss Qiao. Mayor Wang is here. A subordinate hurriedly ran in. Humph. He came just in time. Let him see how my daughter has been beaten up. Xiao Laosan sat back in his throne-like chair, like a mafia boss ruling Jiangzhou. Mayor Wang had better give him an explanation, or this matter would not end today. Who's in charge in Jiangzhou? There had to be a clear attitude. Boss Qiao. Your daughter has really caused trouble this time. This thing has gone viral on the internet. Mayor Wang came in, panting, and grabbed the tea on the table, drinking it all in one gulp. Gone viral? Bang! Xiao Laosan slammed the table, raising his hand to point at Xiao Na on the sofa, his whole body exploding in anger. My daughter weighs 110 pounds. Now she's been beaten to 130 pounds. Just the damn bruises alone weigh 20 pounds. You tell me this thing went viral on the internet? Looking at the creature on the sofa, Mayor Wang's eyes went wide. Ah? The young lady is here? Xiao Na forced a smile through her swollen lips. Hello, Uncle Wang. Hello, hello? The Qiao family's young lady, Xiao Na, had been used to being arrogant in Jiangzhou. She had beaten people much worse than this before. There were even times when it led to death, and back then, she had to pay over 2 million to the family. Now, being beaten into a pig's head, to be honest, Wang sure felt no sympathy, he could only awkwardly wave his hand. CEO Qiao, I understand your feelings, but the most important issue now is how to resolve this matter. The higher-ups are paying great attention to this, and we must come out with a statement tonight. We can't let the public opinion ferment any longer, otherwise, you know. Wang sure trailed off, looking at Xiao Laosan's meaningful gaze, and after pondering for a few seconds, he slowly raised his head. Okay, I can send a few people out, but I have one condition. What condition? You must help me find this guy named Lin Chen. After you handle it, you must hand him over to me. Seeing Xiao Laosan's fierce gaze and thinking about the urgency of the announcement, Wang sure eventually nodded. Okay. Jiang University. Hey. What are you doing? Do you know who my boss is? Ah. Don't grab me. As a large number of police officers flooded into the school, Zhao Peng, Wang Shuai, and others, all with their faces wrapped in bandages, were taken away. 1 hour later, the Jiangzhou police station issued an announcement. Report on the fight incident in the Jiangzhou University cafeteria. A violent fight occurred on the Jiang University campus. After investigation, the students involved, Zhao, Wang, Li, Qian, etc., had a dispute with Lin during the meal period, which escalated into a physical conflict. All members have been taken into custody for investigation. The rumors about organized crime and big families circulating online are completely baseless. We ask everyone not to believe in, spread, or create rumors. As soon as the announcement was released, the entire internet exploded. Ha ha ha. It's really just students fighting. How did those marketing accounts come up with a mafia conflict? I'm going. The light of justice. Ha ha. Now they're not so arrogant. Wait, why isn't Qiao mentioned? Bro. Open your eyes. There's not even a single person with the surname Qiao in the announcement. Unfortunately, such voices were very faint. Moreover, Jiangzhou's official media editor posted dozens of promotional messages about Jiangzhou overnight, quickly burying such videos. As for Gu Tian, at this moment, he was sitting in first class on a flight from Jiangzhou to Kyoto, elegantly holding a glass of red wine. 2 very beautiful flight attendants in black stockings. One half kneeled beside his leg, her delicate white hand squeezed his leg, stealing glances at Gu Tian's expression, afraid the pressure wasn't right. The other stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders with both hands, occasionally leaning down to whisper in his ear. Young Master Gu, is this pressure okay? But compared to these two extremely attentive flight attendants, the first officer standing aside was the one truly shaking with fear. Just before takeoff, the airline manager suddenly called, saying that an extremely esteemed guest was about to board their flight, and had booked the entire first class for them. For top VIPs like this, their identity information would be pre-registered in the system and shared between airlines. However, when they tried to look up the guest named Lin Chen, they were shocked to find there was simply nothing. So during the flight, the head flight attendant provided meticulous care to the guest and tentatively introduced their membership system card to him. Their membership system included copper cards, silver cards, gold cards, platinum cards, etc. Usually, for a platinum card, the head flight attendant and the captain would come to greet and introduce the flight details. Who would have thought that the guest smiled slightly and said he already had a membership card? Amid the head flight attendant's confusion, the guest pulled out an extremely precious black card that their airline had already discontinued. Chapter 6, The Return of the Prince. At that moment, he heard a scream from the head flight attendant in first class. Then, he received a terrified phone call from the other side. Captain! Captain! Come out to greet! Come out to greet! This guest's identity is extraordinary. Black gold card. Just those 3 short words made his and the captain's hands tremble, almost pulling the plane down a bit. Black gold card? The highest level member of the whole airline. They had never even seen one in their years of work. Let alone them. Even the chairman of the airline has to personally greet a guest with a black gold card, bowing and scraping. But today, they actually encountered one? So without saying a word, he ran straight out of the cockpit. The 2 most beautiful flight attendants, not even having time to put on their shoes, ran over barefoot with beautiful black stockings to greet. Not inquiring, one would not know, but once inquired, one would be shocked. The other party said his last name is not Lin, but Gu. Just this surname made the chief stewardess's legs go weak. The 2 most beautiful flight attendants, who were only respectfully pouring tea and offering water, instantly put down their teacups and went to massage his legs and shoulders. Gu surname, black gold card, extremely young. Who else in Longwa could it be? The Prince of Kyoto, Gu Qiao, without a doubt. The biggest shareholder behind their airline is the Qian Group led by his mother. As for his biological father, they weren't even qualified to mention. Just when the co-pilot felt like crying without tears at encountering such a heavyweight guest. Suddenly. Don't press there. It hurts. Gu Tian furrowed his brows and let out a muffled groan. The bruise on his back hadn't faded yet, and just as the stewardess pressed, the pain truly drilled down to the bone. The chief stewardess and the other one massaging his legs were scared out of their wits, even thinking about where they would be buried later. The stewardess massaging his back was even scared to tears, bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry, Gu Qiao. I'm sorry, Gu Qiao. I didn't know where it couldn't be pressed. I'm sorry, Gu Qiao. The co-pilot turned pale and shouted angrily. You! Get out of here! Go back and write a 300,000-word reflection. I will call the manager. Don't come to work tomorrow. This scene made Gu Tian smile bitterly, and he quickly put down his wineglass to explain. Don't panic, it's okay, I just bumped my back, just a few bruises, it's fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the stewardess, who was crying with pearly tears, instantly stopped her tears. Okay, Gu Qiao. I understand. Then she quickly ran barefoot in black stockings, almost jogging to the working area to get ice and ointment. Seeing that the prince did not get angry, the co-pilot finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gu Qiao has a good temper. Otherwise, this flight would probably be permanently grounded. In the interrogation room of Jiangzhou police station, Zhao Peng and Wang Shui and others were initially stubborn. After a big memory recovery technique, all their confessions named brothers. Under normal circumstances, this matter could have been closed completely. It's just that the person that Qiao bullied was not a good one. When Qiao bullied him, he couldn't stand it anymore and fought back. But later, still unable to hold back, he found a group of people from outside the school. They happened to meet Qiao's group and caught them off guard. But suddenly, 2 doubts arose. First, they checked the information of the person who was beaten, Lin Chen, in the police station's archives, and found nothing. The Jiang University side said they could check before, but now they couldn't find anything. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air. The second doubt is, according to these thugs' confessions, the group of people called by this Lin Chen fought too professionally. From several scattered on-site videos, these people did not look like ordinary street thugs at all. Using batons with skill, able to swing 6 or 7 times a second, creating afterimages. All attacks were at non-lethal areas, but precisely incapacitating. This is truly a bit unbelievable. Alright. Now the question arises. What on earth are Lin Chen and this group of people? Why do they have no clues or leads? The atmosphere in the interrogation room is terrifyingly heavy. In the morning, at Kyoto airport. As dawn breaks, a thin mist envelopes this ancient city of 1,000 years. In the distance, tall buildings appear hazy, and the terminal is bustling with people. Boom. A flight from Jiangzhou slowly descends, and the moment its tires touch the ground, a slight tremor rises, gliding steadily onto the tarmac. The moment the cabin door opens, a young man in a custom suit steps out with one hand in his pocket. Finally back. Gu Tian takes a deep breath, with a slight sourness of humidity in the morning mist. Compared to Jiangzhou's humid heat, he is more accustomed to Kyoto's atmosphere. Behind him, the flight attendants, chief stewardess, and captain all let out a sigh of relief. If things went poorly, Gu Qiao gets off the plane, but they get off their posts. Beep beep beep. In the distance, several Audi A8s rush over and stop steadily in front of the tarmac. The car doors open, and people in black suits and sunglasses quickly get out, standing straight in 2 rows, heads bowed in silence. But the most eye-catching are those series of license plate numbers. Dragon A88888. Dragon A99999. Dragon A77777. Not only are they all special numbers, but a few cars even have small flags attached. Wow! This license plate is awesome. My gosh! Are we on the same flight as some big shot? Who are they here to pick up? Goodness! A government car coming directly to the tarmac to pick someone up? Amazing! This license plate is too amazing. When will I have such treatment? Maybe in your next life. The passengers are stunned, quickly pulling out their phones to capture this moment. However, sir, please do not take photos. An emotionless man in black with headphones has somehow stood beside them, pressing down on their phones. An invisible pressure sends chills down their spines. At this moment, not far away, a Ferrari SF90 drives over, drifting and stopping steadily in front of Gu Tian. Such a scene causes Secretary Wang's brow to furrow tightly. Goodness! Who is this subordinate? Here to pick up the young master too? Tian Gu. As the car door opens, a young man with a buzz cut excitedly rushes over. Oh! Howsy, why are you here to pick me up? Gu Tian is slightly taken aback, then shows a surprised expression. He didn't expect Wang Hao to learn about his return to Kyoto today and come to pick him up. Wang Hao is his childhood friend, having played together since they were young. Hey! Last night my dad got drunk, I secretly looked at his phone. Chapter 7, Kyoto's High Secret. Wang Hao chuckles, putting his arm around Gu Tian's shoulders and says, Is your return a high-level secret? I actually learned about it by sneaking a look at my dad's phone. You were in Jiangzhou all this time. The two haven't seen each other for a year. Since Tiango was taken away, he has been constantly asking friends to look for him. But none have found anything, there is no record in his social worker's file, as if he had evaporated from the world. How's Kyoto been this past year? How's the club business? Gu Tian curiously looks at his good brother Wang Hao. It has been a year since they last met. Wang Hao has changed quite a bit. He no longer has that carefree demeanor on his face. What shows more is a kind of steadiness and restraint. Wang Hao scratches his head, feeling quite emotional. What else can it be? We have to be proper, the club business has been quite cold since you left. The club Wang Hao mentions. Gu Tian is the biggest shareholder behind it. At first, he was just like other young nobles, spending all day in various high-end clubs, bars, and lounges, living a life of hedonism. Every time he got drunk, it would lead to all sorts of incidents. In the end, his mother from the Qian family couldn't stand it anymore, so she took 2 billion to open a private club for him in Kyoto's most prosperous golden area. The club has a very special positioning, not open to the public, nor is it any chaotic place of debauchery. In Kyoto, it is truly the top social center of the second-generation elite. Here, it's not about earning customer flow to make money, but about relying on connections and status to make a living. Want to enter the club? Sorry, you need to have qualifications. Not just the rich second generation, but the real descendants of the powerful. Not nouveau riche, but those from deep-rooted families. The purpose of this move is to let Gu Tian make some truly meaningful friends. At the same time, enjoy leisurely happiness in his own club, reducing troubles. But since Gu Tian was sent away, the wind has completely changed. If old Gu dares to deal with his own son, what do you think they would do? Once targeted, wouldn't they face annihilation? In the year you were sent away, everyone was like turtles, shrinking their necks, afraid to move. But now that you're back. That means. Wang Hao gently gripped the steering wheel, casting a playful glance at Gu Tian. As the talker in Kyoto's social circle. As long as Tian-gu comes back and sends out a positive signal, everyone will surely spring back to life like before. It's only been a year, I'm not dead. What? Everyone is so low-key all of a sudden? Gu Tian's lips slightly curled up as he took the special cigarette Wang Hao handed over, marked with a special internal label. Wang Hao took a deep breath, then shook his head. You really don't know, do you? Your dad's heavy-handed methods have made the entire Kyoto circle tense and on edge. After you left, the Qin family, the Du family, and the Zhao family, all those arrogant families have completely restrained themselves. Even those little brothers who usually made a scene in our club have returned to being honest and just doing business. Weren't they all so arrogant? Gu Tian chuckled lightly, casually opening the car window. The Qin, Du, and Zhao families have positions of power, and some are in business. But in front of him, they are all just younger brothers. Who can withstand your dad's thunderous methods? Wang Hao sighed. The moment you left, the old man of the Qin family directly called a family meeting to forbid all the Qin family's youngsters from causing trouble. Anyone who stirs up trouble gets kicked out. The Du family and Zhao family also went crazy, sending several young rascals away for training, and some were even put on ice, not allowed to appear in public. That's not even the worst. The harshest was the Xie family. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. The Xie family? Xie Juanhao? Xie Juanhao's father, Xia Yong. He was previously a competitor of Gu Tian's father. But in the end, his father surpassed him with 3 votes. Wang Hao nodded, a complex expression on his face. When you just left, the Xie family hadn't reacted yet. Xie Juanhao got drunk with friends at a bar and boldly claimed in front of others that with Gu Tian gone, he was the one in charge of the Kyoto circle. And then? Gu Tian asked with interest. If he had heard such words before, the next day a bag would have appeared in the moat. And then? Wang Hao swallowed hard. The next morning, he was put on a plane to the North Pole. North Pole? Gu Tian paused and burst out laughing. Are you kidding? Xia Yong had a son late in life, how could he be so cruel? Why would I lie to you? Wang Hao chuckled bitterly. The next morning during the cabinet meeting, I heard my dad say that Xia Yong was extra careful and respectful in front of your dad. After hearing this, Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. I didn't expect dad to be so ruthless. He really shook the entire elite circle of Kyoto. This is getting more and more interesting. Just as Wang Hao was about to start the car, Secretary Wang rushed over, panting. Young Master Gu. Take my car back. Your second uncle specially sent me to pick you up. My second uncle? Gu Tian elongated his tone, giving a half-smile to Secretary Wang. TSK. Truly unexpected. My second uncle is hitting me with a stick and now giving me a sweet date, personally sending you to fetch me. Since he was young, his second uncle had spoiled him a lot. Even if he fought with his second uncle's daughter, Gu Tong, his second uncle would still support him. But what he didn't expect was his father's banishment of him. His second uncle was indeed involved in this plot, which made him feel somewhat uneasy, even a sense of betrayal. Secretary Wang's face turned pale, and he hurriedly explained, Young Master Gu, you misunderstood. Your second uncle has always cared about you. Over the past year, he often watched you from the shadows and even shed tears when he saw you suffer. Moreover, he has repeatedly urged your father to bring you back home, but your father has always refused. Oh? Care? Gu Tian squinted playfully. He definitely couldn't confront his father, nor could he throw a tantrum in front of him. But he could do it in front of his second uncle. Alright then, thank you for my second uncle's concern. My friend is here to pick me up, so I'll just go back with him. Gu Tian glanced at Wang Hao. Wang Hao understood in an instant, and the car slowly began to move. Also, tell my second uncle that I quite like the city he chose for me, Zhengzhou. It really is a good city. And tell his daughter Gu Tong not to come to Kyoto to play recently. Otherwise, every time I see her, I'll hit her once. After saying this, Gu Tian contentedly closed the car window. With a roar, the Ferrari sped away. Only Secretary Wang was left, his face ashen, frozen in place. Damn. The Gu family really made his big nephew unhappy this time. He knew the young master in front of him all too well. Young Master Gu was never one to just talk the talk. When his insane and bloodthirsty side came out, he would become a little demon king. Even within the Gu family, he would show no mercy. He once pretended to take Gu Tong on a trip, only to throw her into the Antarctic. He ran back alone. Chapter 8, Young Master Gu's Private Club. The two drove the Ferrari along the avenue in Kyoto. It was during rush hour. The road was filled with vehicles, and luxury cars were countless. Bentleys and Maybachs were everywhere. However, when they saw this fiery red Ferrari, everyone quickly made way. Who would dare block or overtake the car of Secretary Wang's son? Wow! Isn't that young Master Wang? Amazing! To meet young Master Wang this early in the morning is truly an honor. My goodness! Young Master Wang got up quite early today. As many luxury car drivers were amazed, the young silhouette in the passenger seat caught their attention. That familiar outline, that aura, and his usual casual lean against the seat. What the hell? Are they really speeding up? This is... Oh my god. Who else could be Mr. Wang's driver other than that person? Oh my heavens. Is it really him that appeared? Before they could take a closer look, Wang Hao noticed the abnormal reaction of the nearby vehicles and stepped on the gas, disappearing from sight. 40 minutes later. The car slowly drove into the most prosperous area of Kyoto, in front of the luxurious club. Gu Tian got out of the car in advance and walked slowly toward the club's entrance. Wang Hao drove straight to the nearby parking lot. He usually didn't come here and let the exclusive parking space be for guests. Is this what they call business being slow? Looking at the scene before him, Gu Tian snickered. Obviously, Wang Hao claimed business was slow, probably because he had misused the funds a lot. Although it was still daytime, the area in front of the club was already filled with various luxury cars, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and Maybachs. The young men and women coming in and out at the entrance were clearly people from wealthy circles. It's been a year since we've met, and there are quite a few new faces here. Gu Tian stood at the entrance of the club, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scanned the unfamiliar faces. Hello, sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Two young ladies in professional black stockings approached with smiles, their demeanor elegant and graceful. The biggest difference between government and private establishments is in their hospitality. Private places just mechanically say, hey, come on in. Oh, you're here, young man. I miss you so much. Help my sister book a table. But the official kiln is different. It not only serves guests but also acts as a filter for identity. They not only need to know how to entertain the powerful but also be skilled in reading people's expressions and discerning their status, even judging someone's position in the Kyoto circle through their clothing and behavior. Hearing the question from the two, Gu Tian paused his steps, raised his head, and looked at the two newcomers. Reservation? He casually patted his suit jacket. I used to come here, but I never needed a reservation. The two receptionists were momentarily stunned, their eyes instinctively beginning to size up Gu Tian, rapidly searching their minds for his identity. They had never seen this person before, and he wasn't on the guest list. His clothes were from world-class luxury brands like Hermenegildo Zegna or Brioni, with a piece starting at 600,000. But this style wasn't listed officially. So it must be a custom piece, valued surely over $1 million. His shoes were from the rare brand Bullied. This is an even more understated luxury brand, priced at least 300,000 or more. The total value of his attire was around 2 million. What kind of people wear suits to come here? What kind of people casually dress with millions on them? Why didn't he drive? Surely he had a personal driver? All these judgments indicated that this person was definitely not an ordinary rich second generation but a true young master, and he was extremely low-key. The key point was that this person stood calmly at the entrance of this top Kyoto club, without a blush or a skip in heartbeat, his expression relaxed yet slightly playful. What did that mean? In that instant, the heartbeats of the two receptionists quickened, and it was almost instinctive to bow. Sir, welcome. Are you here to see President Wang? As soon as this was said, Gu Tian was completely stunned. Damn it! When the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. At that moment, Wang Hao parked the car and jogged over. Seeing Gu Tian seemingly deep in conversation with the two receptionists, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He had made slight modifications inside the club, adding a dance floor for partying. And he had lowered the threshold for entry. So all the way, he was wondering how to explain things to Brother Tian. But now, it seemed the receptionists were quite to Brother Tian's taste. Brother Tian, why aren't you going in? As soon as he said this, Brother Tian? The smiles of the two receptionists abruptly stiffened on their faces. Gu Tian? The owner of the club? The legendary Gu Zong. Although they had never truly met Gu Tian, they had heard too many legends about this young master. Their manager, Sister Su, had mentioned Gu Tian's name countless times, each time with a tone of reverence. President Wang had also privately said more than once who the true owner of this club was. Not to mention, the powerful young heirs who came here often talked about Gu Xiao's past glory. But who could have imagined? This man, who only existed in legend, was now vividly standing before them? They had just asked him if he had a reservation? God! The receptionist's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, their long legs trembling slightly. Gu Xiao. I'm sorry, we didn't mean it, we. However, Gu Tian was not angry at all. He turned to Wang Hao and instructed, these two have a good attitude. Give them each a bonus of 50,000. As soon as this was said, the two receptionists trembled, frozen in place. 50,000? Just for greeting him, they got 50,000? Their monthly salary was less than 30,000, and even when greeting the most important guests, a tip of 1 or 2,000 was considered generous. But now, Gu Xiao casually said a word, granting them each 50,000? Wang Hao was taken aback, then smiled. Aren't you going to thank Gu Zong quickly? Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The two girls quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. All right, calm down. Just do your job well. Mr. Gu Tian smiled softly, waved his hand, and then turned around, strolling into the club with his hands in his pockets. But in the club hall, the moment Gu Tian stepped into the hall, he was stunned. The lights were dazzling, and the neon flickered. The heavy bass beats from the DJ booth throbbed with his heart. In the center of the dance floor, a crowd of handsome men and beautiful women were dancing wildly. The air was filled with a completely intoxicating atmosphere. Wait. Howsy? You mean to tell me this was my old club? He clearly remembered that before he left, this was the most private and refined place for the elite children of Kyoto. Quiet, luxurious, and secretive. And now, the entire hall had turned into a full-blown luxury nightclub? In this atmosphere, surely there must be foot massages and other services inside? Tian Gu. Don't be upset. Let me explain. Just hear me out. Before Wang Hao could gesture repeatedly, Gu Tian had already given him a powerful flick on the forehead. Chapter 9, The Bewitching Reality of Manager Su. Under Gu Tian's furious gaze, Wang Hao began to explain with a look of sorrow. To put it simply, after Gu Tian left, the circle in Kyoto had quieted down, which led to poor business at the club. So, you turned it into a nightclub? Gu Tian looked at the intoxicating scene with a complex expression. In the center of the dance floor, someone seemed to be dancing in just underwear. If his mother knew, she would absolutely kill him. Opening this club was partly to give him a place to enjoy, and partly to see how good he was at entrepreneurship. But now, how could I dare? Wang Hao quickly shook his head. This is your club. If you didn't say anything, how could I dare to change it casually? But there was no other choice. If no one came, I would lose everything. If it closed down, neither of us would have a place to play, and Auntie would laugh at you for not having the talent for business. So I had to lower the threshold and allow other rich second-generation kids, coal bosses, and diamond bachelors' children to come and play. At the same time, I added bar dancing, operating 24 hours a day. Wang Hao, while saying this, pointed around the hall. I just made a few minor changes, with 100% sound insulation, so you can't hear anything from the outside. The hall provides oxygen 24 hours a day, and there's no sense of time. People here can stay for 1 or 2 days. Most of the people you see now have been here since last night and haven't gone out at all. I tell you, these people are really not short on money. They can easily spend a few million in one night, throwing money around. Gu Tian. Howsy, you really are something. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. Tian Gu. Times have changed. Business must adapt to the market. And I can guarantee that this is definitely one of the most profitable clubs in Kyoto right now. The daily revenue easily exceeds 5 million. Who is this customer? Why can he talk to President Wang for so long? Manager Su tugged at her tight dress and walked up with her long legs in black stockings. President Wang, you go ahead and be busy, let me take care of this customer. But the moment she saw Gu Tian's face. Ah! With a sharp scream, Manager Su immediately leaped onto Gu Tian and hugged him tightly, crying with tears streaming down her face. Young Master Gu. You finally came back. You have no idea. President Wang now has me use my looks to attract customers. What was I wearing before? Look what I'm wearing now. He even said I didn't dress enough and wanted me to be bolder and more revealing. Manager Su, can we loosen it a bit? I can't breathe. Gu Tian's face turned red. Manager Su's figure was stunning, her curves made it hard for him to breathe. The rich second-generation kids who were throwing money around all stopped their drinks, staring wide-eyed at the scene in front of them. What the heck? Has Manager Su gone crazy? No way. What's going on? She actually jumped onto a man's lap in public? Seriously? Manager Su just hugged him like that? Who is that guy? For these rich second-generation kids, many were drooling over Manager Su's beauty. Manager Sue was in charge of the club's management and high-end receptions. But she never served drinks, let alone any physical contact. Even if they threw money at her, all she did was serve tea and chat a little, anything more was out of the question. In the office, the huge fish tank, like an aquarium, was very eye-catching, filled with many fierce fish. Gu Tian sat in the boss's chair, browsing through the account books. Manager Sue was tearfully recounting the crimes of Wang Hao. Gu Xiao. You don't know. President Wang has been lawless for years. As soon as you left, he immediately turned the club into a 24-hour cash temple. He not only lowered the standards but also forced me to wear black stockings, high heels, and tight skirts, saying it would enhance beauty and increase customer satisfaction. Every day he makes me chat late at night, saying good night and good morning, sweetly sending voice messages. He even said that in 10 years, when I'm old and unattractive, nobody will look at me, so I must make the most of my youth now. Look. How am I a manager of the club? It's no different than being a drinking companion. Tian Gu. This is slander. Don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Wang Hao said, sweating and looking sincere. I'm doing this for the staff. She stands all day, and her blood circulation is poor. Black stockings can prevent varicose veins. As for the tight skirt, that's to highlight her figure, showing off her charming qualities, enhancing the overall luxury of the club. And you know, Tian Gu, that every female employee in our club is a top-notch beauty? Slap. Gu Tian suddenly closed the account book with satisfaction. He didn't lack money. But the club's profits were his only way to prove his business skills to his mom. Oh dear, Manager Sue, if you're not happy, you can just switch back to your old clothes. Before, Manager Sue dressed like a typical business manager. Little did he expect. Manager Sue wiped her tears and shyly looked at Gu Tian. No, Gu Xiao, it's not that. I'm not satisfied, but. But what? Gu Tian asked with interest, crossing his legs. But. I need a raise. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly froze. Wang Hao almost spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. Puff. Wow. Sister Sue. Are you this realistic? Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh. He thought she had suffered some great injustice, but it turned out to be this? Manager Sue flipped her long hair, pointing at Wang Hao with a sweet voice but full of justification. Why is this so realistic? President Wang, how can you say that? Not wearing black stockings deducts me 1,000? Not wearing high heels deducts me 1,000, and if my makeup is bad, deduct 1,000 more. My salary is 70,000 a month, and you can deduct over 20,000 from me. Ha ha ha. Raise it. Must raise it. Gu Tian laughed heartily, casually pulling open a drawer and quickly pulling out a stack of cash, throwing it to Manager Sue without hesitation. Raise the salary to 100,000, and also increase the bonus for exclusive services. Manager Sue was completely stunned. Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao. Are you serious? Her base salary was 70,000, plus the exclusive service bonus, easily making at least 100,000 every month, with bonuses on top. Calculating, that's 200,000 a month. And then there's the year-end bonus. When added up. Wow. An annual income in the millions. Gu Xiao is so generous. So you got what you wanted, huh? Your goal was reached. Wang Hao glanced at Manager Sue with resentment. Of course I'm serious. As soon as the words fell, Manager Sue took a deep breath and leaped forward again, hugging Gu Tian tightly. Whoa, Gu Xiao. From now on, Su will work under you for life. Forever loyal to you. The delicate and charming voice made one's heart tremble with sweetness. Wang Hao swallowed hard, again and again. All right, the perfume is stinging my eyes. Gu Tian pushed away the other's body, which was full of curves. He was already used to Manager Sue's enthusiasm, so he didn't feel anything unusual. At that moment. Bang bang bang. The urgent knock on the door sounded. Come in. Wang Hao said in a low voice. Something's wrong, Mr. Wang. The door was pushed open, and a nervous waiter rushed in, instinctively looking toward the boss's chair. He immediately saw that extremely familiar face. Oh my god. Mr. Gu is back? Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, there's trouble outside. Someone insists on Manager Sue going over to accompany them with drinks. Manager Sue's expression darkened, and in an instant, she transformed from a delicate woman into a cold, elegant lady. All right, I understand. After saying that, she stepped out in high heels, the sound of her steps echoing through the room, her presence immediately commanding attention. Mr. Gu just came back today, and she was eager to see which guest was so blind to act this way. Let's go, let's see what happens. Gu Tian slowly stood up, casually opening the drawer. The next second. Bang! A silver-black beretta was placed on the table. Holy shit. Tiangu, you. Wang Hao instantly changed his expression. It's like Tiangu hasn't changed at all after being gone for a year. Chapter 10, Answer Me. What the hell? I've spent over $1 million here. And there's no special service? Not even the manager comes to accompany me for a drink? Bitch, and you're still pretending to be holy. Below, a chubby man with yellow hair was cursing loudly, slamming his hands on the table. Sorry, we don't offer the special service you're asking for. The waiter kept explaining anxiously. But unexpectedly, the chubby man picked up 2 bottles of Ace of Spades and poured them over the waiter's head. Damn it. If there's no service, don't ask. Just now, your beautiful manager was throwing herself at someone else. Now she can't even come out to have a drink with me? If she doesn't come out today, I'll smash this place up. After saying that, he threw the bottle to the ground. This scene made the customers in the nearby booths gasp in shock. Is this fat guy crazy? Is he really making a scene here? Does he not know whose territory this is? Holy shit. Spending $1 million and thinking he's the boss? They were sitting in the cheapest booths in the entire venue. Everyone knew it, but they just pretended not to notice. Including the Ace of Spades and the Dragon's Den sets, which were specially prepared by the club for people like them. The purpose was to prevent them from not being able to afford it. The true elites were in private rooms, enjoying the highest level service, with a bottle of red wine starting at 50,000. Oh, dear. This guest, why are you so angry? A charming voice rang out. Manager Sue, wearing black stockings and high heels, swayed her slender waist as she slowly walked down the steps. Manager Sue really has class. TSK. Manager Sue's class is different, she doesn't even bother with people like this. Manager Sue is so beautiful. As the people at the booths were teasing her. The next second. I'm going. Wait. A customer at one of the booths suddenly widened his eyes, trembling as he looked behind Manager Sue holding a glass. Oh my god. Goo. Young Master Goo? Almost at the same moment. Many of the customers at the booth suddenly stood up, their faces turning pale. Holy shit. It's really young Master Goo. My god. The young master. I'm going. This is the young master of Kyoto. The young master. It's really the young master. Those who knew Gutian, the handsome men and beautiful women, wanted to rush over and greet him. But seeing Gutian's gloomy face, they all froze in place, too afraid to even breathe. Sound engineers, DJs, lighting technicians even quickly paused the entire event, standing still on stage. The yellow-haired fat man had no idea, thinking that it was his rage that silenced the entire place. Manager Sue stepped forward, her red lips curling up, and she lifted the fat man's chin with a swift motion. If you want me to accompany you for drinks, you'd better get yourself a membership. Such seductive teasing. The fat man's Adam's apple rolled wildly, his cheeks turned red, like an animal struggling to breathe. Oh my god. This is too good. I love this kind of thing. Get it. I must get it. Get the highest level membership. To enjoy the company of such a beauty while drinking, what's a mere membership? Watching the fat man trembling as he pulled out his wallet from his pocket. Wang Hao raised his chin and kept giving Gutian a thumbs up to show off. This left Gutian completely speechless. Manager Sue was someone he had brought over from his mom's company. She used to be a supervisor in the market management of a subsidiary company, a real professional in the workplace. How did she end up being led astray by Wang Hao in just a year? The waiter entered the amount and handed over the card reader. Okay, sir, please swipe your card. Swipe. I must swipe. The fat man stared intensely at the delicate and seductive Manager Sue and slapped the card onto the card reader. It gave the impression of someone from a rich family, not lacking money at all. Beep. Insufficient balance. Such a prompt. The other guests around the booth burst into laughter as if they had anticipated this. The membership card for Tianxi Club is not something just anyone can get. If you want to show off here, besides capturing an alien and bringing it over, they really can't think of anything else. The fat man's brain short-circuited immediately, his face stiffened. What? What? Insufficient balance? He couldn't possibly be out of money? There was still more than 4 million in his account? How could there be insufficient balance? Then he raised his head and met Manager Sue's playful eyes. What's wrong, sir? You wouldn't be out of money, would you? Hearing the mocking laughter from around him, the fat man shook his head furiously and yelled, How much is your membership? This is impossible. Manager Sue waved her hand lightly, and another waiter immediately brought over the membership documents. The fat man took it and almost stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. What the hell? Top-tier black gold membership. Spending level starts at 100 million? The lowest bronze membership, spending 10 million? The fat man completely broke down. No. This is impossible. You're robbing me. Damn black market. A black market. Who's your boss? Damn heartless boss. Looking at the fat man's breakdown, Manager Sue smiled gently and leaned slowly towards his ear. Her voice was seductive, as if she was coaxing a worthless person. Sir, if you really want me to accompany you for drinks, how about saving up 100 million first? As soon as she said this, the fat man exploded. He didn't manage to show off. Damn it, he didn't even get to touch her hand, and he was mocked endlessly? Uncle can bear it, but Aunt can't. Ah. I'm going to smash the store. As the fat man screamed, preparing to transform, Qiao quickly pulled out his beretta from his waist and shoved the gun into his mouth, instantly interrupting his spellcasting. The scene stunned all the guests, who had already been too scared to move, and now they were even more paralyzed. The fat man realized what happened and was completely terrified. Wait. Truth? No. Keep yelling. Why have you stopped yelling? Answer me. Qiao held up the truth in one hand and grabbed the fat man's collar with the other, shaking him violently. Weren't you so arrogant earlier? Weren't you going to smash my place? Go on. Answer me. Whoa whoa. The fat man's mouth was blocked by the gun, and he could only shake his head in terror, making whimpering sounds. But it was too late. With a glance from Qiao, the entire music suddenly exploded. Goodbye my love, I want. The lights instantly went out. Under the deafening music, the sound of the gunshot was completely drowned out, only a burst of firelight flashing in the darkness. When the lights came back on, only Qiao calmly took the tissue handed to him by the waiter and slowly wiped the blood off his face. As for the fat man, youth is truly great, he just collapsed and fell asleep. Take this guy away, pick a luxurious furnace. Qiao casually handed the truth to Manager Sue and gave the order. Yes, Mr. Gu. Manager Sue obediently took the truth, her beautiful eyes flashing with admiration and reverence. Back to the office. Wang Hao walked over holding a tablet. He had already thoroughly checked the information on the little chubby boy from earlier. Not bad, Tiangu, this kid really deserves it. His family is from Hanxi, his father runs a coal mine, and there was an accident before that killed someone. They only compensated with 10,000 yuan. Coal mine? Qiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Go, find a few people, and blow up his father's mine. Got it, no problem. Wang Hao said excitedly. Since Tiangu hasn't changed, I can still follow him and have fun again. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. An unknown call, the location was from Jiangzhou, Hanong. Qiao thought it was his second uncle's new phone number and directly swiped to answer. But as soon as the call connected, a girl's hysterical scream came from the other side. F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** find you. Come out and fight me. I'm telling you. If I find you, I'll F ****ing kill you. Do you know who gave me your phone number? Heh, Qiao. I beat that girl up until her face was swollen. She still wouldn't give it to me. So I directly demolished her house. Ha ha. As the woman's eerie, crazy laughter echoed through the speaker. Wang Hao was completely stunned. Wait. Tiango was exiled for a year, how did he get into this mess? Chapter 11, Joanna's Crazy Provocation. Your name is Joanna, right? Gu Tian's simple sentence immediately cut off the hysterical yelling on the other side. 3 seconds later. F******Q. You don't even know who I am? Let me tell you. This is not over. My dad is going to kill you. I'm going to kill you too. Facing the threat, Gu Tian just smiled faintly and casually switched to speakerphone. If he didn't put it on speakerphone, Wang Hao's ear would have been practically stuck to his face. What's your dad's name? My dad's name is Zhou Laosan. In Jiangzhou, who doesn't know my dad? This matter won't end even if you kneel before me. My dad has already issued a kill order. As long as you show your face in Jiangzhou, both the underworld and the legal world will notify my dad. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Tian and Wang Hao exchanged a glance at the same time. Especially Wang Hao's expression, as if Columbus had discovered a new continent. This piece of information is a bit too much to digest. The underworld is already covered. Now there's the legal world too. In other words, Tiangu and he could now follow a political path if they wanted. That's basically a sure thing for a political achievement, right? It all depends on whether the person involved in the phone call is a big fish or a small one. Okay, I got it. I'll show my face in Jiangzhou in a few days. You come and try to kill me, alright? Gu Tian said this teasingly and immediately hung up. Then he switched on airplane mode and threw the phone straight into the fish tank. Splash! The water splashed everywhere. A huge crocodile fish suddenly bit the phone in one gulp and swallowed it whole. Tiangu, what's going on? Your ex-girlfriend, or some crazy woman from somewhere? Is this a big fish or a small fish? Wang Hao, still confused, pulled his chair closer. Gu Tian had no choice but to explain everything about his last day of exile. Including this Xin Yao. In Jiangzhou, he was pretending to be miserable. But this Xin Yao was truly unfortunate, growing up in an orphanage with no parents. Although she looked pure and pitiful, and was known as the little campus flower at Jiang University. Her low self-esteem was a hard obstacle, and she had no real presence. When he first came to Jiangzhou University, they were assigned as deskmates. She was really nice, didn't have any ill intentions, looked like a simple and sweet girl, and took good care of him in daily life and studies. So Joanna must have investigated Xin Yao thoroughly to find her. No, Tiangu. Wang Hao slapped his thigh, his face full of sympathy as he said. Why didn't you help this Xin Yao? Just give her 3 to 5 million, at least don't let her live too luxuriously, but she wouldn't have been beaten up just for giving a contact, right? Hearing this, Gu Tian got upset, and slapped Wang Hao's forehead with a loud smack. F*******. Do you think I didn't want to help? I was poorer than Xin Yao back then. She even had a scholarship. I had to go pick up cardboard in bottles from the street to sell. You don't know what I was going through back then, easy to talk when you're not in the same situation. He really wanted to help Xin Yao, but he was simply powerless. But now, it's different. He finally had a legitimate reason to help her. And she got beaten up by Joanna because of him? Although his mother always taught him not to interfere in others' affairs. What did you say? Wang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, his face full of shock. I said. Gu Tian said word by word, gritting his teeth and repeating it. I went to the street, picked up trash, and sold it. Ordinary cardboard was 60 cents per kilogram. Better cardboard was 75 cents. Mineral water bottles were 30 cents each. Boom. Wang Hao felt his brain was about to explode. He scrambled to search the recycling prices online. 5 seconds later. Damn. Tiangu, you really picked up trash. Gu Tian laughed. For a moment. He really wanted to chop Wang Hao up and throw him into a fish tank. So what are you going to do about this, Joanna? This is obviously an underworld force. This is pure political achievement. Tiangu. Why don't you take care of them and use this incident to enter politics? Then, you can transfer this club to me. Wang Hao became more and more excited, even starting to fantasize about getting rich. We will protect each other, officials and businessmen, a great deal. Perfect. Damn it. Can't take it anymore. Damn it. Shut up. Gu Tian raised his leg and kicked, sending Wang Hao and his chair crashing to the floor. It hurts. No, Tiangu, I'm doing this for your own good. My parents have stopped giving me pocket money for years, they've cut ties with me. What if one day your parents stop your allowance? Brother, I'm thinking about your future. Gu Tian didn't speak. He picked up his old phone from the drawer and started fiddling with it. Wang Hao's family situation was different from his. His father had no background, climbing step by step to reach his current position, almost like reaching the sky. Now, not only is he cautious, walking on thin ice, but he also knows the political landscape very well. When it comes to educating his children, he's extremely strict, afraid that Wang Hao, this ungrateful son, would drag him down. No pocket money, to teach him to be self-sufficient, to avoid indulging in luxury habits, and to cut ties. If it weren't for Gu Tian hanging out with Wang Hao, his life would probably be hard to describe. Amid Wang Hao's complaints like an old woman, Gu Tian opened WeChat. In an instant. Ding. 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 Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Countless messages flooded in like a torrent. Tiangu. Turn off the network. Turn off the network. Don't let your phone explode. In Wang Hao's panic-stricken voice, Gu Tian quickly turned off the mobile data. But the few messages that popped up immediately made him frown. Lu Weiqi, Tiangu. When did you come back? I just heard from a little brother that he saw you at the club. Su Jinchang, Tiangu. Is this you? A little brother from Jiangzhou sent this. Image JPG. Image JPG. Suwan H, Tiangu. This is from Jiangzhou sisters, it really looks like you, is it you? Image JPG. Lu Qinwei, oh my god Tiangu. Are you in Jiangzhou? I saw this guy who was beaten, it looks just like you, hope it's not you plus shaking emoji. Image JPG. Damn. It really spread online? Gu Tian shouted angrily, reaching out to grab the tablet on the table and started searching. Sure enough, as soon as he searched the keywords, the video of him being beaten at Zhang University cafeteria had gone viral. But with his bruised face, it was hard to associate him with the young master of the Beijing circle. Damn. This beating is too brutal. Damn it. Isn't this guy cheating? Caught on the spot? Well done. This guy must be a jerk, making such a beautiful girl angry. Isn't this my sister, Xiao Jia? My sister is so cool. Looking at the comments under the video, Gu Tian was completely furious. Damn it. What kind of atmosphere is this? The victim is guilty? Chapter 12, Public Opinion Ferments. Damn. Tian Gu. You don't need to go there. I'll take care of this. Wang Hao also found these videos. A whole lot of anger made him grit his teeth. This is just too much bullying. Even if Brother Tian is a little trash, it shouldn't be like this. It's simply trampling on the other person's dignity. At this point, Wang Hao suddenly changed the subject and leaned over with a smirk. Brother Tian, what were you thinking when she had you under her foot? Was it humiliation or? Gu Tian immediately raised his large foot, size 43. What do you think I was thinking? Why don't you come and try it? Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly dodged backwards, retreating 3 meters, fearing that Gu Tian would kick him again. So, Brother Tian, what do you plan to do? I see in the comments that this Qiao Na is still shouting about her family's underworld background. Heh, underworld background? A cruel smile crept onto Gu Tian's lips. The last person who claimed to have underworld connections in front of him was still floating in the river. And now another one shows up? Perfect. After all, his fish tank was missing some feed. Since the video is spreading in Jiangzhou, why not let it continue? Give me an excuse to take them down with style. So that later no one will nitpick me. After saying this, Gu Tian picked up the phone from the table and called. Hello, this is the Douyin Exclusive Administration Center, may I ask if you have an appointment? A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. No appointment, I'm looking for Zhang Ming, your director. As soon as these words came out. Okay, could you please tell me your name? I will have Director Zhang call you back shortly. The voice on the other end clearly trembled. It seemed that they had never encountered such a situation or someone speaking in this manner before. My surname is Gu, first name Tian. As soon as he finished speaking. Thud. A sound of the phone dropping onto the table came through. Next, hurried voices followed. Okay, young Master Gu, please wait a moment, I will have Director Zhang call you back immediately. Less than 3 seconds after hanging up, Director Zhang's call came in. The tone of the conversation was extremely respectful. Their group had the investment support of the Qian family group, how could they afford to be negligent? Oh young Master Gu. This is a small matter. No problem. Give me a minute. I can get this video and topic trending on the list right away. By the way, young Master Gu, if you have any business in the future, just call me, my phone is always on 24 hours for you. Sorry, I forgot to save it. Gu Tian replied casually. The words rendered the other end silent for a second. No problem, young Master Gu, my number is probably hard to remember, forgetting it is quite normal. Nothing else, thanks. Oh. There's no need. No need. It's all small stuff, when can we? Thud. Gu Tian directly hung up the phone. This left Wang Hao looking astonished but afraid to say much. Brother Tian's character was like this, he never spoke much with people from different circles. You help me, and I help you in the future. It's that simple. Sure enough. When the boss makes a move, you know what's what. 1 minute later. The Jiangzhou University beating incident shot straight to the trending list. Jiangzhou University shocking the whole internet. Campus bullying malicious incident exposed. Shocking. Underworld forces invading colleges? A Jiangzhou University girl actually dared to trample on someone's face in public? Qiao Jia's Miss Qiao Na, campus female tyrant? Family background exposed, underworld connections looming. Many marketing accounts began to report one after another. Countless media editors swung their pens wildly, crazily writing on this hotspot. Even legal bloggers began to seriously analyze how many years of sentencing this would attract. Damn. Brother Tian. 1 minute. 1 minute. This directly shot to number 1 on the trending list. Wang Hao looked at his phone screen in disbelief. Gu Tian elegantly sipped his red wine, smiling faintly. This beating of mine cannot be in vain. He would allow the public opinion to ferment. Let the officials in Kyoto, who had previously targeted him and used his father to pressure him, open their eyes wide. Although he was arrogant and domineering, there were many in some unknown small cities who were even more arrogant and domineering than him. Though he is hailed as a little devil and a living king of hell, but he has never acted recklessly or taken the initiative to bully the weak. To put it plainly, none of the people he dealt with were unjustly treated. But how many little devils are there in those small cities and places? In corners unnoticed by the public, they run wild, relying on various powers to intimidate the weak, turning once peaceful places into a chaotic mess, harming the local people. This is what the lawmakers should pay attention to, not just fixate on him alone. At this moment, in the Jiangzhou Municipal Office Building, the lights are bright. Mayor Wang keeps scrolling through the news on his phone, the flickering screen mirroring the ups and downs of his political career. After receiving the accountability phone call from above, Secretary Li becomes even more confused. Many office heads jump out of bed, throw on clothes, and rush to the meeting. In the conference room. Who can tell me? Mayor Wang slams the table. How did this get so out of hand? Didn't we already issue a statement? Wasn't it said that this issue's impact had already faded? How has it now gone straight to trending? The secretary trembles as he hands over the data report. Mayor, the speed of public opinion's fermentation this time is too fast. We monitor that, starting from a minute ago, thousands of media accounts simultaneously pushed the news. There are many marketing accounts, legal bloggers, and media reporters speaking up at the same time. And, this time it's not just grassroots opinions. Official media have also followed up. Mayor Wang is stunned, collapsing directly into his chair. Cursed. Cursed. Jiangzhou, this is going to cause big trouble. Go. Find the person involved, Lin Chen. Go find him again. Be sure to locate him, no matter what he demands, do our best to meet it. He must release a clarification video, stating that this matter is not so serious. If not, just make something up. Say it's a script. Script hype. After hanging up on Mayor Wang's call, Xiao Laosan's face is dark, suddenly smashing a teacup. Damn it. How dare you threaten me? I, Xiao Laosan, didn't get to where I am today by being scared. The meaning of Mayor Wang's call is very clear. This matter, as public opinion ferments, is sure to attract more trouble. During this time, Xiao Laosan must keep a low profile, and projects like demolition and mining must be halted. If an investigation team comes down, their long-standing shady dealings will be exposed. What makes him even angrier is that the person who beat his daughter hasn't been found yet, and now he is being asked to hand over some members who beat Lin Chen, preferably those with some cases against them. Some of these members have fought alongside him and built a territory for him in Jiangzhou. Isn't this just like killing the donkey after the millstone? Chapter 13, The Mysterious Convoy. Meanwhile, in the provincial office, Gu Jun's face is also pale. How long had he just been in office? Such things are happening in the cities below. And the one who got beaten was his nephew. Other lawmakers may not know, but he knows. The most important thing is that he had explained to his elder brother. This was all arranged as a test for his nephew. But how has the Qiao family's power suddenly emerged? This lie, with public opinion fermenting, really can't be hidden anymore. While Gu Jun is in a daze, his phone suddenly rings. Seeing that the caller is his elder brother. It's over. Gu Jun's heart drops, he quickly stands and rushes to the door to lock the office. Hello? Brother. It's so late. You haven't rested yet? A voice that seems to be smiling but isn't comes from the other end of the line. Heh, why do you think I haven't slept yet? Boom. That sentence nearly to makes Gu Jun kneel. To be fair, his political career these past years has truly been smooth sailing. Others may not know, but he knows. To a large extent, it is thanks to his elder brother's support. Upon learning that his elder brother intended to reform his eldest nephew, yet was troubled about where to place him, he immediately volunteered, actively requesting to arrange his nephew to be under his jurisdiction in Jiangzhou, with high hopes that this training experience would not only allow his nephew to grow but also showcase his own capabilities to his brother. According to his plan, if he could successfully complete the reform of his nephew, his brother would surely commend him, casually mentioning his name a couple of times during cabinet meetings. then he would surely rise to a higher position. But what happened? The originally simple training plan unexpectedly involved dark forces. Moreover, he had also deceived his brother. Brother! Let me explain. This is completely beyond my expectations. Gu Jun's usually calm and steady tone was nowhere to be found at this moment. Having climbed the bureaucratic ladder for many years, he had already mastered the art of staying composed even when mountains collapsed before him, especially since he had a strong hidden background. But facing his elder brother now, he felt like a child who had made a mistake. What was it called? The Qiao family in Zhengzhou. I really did not expect them to be so bold and act so recklessly. Gu Jun continued to explain in a hurry, with a few drops of sweat on his graying hair at his temples. Brother, don't worry. I will definitely not let my nephew suffer without reason. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Who would have known? The voice on the other end actually laughed. Gu Jun, why are you so nervous? Upon hearing this, Gu Jun was a bit dazed. Could it be that his brother was not here to punish him? Then what Gu Feng said next made Gu Jun's eyes widen in shock. Gu Jun, you just took office, and I have been thinking about what suitable gift to present to you. Now it seems that this Jiangzhou can be regarded as a generous gift from me to you. Starting from Jiangzhou, we will gradually expand to the entire Handong province. As for the specific matters, it will be up to you to plan them yourself. Tomorrow morning, I expect to receive a proposal from you regarding a special initiative to combat organized crime at the cabinet meeting. Do you understand what I mean? At these words, Gu Jun's mouth fell open in shock. So it means his brother knew everything? Then wouldn't the public opinion be? Hiss. Was this even about reforming his nephew? His brother was clearly reforming him as well. Thinking of this, Gu Jun couldn't help but voice his doubts. Brother, is this public opinion? Public opinion? I don't know about that, but it's very likely to be the handiwork of Shao Tian. On the other end of the phone, Gu Feng's voice was as steady as the final decision maker. His nephew? No, my nephew is not putting me in danger? As these words left his mouth, Gu Jun swallowed hard. If he angered this nephew, he'd really have to be careful from now on. He might one day have a brick fly into his office. Before he could wallow in despair, Gu Feng slowly said, but it's just as well, it might help change their negative impression of Shao Tian in the court. Upon hearing this, Gu Jun's eyes gradually narrowed. Images of Gu Tian's usual flamboyant and arrogant demeanor popped into his mind. Thinking of the image of him being beaten black and blue in this incident, he couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. If this matter is indeed as my brother said, that it was intentionally done by my nephew, then this kid does have some thought behind it. Okay, I understand, brother. Thank you, brother. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jun's gaze was exceptionally determined as he picked up the office phone on the table. Now notify. All cadres come to the meeting immediately. Anyone who is late should submit their resignation the next day. As this call was made, the entire Handong province began to boil. Early the next morning, a mysterious convoy appeared grandly on the avenues of Zhengzhou City. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly the lead vehicle, a coaster. Inside the car, Gu Tian slightly curled his lips, his eyes deep and scanning the street scene outside the window. When I leave Zhengzhou, I'm afraid it will be erased from the map, right? Mr. Gu. A woman in OL professional attire with black stockings elegantly approached with a tablet in her hands. The two young women beside her, who were massaging Gu Tian's shoulders and legs, immediately stood up and gave way. Her name is Tang Lan, Gu Tian's personal secretary and bodyguard for outings. She is proficient in firearms, combat, and intelligence gathering, having served in Dragon Nation's special forces for women before joining the Gu family to ensure Gu Tian's safety and handle external affairs. It's a 10-minute drive to Zhengzhou International Hotel. The hotel is fully booked, and the area has been cleared. Counter-terrorism Group A and B have established security around the area. All external personnel are in position. Gu Tian replied lightly, without saying more. What the hell? Whose convoy is this? The coaster is flashing. What level of travel is this? Am I still dreaming? When did Zhengzhou get such a big shot? It's not the Rolls-Royce with an umbrella that scares you, but the coaster flashing its lights. This saying has long circulated online. But today, the citizens of Zhengzhou finally witnessed it firsthand. Among these chattering onlookers, two men in suits were anxiously making phone calls. Mayor Wang. It doesn't seem like it's the leaders from above. The formation of this convoy is completely not what the leaders would have. What formation? Besides the coaster, what other vehicles are there? Can't you see what's inside the cars? On the other end of the phone, Mayor Wang's voice was hoarse. He had called so many times, yet failed to find out who exactly was in this convoy. Under normal circumstances, if a leader came down, these city-level officials would usually get a hint. But now, it was entirely clueless. Mayor Wang. The lead car is a coaster. Behind it are 3 black Mercedes G-Class. And behind that are 4 or 5 Land Rovers. The license plates are all Dragon A and Leopard numbers. Huh? Mercedes G-Class? Land Rover? Leopard numbers? Mayor Wang's voice was clearly less tense than before. This kind of convoy was obviously not a leader's, it was very likely a nouveau riche returning to their hometown. But just as he relaxed a little, the voice of the man in the suit suddenly shot up, filled with intense fear. Mayor Wang. The issue is not with the convoy. The key is the people inside the cars. What? Who is sitting inside the cars? Mayor Wang's voice tightened again over the phone. The man in the suit swallowed hard, his throat dry. The windows of the coaster are unclear. But the windows of the Mercedes G-Class and Land Rover Defender are not completely tinted. We see. Inside the cars is a group of people wearing black helmets, holding the truth. Boom. Mayor Wang felt his mind go blank, almost dropping his phone. The next second, he rushed out of the office, yelling at his secretary. Immediately contact the Jiangzhou Police Department. Tell them to mobilize all police forces. Chapter 14, Taking Over Jiangzhou. Miss. I'm scared. I really am scared. Dragon A. Get ahead of them. That's an order. Get ahead of them. The expression on Xiaona's face was dark as she harshly scolded. But the driver was not a fool. He was just a worker, earning his salary driving for the Qiao family, no need to gamble with his life. If this convoy was indeed a big shot, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Miss. Shall we just forget it? The driver desperately tried to persuade her, his hands shaking. Smack. Xiaona slapped him hard. I'll say it again. Get ahead of them. In Jiangzhou, no one dares to drive in front of the Qiao family's car. Outsider vehicles must yield when they see us. Xiaona's beautiful eyes were cold, gritting her teeth. Her mood was already bad today, and she was just looking for a place to vent her anger. With no other option, the driver gritted his teeth, pressed the accelerator, and turned the steering wheel. Screech. The Rolls-Royce instantly drove into oncoming traffic to overtake. Then, with a sharp turn of the steering wheel, it swiftly cut in front of the coaster. Faced with the sudden situation, the coaster driver was not flustered at all. Braking the car means risking his life. So he could only slowly reduce his speed. But the passers-by outside couldn't help but gasp, their eyes wide in surprise, amazed by how impressive the Qiao family's car was. Gu Tian could only slightly raise his eyelid. Go, check it out. Being so powerful in Jiangzhou, he hoped that besides the Qiao family, there were other families as well. The more gangs there were, the greater his gains would be. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Lan's cold, stunning face flashed with a hint of surprise. Gu Xiao. Did you just say, investigate? If this had been the old prince's temper, he would probably have directly gone down and turned the Rolls-Royce into a sieve. But now, he wanted to investigate? At this moment, the Rolls-Royce suddenly slammed on the brakes intentionally. Tang Lan instinctively held onto her earpiece and said sharply, Group C, pay attention, unknown vehicle provoking. Pass it, shoot directly if necessary. V-room. As soon as her words fell, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class behind them slammed on the gas and rushed out. One of the G-Class vehicles suddenly slammed into the Rolls-Royce. Bang! The Rolls-Royce lost control instantly and spun out of control. Ah! Xiaona's face turned pale, and she was thrown into the seat, letting out a terrified scream. The driver was even more flustered, struggling to correct the out-of-control steering wheel. After the car stabilized, the convoy had already disappeared without a trace. Inside the car, Gu Tian smiled faintly, casually picking up his wineglass and said, What a group of foolish local tyrants. And so, the convoy drove grandly toward the Jiangzhou International Hotel. Meanwhile, inside the police station, the alarm rang loudly. Several police cars rushed out, heading straight to the target area. 30 minutes later. Name? Li Shan. Occupation? Jiangzhou Police Station, Case Handling Officer. And you? Wang. Wang Fei. Occupation? Also, police officer, we are colleagues. 20 young men in underwear, their faces full of terror, stood in a row. And in front of them stood a group of fully armed, black-clad men, with black hoods, and the chest emblem clearly marked with the Longyu Special Forces. Gu Xiao had just checked into this hotel. And immediately after, a large number of police cars roared in, and 20 police officers rushed in. This was the scene right now. Captain Lang, how's the interrogation going? The black-clad men turned around sharply when they heard the voice, quickly making way for a passage. The young men instinctively looked up, following the sound. When they saw the face of the person who entered. Hiss. All 20 young men took a sharp breath. No. Him. Isn't that Lin Chen? The video of him being beaten was not only watched 1,000 times but at least 800 times. They were so familiar with this face. And their boss had ordered them to find this person. Must find him. And now. They were caught? And the one who caught them was Lin Chen? Shock, fear, and disbelief all showed on their faces. Lung Feng stepped forward and saluted. Then he reported the identities of these people and the actions of coming to the hotel. Gu Tian listened, then looked at these people, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Ha! Looks like you're very surprised? Were you looking for me all this time? As soon as these words were spoken, the 20 young men trembled violently and then all shook their heads in denial. None of them were fools. The black-clad men's equipment and skills were absolutely professional. In broad daylight, they actually surrounded and controlled them. Their ranks and structure were definitely above theirs. And this Lin Chen was still their boss. But they had found nothing about Lin Chen's identity before. With all these factors combined, this Lin Chen was definitely a big shot, but they didn't know which organization he was from. Oh, still tough-mouthed, huh? Gu Tian glanced at them, his tone extremely playful. Do you know Qiao Lao San? His investigation team was on the 3rd floor, organizing the situation in Jiangzhou and the Qiao family. When they investigated, they were shocked. Mayor Wang of Jiangzhou and Secretary Li actually had accounts outside. The frequent remitter was the Qiao family? Including some of the companies behind the projects in Jiangzhou that could be linked to the Qiao family. Even the city management on the street can connect with the Qiao family? Rather than saying this is everyone's Jiangzhou, it's better to say this is the Qiao family's Jiangzhou. And these young officers before us. He. In response to Gu Tian's question, these people still shook their heads in unison. However, everyone gradually began to have a baseline understanding. This Lin Chen, it seems that Qiao Laosan really is someone we can't afford to provoke. Gu Tian's lips curved into a cold smile at their denial. All right. Your mouths are tough. Since that's the case, then I suggest you start practicing holding your breath. Holding breath? Tang Lan and Lang Feng exchanged glances, unsure of what their young master meant by this. However, the next sentence instantly turned all the youth's faces pale, cold sweat pouring down. After all, concrete takes 72 hours to set. As the words fell, the black-clad tactical team members instantly understood, raising their truth guns, aiming directly at these people. Kachak, kachak, kachak. A series of chambering sounds echoed. Such explosive and visually impactful fear, who could withstand it? Don't. I know. Once one youth broke, another followed. Don't. I know you too. You are here to catch Qiao Laosan, right? I'll talk. I'll provide clues. I'll provide clues too. I know too. I've handled related cases before. I know him. I know him too. That's more like it. Gu Tian watched this group of people completely collapse with great interest. One wave of police officers couldn't be contacted, and there would be a second wave of officers coming to search. If the second wave couldn't find anyone, there would be a third wave. In the end, the entire Jiangzhou Police Department fell into chaos. More and more Jiangzhou police members were brought into the hotel. Even the director of the Jiangzhou Police Department was brought in. Who exactly are you? Which unit are you from? Is there any paperwork? As soon as the words fell. Smack. A black-clad man pulled out a black document and shoved it into his face. It prominently displayed the cabinet special action permit right in the center with the top-level official seal. The director's roar abruptly stopped, his worldview collapsing in an instant. This is a cabinet-level special operation? Jiangzhou. Something big is going to happen this time. Walking out of the interrogation room, Gu Tian stopped, slowly turning around. Captain Lang, go ahead, take over the entire Jiangzhou's traffic, hospitals, and police power. Lung Feng exchanged glances with the vice-captain, raising their hands in unison. Yes. Young Master Gu. This storm belonging to Jiangzhou was quietly and silently descending. Chapter 15, Returning to Jiangzhou University. In the presidential suite, Gu Tian elegantly sipped the red wine brought from Kyoto. Coming to stay at Jiangzhou International Hotel. The hotel's dining and service was all brought by Tang Lan from Kyoto, focusing primarily on safety. At this moment, the phone rang. Oh. Second uncle, what made you think of calling me? Gu Tian swirled the wineglass in his hand with great amusement. With such a tone, the second uncle on the other end panicked like a dog. It's not like that, Xiao Tian. Where are you right now? Are you in Jiangzhou? Guess. Gulp. The second uncle on the other end clearly swallowed hard. Don't. Second uncle doesn't dare to guess. Second uncle is scared. He had already begun to investigate the matters in Jiangzhou. However, just now he received news from his subordinates. It was reported that a mysterious fleet from Kyoto had appeared in Jiangzhou, followed closely by the paralysis of the Jiangzhou Police Department. Now even the Jiangzhou mayor was unreachable. With such bold actions, his first instinct pointed to his eldest nephew. If this got chaotic, it would definitely disturb Jiangzhou to a point of complete uproar. How would his anti-crime operations unfold afterward? Listening to the second uncle's nervous tone, Gu Tian stifled laughter, refusing to speak. A few seconds later, the second uncle on the other end broke down. Xiao Tian. Please don't do anything reckless. Second uncle really begs you, I apologize for the matter of the transformation, I indeed participated, but it was not my original intention. Second uncle thought about how you were in Jiangzhou, I could take care of you, we just needed to change our living environment, what's wrong with that? Who knew your dad was so ruthless? I didn't even get the chance to send you money or food. What he said was the truth. At that time, I thought the training would just be a little bit, but who knew my brother would have me arrange so many hardships. Gu Tian didn't care about these explanations, anyway, he had already suffered the hardships. The face and dignity that were lost before, it was time to get them back. Moreover, the third son of the Qiao family was right in front of him, if he didn't grab him, should he let him go? Alright, second uncle, don't worry, I won't mess it up, I'll definitely give you a big gift when the time comes. Before the second uncle could continue explaining, Gu Tian directly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Qiao family villa was particularly oppressive. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a Rolls-Royce Phantom that had been wrecked. The car body was severely scratched, the front bumper was shattered, and the headlights were completely destroyed. Bang! Qiao Laosen fiercely smashed the teacup in his hand, his face dark and terrifying. This car was the symbol of the Qiao family's status, but now it was smashed into scrap metal. Most importantly, he increasingly felt that someone seemed to be secretly targeting him. Who did this? Which blind fool did this? Beside him, Xiao Na was crying and recounting what happened today. Dad! You don't know! I almost got killed. They directly crashed into my car. Xiao Na pointed to the driver beside her, who was kneeling on the ground, his face swollen and bruised. Ask him. Ask him. Was it a bunch of bastards driving Mercedes G-Wagons and Range Rovers who forced me off the road? Tell me. What the hell happened? The driver trembled all over, speaking in a stammer. Third master. I really didn't dare to overtake. But that was Dragon A's car team. All of them had leopard license plates. But the young lady insisted that I overtake. Smack. Xiao Laosun's face turned pale, and he slapped the driver hard across the face. Dragon A's leopard license plates? You're telling me there's a car team like that in Jiangzhou? The Qiao family had dominated Jiangzhou for years, and no one had dared to directly challenge them. But today, someone dared to forcibly crash their car in Jiangzhou? Who the hell are these people? Find out. With this furious roar, a large group of subordinates immediately rushed to their cars and drove off. At this moment, Xiao Na's phone rang. She answered quickly. A hurried female voice immediately came through the phone. Sister Qiao. Sister Qiao. Lin Chen. Lin Chen has appeared. Lin Chen is at Jiang University. Lin Chen is at Jiang University. The moment those words were spoken, Xiao Na's crying immediately stopped, and she suddenly looked up at Qiao Laosan. Damn it! He's finally appeared. Go! You all go to Jiang University. Bring weapons. Go to Jiang University. Qiao Laosan's finger joints cracked as he clenched his fists. Xiao Na immediately ripped off the bandages on her face and stood up suddenly. Dad! This time, I'm going to kill him. Go ahead. With her father's approval, Xiao Na immediately ran out of the courtyard. Everyone follow me. Everyone follow me. Take the truth with you. Yes. Young miss. At the entrance of the courtyard, dozens of bodyguards in black were already waiting. They immediately grabbed their black tactical bags and rushed to the convoy. Meanwhile, the garage door of the Qiao family villa slowly opened. Dozens of modified Toyota Land Cruisers started up instantly, all armed. The convoy sped out wildly, heading straight for Jiang University. On the other side, Gu Tian was driving a G-Wagon, leading a grand convoy into Zhengzhou University. This scene immediately stunned all the students at Zheng University. Holy crap! What's with this formation? Oh my god! Are they really that impressive? Wait, what's going on? Does our school have any other rich kids besides Qiao Na? However, when the passenger side window slowly lowered, revealing a familiar face. The crowd instantly exploded. Holy shit! Lin Chen? No way! Isn't that the student who got beaten up a few days ago? What the hell? What's going on here? Dragon A? Look at the people in the car. Damn! They look like anti-terrorism squad members? I'm freaking out. What's going on? All the students were dumbfounded, watching the mighty black convoy head straight for the School of Economics. Many even forgot to take out their phones to take pictures. Completely shocked by the scene, his mind went blank. At the entrance of the finance campus, the security guard had just woken up groggily. Seeing so many unfamiliar vehicles driving in, he instinctively tried to stop them. Sorry, outside vehicles are not allowed inside. A glance from Gu Tian. The driver's window slowly rolled down, and a cold metallic glimmer reflected in the security guard's eyes. Lift the barrier. Tanglan coldly spat out 2 words, her desert eagle pressed against the guard's forehead. The guard suddenly became alert, his pupils wildly dilating. Under normal circumstances, he would instinctively smack the gun and then roar. Who the hell are you trying to scare with a toy? However, when he met Tanglan's ice-cold, sharp gaze and glimpsed the fully armed tactical team sitting neatly in the back seat, how could he dare to doubt that the thing above his head was fake? Okay. I will lift the barrier. The guard trembled as he pressed the button. Boom! The big G stepped on the gas and drove in, followed by the entire convoy. Chapter 16, The Return of the Strong. Ha ha! Hurry up and film. Hurry up and film. Get a clear shot of her face. Look at this little, does she dare to pretend to be innocent again? Haha, is this still a campus flower? What's so special about campus flowers? Aren't they still bullied by us? Ha ha. On the playground, deep in the woods, Qiao was surrounded by several heavily made-up girls, her wrists gripped tightly and unable to break free. The white long-sleeve shirt she wore was now tattered and messy, her snow-white skin faintly visible. Whoa, let me go. I beg you. Qiao's tears welled in her eyes, her face filled with fear. Her nature was already weak, who knew it would attract these bullies like Qiao Na's gang? These people seemed like rabid dogs, always bullying her whenever they saw her recently. Ha! Now you know to beg us? One girl with purple hair suddenly yanked Qiao's collar, dragging her towards herself, disdainfully slapping her delicate face. Qiao, don't you really know where you went wrong? If you had just given up Lin Chen's phone number right away, would Xiao Jie treat you like this? Xiao Jie said, every time she sees you, she will bully you. The other girls behind continued to jeer. Hurry up! Hurry up and film. Then post it on the forum, let everyone see how this pretending to be innocent gets bullied by us. No. I beg you. Qiao struggled violently, desperately trying to cover her clothes, but the more terrified she was, the happier these people became. Such a scene was closely watched by the principal in the office building. The only difference was, at this moment, he was extremely terrified, with 2 men in black firmly holding him down, his teeth pressed against the windowsill, making fearful whimpering sounds. Whoa. Lin Chen. I'm sorry. I was wrong, please use your powers to stop. He had been sipping tea leisurely while working here. But the next second, screams echoed in the corridor outside. Then several fully armed men in black kicked the door open and rushed in. Before he could make sense of the situation, the others flashed their special action. Did you not just say that there is no bullying at your school? What is going on below? Gu Tian slowly turned his head, a playful smile of death appearing at the corner of his mouth. The principal shook his head like a rattle drum, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. No. No. Lin Xiao. Give me a chance. I will definitely strengthen management from now on. I will never again. He had not finished his sentence. With just one glance from Gu Tian, Tanglan understood in an instant, raising her long leg fiercely, delivering a powerful chop to the principal's back. Bang! Crack! The principal's front teeth slammed into the windowsill, making a sound like a bone breaking. The sound of his wailing echoed through the entire office like a slaughtered pig. Gu Tian's gaze was cold, looking down at the principal's bloodied face from above. Take him away, let him see for himself again. Yes, Gu Xiao. Tang Lan waved her hand. Several men in black moved forward, grabbing the principal by the collar and dragging him away. In the corridor, the teachers and staff, seeing this scene, quickly shrank back into their offices, slamming the doors shut. What the? What is happening? That just now was the principal? Why are his teeth gone? The front teeth. Who are these men in black? How dare they directly grab the principal? On the other side, Qiao led her convoy, storming toward the finance campus. The security guard, just like before, stepped up to block them. No outside vehicles allowed inside. Then a shotgun directly emerged from the driver's seat, aimed at his head, and in the passenger seat sat Xiao Laosan's daughter. Goodness! That scared him to death. Get lost. All right. Miss Qiao, I'll lift the barrier for you. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched the convoy drive away, the security guard turned back to his booth to write a resignation letter. He was just a little security guard, protecting the peace in the area, and had a crush on teacher Showdown. But in just one noon, he experienced 2 moments of life and death. How could he handle this? In the woods. Remember. From now on, call me Sister Ran. Ah. Xinyao cried out in pain as her hair was pulled, her delicate neck exposed to the air. In such a helpless state, Xiaona's gang couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Damn. This is really, TSK. I like it. At that moment, a luxury convoy sped in. The iron gate of the playground was suddenly slammed open by a big G, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene instantly drew the attention of everyone on the playground. But the convoy did not slow down, crushing the lawn and heading straight for the woods. What the? This must be Qiao Jia's convoy. So domineering. So cool. Several excited young women danced with joy, proudly looking at Xinyao. Xinyao, you're finished. My Qiao Jia is here. However, just as they were laughing the loudest, the Mercedes-Benz G made a drift, majestically stopping beside them. Clang! As the door opened, the beaten-up principal was thrown out like a sack. This scene made everyone stare in terror. Oh my god. Qiao Jia, this is a bit against the sky. Just as they raised their heads to see if Qiao Jia was coming down next, an extremely familiar figure appeared in their view. Gu Tian slightly leaned down, walking down as if a young commander stepping off a plane, his face dark and frightening. Several girls quickly covered their mouths in shock. Lin Chen? Isn't this the boy who was beaten by Qiao Jia? How did he? Shen Yao was also stunned. Looking at that familiar figure. The one she once thought was just an ordinary person, even as pitiful as her, Lin Chen. At this moment, he returned with an amazing scene. Chapter 17, Terrified Xiao Na. When seeing that the one being bullied was Shen Yao, Gu Tian was entirely astonished. Shen Yao? As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Yao pushed away the few spirited girls in front of her, her eyes red, stumbling towards Gu Tian. Lin Chen. I didn't mean to give Xiao Na my phone number, it was them. And now they're still forcing me to ask about your whereabouts. Why didn't you reply to my messages earlier? I sent you so many messages, made so many calls. Boo-hoo-hoo. Gu Tian couldn't be bothered to explain. Instinctively, he protected Shen Yao, who was crying with tears streaming down her face, by standing behind her. The few little troublemakers stood there, their eyes wide open, watching Shen Yao run towards Gu Tian, feeling completely shattered. They never expected this. The boy who was trampled under Qiao's feet actually had such a powerful background? He punched the principal into a pig's head? He knocked the school gate off its hinges? And looking at his eyes, it was clear that he was protecting Shen Yao? Seeing Shen Yao's face full of helplessness from being bullied, with red marks still visible on her fair neck from being grabbed. Who did this? Gu Tian was full of anger. He looked at the little troublemakers in front of him, and his hand subconsciously moved to his waist. In an instant, the air around them froze. The little troublemakers were so scared their faces turned pale, and their legs were shaking uncontrollably. The soft ones fear the tough, and the tough ones fear the reckless. They weren't real thugs. They just followed Xiao Na around, flattering her to make her happy, hoping to get some protection in school. But this scene was enough to scare the life out of them. At that moment, one of the simpler-minded girls stepped forward. Now was undoubtedly the time to show loyalty. If she kept backing down, she would be losing face for Sister Qiao. So she had to be tough, give Sister Qiao face. Oomph. I did it. So what? One of the little troublemakers suddenly stepped forward, tossed her hair back, lifted her chin, and said defiantly. The next second, Gu Tian swiftly pulled out the Beretta from his waist. Bang! The little troublemaker didn't even let out a grunt before she fell to the ground, stiff as a board. Red liquid splattered all over the people nearby. In an instant. Ah! 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 Everyone screamed, covering their heads in terror. Some collapsed to the ground, while others were too weak to stand and crawled away, trying to escape this place of trouble. But just after crawling 2 steps, a cold voice echoed in their ears. Move, and you'll die. Gu Tian, holding the Beretta, stared at them with an indifferent gaze. In that moment, all the little troublemakers were too scared to move, some even broke down into tears. Qiao was also terrified by this scene. She instinctively released the corner of Gu Tian's shirt she had been holding. She had never seen this side of Lin Chen. The one who used to be carefree, always teasing her. Now, he seemed so unfamiliar and crazy. The big sister who had been bullying her just a moment ago, is she dead? Lin Chen killed her? How could he do this? Who exactly is he? Just as Xinyao felt like her world was flipping upside down, a gentle voice sounded beside her. Miss Shun, young Master Gu is currently handling something. This place is not suitable for you. Let's go back to the car. She saw Tang Lan, who didn't know when she had arrived by her side, gently holding her hand. Okay. Xinyao, stunned, took her hand and they both sat in the car. Principal. Gu Tian curled his lips into a cruel smile, lifting the principal's chin with his hand. Do you agree that I should educate your students who are involved in gangs? With blood on his face and missing 2 front teeth, the principal nodded repeatedly, like a garlic press. He didn't dare to object. In the face of unknown fear, he had no courage to refuse. Gu Tian waved his hand. The doors of several Range Rovers instantly opened. A large group of men in black rushed out holding batons. They immediately started beating up the little troublemakers who were begging for mercy. For a moment, the forest echoed with continuous screams. At that moment, Joanna also arrived with her people. More than a dozen cars surrounded Gu Tian. As the doors opened, the thugs holding machetes and shotguns rushed out fiercely. But in the next second, they all froze in place as if time had stopped. A hand trembled, and the machete was thrown to the ground. This. What the hell is this, counter-terrorism? Truth? All truth? Dozens of black assault rifle barrels, cold as ice, were pointed directly at them. And the people in front were all wearing black helmets and face masks, tactical vests, the whole anti-terrorism setup. They had originally thought today would be about crushing the enemy, avenging Miss Qiao. But now, it seemed like they were here to deliver their own deaths. Some of them, though holding shotguns, could only fire 1 shot, just to scare people. But the weapons in the hands of the others, they could easily harvest their lives. No. What are you doing? Why are you all just standing there? Qiao cursed as she walked down. Sister Qiao, did we get this wrong? What the hell, these aren't ordinary students. What the hell? Why are you barking like a dog? Qiao shoved the little brother in front of her and walked straight inside. The next second, her steps suddenly froze. A cold gun barrel was tightly pressed to her forehead. The air instantly fell dead silent. You damn. Just as Qiao was about to curse, she looked up and her gaze met Tang Lan's, her body suddenly shuddering. That was an extremely cold, beautiful gaze. No anger, no resentment, but there was a sense of disdain beyond her understanding. Qiao's mind went blank, and her limbs turned icy cold. In more than 20 years of life, she had never encountered such a situation. Instinctively, she wanted to turn around, but her eyes scanned the row of black-clad people, and her pupils instantly shrank. These people were not thugs. They were not bodyguards. Those tactical vests, those professional weapons configurations. She had only seen them in movies. While Qiao's mind was collapsing, a cold voice rang out. Qiao Na. Gu Tian walked forward slowly, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. When Qiao saw who it was, her face turned pale instantly. You. Lin Chen. Gu Tian smiled and nodded. Yes, didn't you come to cut me? Your girlfriends are so wild. After speaking, he waved his hand. A dozen or so nearly lifeless little sisters were dragged in and thrown in front of her like ragdolls. Some had deformed limbs, their faces covered in blood, gasping for air. Some no longer had any life left, their eyes wide open. Qiao's body stiffened suddenly, and she became completely disordered. No matter how arrogant she had never truly killed anyone. You. Qiao tried to escape, but her legs had completely softened, and the next second, she collapsed to the ground, staring in horror at Gu Tian. She finally understood, the Lin Chen she had bullied in the restaurant was not an ordinary person. No wonder her father had been feeling recently that someone was targeting them. Now it seemed, it was this Lin Chen in front of her. What kind of background had she gotten herself involved with this time? Chapter 18, Sending You to Jingda. Everyone, put down your weapons. Bang! With an angry shout, the black-clad man fired a shot into the air. All the little thugs immediately threw their weapons to the ground and obediently squatted down, covering their heads. In the face of overwhelming power, the only way to survive was to obey. Moreover, even Miss Qiao was having her fate choked. Watching Gu Tian slowly raise the truth toward herself, Joanna immediately cried out for mercy. Lin Chen! I was wrong. I was wrong. Let me go, let me go. I'll do whatever you want. Let me go. Let you go? Gu Tian squatted down with interest and lifted Xiao Na's chin with truth. If you want me to let you go, it's simple. Move to another place. Upon hearing this, Xiao Na grabbed onto the straw of survival. Where should I move to live? I will definitely go. Just let me go and I'll go anywhere. Given the situation, not only would she agree to change places, she would even agree to sell herself. But Gu Tian's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Move to the bottom of the water. Ha! Before Xiao Na could react, Gu Tian elbowed her and knocked her out. Immediately after, under the horrified gaze of the little thugs, the men in black took out sack after sack from the car, stuffing the people on the ground, including Joanna, inside. As they were leaving, one of the men in black stepped forward. Young Master Gu, how should we deal with these little hoodlums? Gu Tian in the passenger seat did not speak, raising his hand to brush across his neck. The men in black understood immediately. Young Master Gu intended to crush the darkness with a thunderous force. Yes. Young Master Gu. After the vehicle drove out of the playground, a barrage of firecrackers went off, and the little hoodlums of the Zhao family were directly judged on the spot. Inside the car, the atmosphere was as silent as death. Xianyao's delicate hands clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her petite body trembling slightly. That scene just now was too terrifying. Although she was sitting in the car, she began to see the scene outside. Lin Chen drew out a blade from his waist, that bloodthirsty expression, those cold eyes. And that arrogant Joanna. Just like that, she was gone? As for Lin Chen's identity, Tang Lan explained according to Gu Tian's instructions. It was all a fabricated identity. Saying Lin Chen's real name was Gu Tian and he had been abducted since childhood. He was just found not long ago, and his biological parents were famous tycoons and big shots. Though Xinyao accepted it, the scenes from just now kept haunting her mind. After all, those tycoons and big shots on TV were not like this. Lin Chen. Xinyao voice trembled, as if she had used all her courage. What did you do to those people just now? She did not dare to look up, only keeping her head down. Despite Tang Lan beside her continuously patting her back, trying to ease her tension. Gu Tian then noticed that Xinyao was in the same car as him, and immediately turned his head, smiling slightly like a friendly neighbor. I didn't do anything. I just bought them a ticket. A ticket? Xianyao's heart leaped violently, and she looked up at Tang Lan with a puzzled face. Tang Lan smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. Yes, a ticket to hell. As soon as these words came out, Xinyao couldn't help but shiver, no longer daring to ask further. But soon, with Tang Lan's reassurance, and Gu Tian not putting on any airs, the atmosphere in the car began to brighten up and lighten. Sister Tang, let me tell you. Lin Shen, oh no, we have to call him Gu Tian now, was such a rogue before. Looking at the pure innocence written all over the delicate face of the other, Tang Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Oh? How was he a rogue? Xinyao immediately started counting with her small pink hands. First, he loved to borrow money from me the most. When we first met, he always said he didn't have a meal card, and would use mine to eat. Every time he spoke so pitifully, Yao, I have no money to eat today, I'm so hungry I could faint, please. Then I would feel soft-hearted and buy him food, but he would always order 2 servings. Did I give you all my scholarship of 5,000 yuan? Xinyao said, hands on her hips, looking angrily at Gu Tian. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. It must be said that from being a high and mighty prince in Kyoto, he fell straight to the bottom. Who could bear this? Fortunately, he met Xinyao at that time. Over the past year, she had truly helped him a lot, including helping him pay rent when he was renting a place. Even many of his clothes were bought by Xinyao through careful saving or from her scholarship. And he kept facing troubles, even finding a job was a challenge. At first, he naturally accepted her kindness. How could there be such a girl in the world? She must be sent by his father to reform him. Until he followed Qiao to the cafeteria of the finance department and caught a glimpse of her plate holding 2 vegetable sticks and a small bowl of rice. A day's living expense was even less than 8 yuan. 8 yuan. How ironic this was. The birthday gift his mom gave him when he turned 18, a Koenigsegg sports car. 80 million. It was from that moment that his worldview changed. Even if it was just pretending, he had to act like he was successfully reformed. Successfully returned to Kyoto. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of water. I really had no money at that time, Gutian said with an innocent face. Is there more? Tanglon watched the two argue with great interest. Of course. There was a time when he hadn't gone to school for several days, so I went to look for him at his home. Then I found him all injured, bruised and battered, lying on the bed, looking particularly pitiful, asking me if I had any band-aids and alcohol. How could I possibly carry a band-aid with me, so I went downstairs to buy some for him. And guess what? He even complained that the band-aids I bought had cartoon patterns on them. Tanglon chuckled and raised an eyebrow at Gutian and Qiao. Even at that time, you still cared about these things? Gutian's mouth twitched, rolling his eyes. What else could I do? The band-aids she bought had a bunch of cartoon designs, along with some girl cartoon characters? Qiao burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped. At that time, he had a pink bear on his face and a Sailor Moon band-aid on his knee. Tanglon imagined Gutian with a cartoon band-aid and couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Ah, Qiao, you were so cute in Jiangzhou. Gutian shot Qiao a glare. All right, don't bring up that embarrassing history again. Qiao blinked her beautiful sparkling eyes, pretending to sigh dramatically. Sigh. I even specially bought a bunch of cartoon band-aids to keep for you, looks like they won't be used now. By the way, Qiao, Gutian suddenly remembered the important matter. He hadn't asked her opinion about bringing her back to Kyoto. Huh? What is it? Qiao lifted her small head in a coy manner. Do you want to continue studying at Jiangzhou University? If not, in a few days, I will take you with me to Kyoto, and I will help you enroll in Kyoto University. As soon as these words came out, Qiao's clear apricot eyes instantly filled with shock. Huh? Qiao pointed her little pink finger at herself. You mean, you want me to go to Kyoto University? Kyoto University is the top university in the entire Dragon Country. Even the top scholar of Jiangzhou City didn't get into Kyoto University. Let alone her. How could it be possible to just get in? Seeing her dazed expression, Gutian couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. What's wrong? Don't you want to leave Jiangzhou? Qiao pressed her lips together, feeling a mix of emotions. Of course she wanted to go to Kyoto University, it was her dream school. But how could she go? Could it really be that easy? Seeing Qiao shake her head in denial, Gutian's face broke into a smile as he directly looked at Tanglon. Go, contact the principal of Kyoto University, and ask them to add a new enrollment quota, send Qiao's information over, and process a brand new student record. Okay, Qiao. Tanglon nodded with a smile. She also liked this girl named Qiao. Since she had helped Qiao before, it was right that she should be helped too. Amidst Qiao's astonishment, Tanglon dialed the principal's number for Kyoto University. In less than a minute, it was done. Just like that, come with me to Kyoto, okay? Gutian's voice softened a few degrees while looking at Qiao, who was still in shock. Qiao bit her lip, realizing he was not joking at all. Compared to Kyoto University, she would rather follow Gutian. Once, she was very insecure. But ever since she met the carefree and incredibly optimistic Gutian, she gradually became more optimistic and generous herself. After thinking for a few seconds, Qiao took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Then I will go with you. Gutian raised the corner of his mouth in a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Tanglon smiled and clapped. Congratulations, Miss Shen, you have successfully taken the first step towards the Heavenly Palace. Qiao shyly tucked her hair behind her ear. Perhaps her world would really become different. But speaking of which, if Lin Chen left, no. If Gutian left, then she really had nothing to miss about Jiangzhou anymore. Evening. Qiao's villa. The courtyard is filled with wreaths, the air thick with white candles. Who did this? Who did this? Who the hell did this? My daughter. My daughter. Looking at the water-soaked sack, inside which his daughter had long lost her life, Qiao Lao-san cried heartbrokenly. Around were dozens of bodies covered with white cloth. Qiao's men wore white flowers, their faces pale and sweating, too terrified to look at the scene. They had followed Qiao Lao-san, flaunting their power for years, witnessing countless bloody storms, but had never seen such a scene. This was the most devastating downfall the Qiao family had ever faced. In the afternoon, Miss Qiao had taken a large group to deal with a man named Lin Chen. And now, in the evening, everyone had disappeared by the Jiangzhou River? The henchmen had been turned into sieves. Miss Qiao had been drowned alive in a sack? And the terrifying part was, even now, the entire Qiao family hadn't even seen a shadow of the opponent. How horrifying could this be? This was not an ordinary revenge, it was a destruction operation aimed at the Qiao family. An invisible hand was quietly swallowing the power of the Qiao family bit by bit. Find out for me. Who did this? I want their whole family to have no place to be buried. Xiao Lao-san had completely lost his mind. As his voice fell, a trembling subordinate stepped forward, voice shaking almost to tears. Third Master, we've investigated. What did you find? Xiao Lao-san suddenly grabbed his collar, radiating a terrifying aura. The subordinate swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down. Lin Shen, he is not an ordinary person. We can't find his records. According to witnesses, the people he brought were all trained soldiers. And the police station had completely replaced a batch of new faces this afternoon. Including hospital guards and traffic, all new people. Boom! Xiao Lao-san felt the world spinning, darkness closing in. But the pain of losing his daughter allowed for no retreat. I don't care. Even if he's the king of heaven. I will take revenge. Find out clearly. What identities do these people have? And where is this Lin Chen now? With Xiao Lao-san's roar, the entire Jiangzhou fell into unprecedented panic. Just as Xiao Lao-san mobilized all forces to search for Gu Tianzhi, the capital held a very special meeting. In the large conference room, 20 cabinet members were whispering and discussing the theme of the meeting. Hey! Old Wang! You came quite early. It's so late, everyone is coming, share a clue with us. How would I know? I just got the notice to come. You can't possibly not know. Your son plays so well with the crown prince, you should have some inside info, right? Exactly. Stop it. I haven't spoken a word to that rebellious son of mine for a long time, how would I know? After a long wait, the door to the conference room was slowly opened by a sharply dressed attendant. Everyone quickly looked toward the door. A dignified and tall figure stepped in, moving with steady steps. These cabinet members, every decision they made could sway the economy and people's lives. Yet at this moment, they all stood up in unison, gazing at this figure with utmost respect. Of course, this figure was none other than Gu Tian, the so-called Old Deng, elder father. The second generation of the Dragon Kingdom, the current second-in-command of the cabinet, Gu Feng. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Gu Feng slowly walked to the main seat and sat down, his voice not loud but imbued with authority. The next second, the large conference room erupted in applause like thunder. Then it fell silent again, each member tensing, waiting for this figure on stage to speak again. Gu Feng slowly opened the documents in front of him. The gaze stopped on the first page. The Jiangzhou University beating incident in Hanong province, I believe everyone has heard something about it, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below began to discuss eagerly. Some knew a little, some knew very little. But anyway, it was all thousands of kilometers away, no matter how big it was just a local event. But Gu Feng's next sentence immediately caused the audience below to explode. The one who was beaten is my son. As soon as the words fell, the large screen behind lit up suddenly. It displayed photos from the scene. Boom! Dozens of counselors widened their eyes in shock, staring at the screen at the young man with a bruised face being trampled by a girl. What the hell? The crown prince? The one who was beaten is old Gu's son? Oh my god. Chapter 20, Xin Yao, are you polite? Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, treated like this? Are the attackers still alive? No. Who are the counselors in this place? Shouldn't they choose their own burial plots now? All the counselors stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. This matter is simply a fantasy. Faced with the uproar, Gu Feng's expression was cold as he said in a deep voice. This incident happened in Jiangzhou. My son was surrounded, beaten, and humiliated by a group of underworld forces. Not only that, they also filmed videos and uploaded them online for entertainment. As far as I know, the police department and the university in Jiangzhou all chose silence. His voice was calm, but with every word that fell, the people below shivered. Everyone knew that old Gu's wrath was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the one who was beaten is old Gu's only son. Gu Tian. That legendary little devil of the world, little king of hell. At this moment, many counselors' faces suddenly turned very ugly, some even began to tremble. Some had previously reported Gu Tian's bad behavior in front of the previous generation. And this scene now seemed to be directed at them. Ladies and gentlemen. Gu Feng slowly stood up, scanning the counselors below. This matter is not just about my son. The underworld forces in Jiangzhou are rampant: campus bullying, local dereliction of duty. This is a tumor, and I believe many places have similar issues. Now is the time to address it. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience felt a chill down their spines. They understood. Jiangzhou was finished. But what shocked them even more was old Gu's attitude. This was not just about taking revenge for his son, but to completely cleanse the local underworld system. While many counselors were immersed in shock, secretaries began distributing the drafted documents from Gu Jun to the counselors below. The cover boldly read: Proposal for a special campaign against underworld forces throughout the Dragon Country. The document's content pointed directly at all underworld forces in the Dragon Country. The counselors quickly unfolded the documents, and many people's expressions changed instantly when they saw the first item. First item: start from Jiangzhou, launch a comprehensive operation to eliminate underworld forces. Dig deep into hidden underworld forces across the regions, eradicate them thoroughly, and investigate their backers. Second item. Third item. The more the counselors read, the more frightened they became. This is not an ordinary anti-crime operation, but an unprecedented thorough investigation. Looking at the proposal that Gu Jun had signed, who dared to disagree? I'm so angry. These underworld forces are so rampant? I agree with this proposal. I agree too. Agreed. Gu Jun's proposal from Hannan province is to the point. I think he should be the leader of the special action team. Agreed. I agree too. Meanwhile, after learning that the cabinet meeting in Kyoto approved his proposal, Gu Jun was so excited he slapped the table. This big brother's congratulatory gift is simply too big. Not only does it allow him to show off as a newly appointed official, but it also directly places him in charge of the special anti-crime team. It was like putting the opportunity to enter the cabinet right into his mouth. If this operation successfully unfolds on a large scale, his next step could lead him directly to the level of a cabinet member. With Gu Jun's orders being issued one after another, a large number of investigation teams, police members, and anti-terrorism units were urgently dispatched to Jiangzhou. In addition, the bank immediately locked down the Qiao family's organized crime activities, freezing their funds and sealing their properties. All illegal assets were confiscated according to the law. Late at night, trending topics flooded major social media platforms, igniting the entire Long Nation's online community. Hashtag shocking. The victim in the Jiangzhou beating incident is, in fact, the Prince of Kyoto, Gu Qiao. Hashtag members of the Qiao family's criminal force exposed. Hashtag wow. The Qiao family has really hit a wall this time. Hashtag the most mysterious Prince of Kyoto appears. The person beaten in Jiangzhou turns out to be him. Hashtag the whole internet is in tears. Gu Qiao from Kyoto is so pitiful, bullied by organized crime. Hashtag. As these trending topics skyrocketed, thousands of netizens flooded into the comments section. Whoa! Gu Lao's son? Damn! So arrogant. Turns out Gu Lao's son, like us, can also be bullied. What the hell? These criminals are so rampant? They dare to bully Gu Qiao? Damn it! Prince Gu Qiao is too low-key, right? Inside the Jiangzhou International Hotel, watching the trending topics and the comments filled with sympathy, Gu Tian revealed a long-lost smile. This is exactly the effect he wanted to see. His father's status is high, and this time the fermentation of public opinion only adds more to his esteem in the hearts of the people. As the son, he should be of prominent status. Yet he is being bullied by organized crime in Jiangzhou? Doesn't that just highlight the contrast? Especially those members of the assembly in Kyoto, their respect for his father and the Gu family will surely rise another level. The most important thing is, he can reshape his image in the power circles of Kyoto. As for the Qiao family later, whether he wipes them out entirely or not, even if this spreads, no one will dare to criticize him. At this moment, the bathroom door slowly opened, steam billowing out. Qiao stepped out wearing a pure white hotel bathrobe. The bathrobe outlines her delicate figure, with the neckline slightly open, revealing her collarbone and fair skin. Any man would have their thoughts wandering. Seeing Gu Tian half lying on the sofa, playing on his phone, completely forgetting to bring her clothes. Qiao raised her small face and sweetly said, "My dear Gu Qiao, did you forget my clothes?" If it were any other girl, she would definitely not walk out in a bathrobe, especially in front of a man. But Qiao and Gu Tian were simply too familiar. In her heart, the two were like the most tacit friends, sometimes even overlooking each other's gender. So she had no guard against Gu Tian and was completely unaware of how much her current outfit could make one fantasize. Gu Tian turned his head at the sound, nearly spilling the red wine in his glass. This scene was truly delightful. It's in the bedroom wardrobe, you go get it yourself. As Gu Tian spoke, he tried hard to avoid looking at her slightly open bathrobe. But the little girl was completely oblivious to her own power, instead. Qiao directly covered her mouth, her clear beautiful eyes wide open. Oh my god. The entire wardrobe was filled with top luxury brand clothes, not even a price tag removed. Chanel, Dior, Givenchy, Hermes, Armani. Just one piece of clothing probably costs more than her entire year's scholarship. She originally thought it was just a few ordinary clothes, maybe a bit more expensive than what she usually wore, but she never expected it to be this top-tier brand? Are these clothes all prepared for me? Gu Tian sat lazily on the sofa, casually swirling a glass of red wine. Just pick a few to wear. A drop of water will be rewarded with a fountain of grace. At that moment, he decided in his heart. Gu Tian would fulfill all of Qiao's dreams of wealth and luxury for the rest of her life. Just pick a few? Qiao was completely stunned. This is top luxury goods, and he said it so casually? She felt she couldn't understand the world of a wealthy heir at all. 10 minutes later. Qiao walked out of the bedroom wearing a white short-sleeve shirt, tight jeans, and white Chanel sneakers. In an instant, she transformed from an ordinary girl into a fashionable rich girl. If she didn't walk so timidly, one wouldn't even know she was a regular girl. How does this look? Qiao's heartbeat quickened, and for some reason, a sudden feeling of happiness surged in her heart. Since childhood, no one had ever bought her clothes. Her clothes were either old ones or picked up cheaply at night markets. No one had ever prepared clothes for her that were so thoughtfully chosen, with sizes and styles that fit her perfectly. Not bad, it suits you well. Gu Tian set down his wine glass and stood up, looking at Qiao with interest. Let's go, we're going for dinner, they've already prepared the feast. We won't be eating any more rotating hot pot to improve our meals. Qiao's little face turned slightly red, unsure if it was shyness or an indescribable emotion welling up inside her. Before, every time she received her part-time salary, she would invite Gu Tian out to eat. With limited funds, the two could only go for rotating hot pot. It must be said, Qiao was suited to wear this fresh style. No need for too many embellishments, nor expensive jewelry, just this simple outfit was enough to make people unable to look away. Qiao paused for a moment, feeling as if a certain place in her heart had been gently touched, tingling all over. Then she bowed her head and softly replied with a hum, quickly following behind Gu Tian. The two arrived at the top restaurant in Jiangzhou International Hotel. After being seated, Qiao stared blankly at the lavish dinner laid out before her. Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, abalone sashimi, top-grade steak, bird's nest porridge. The drinks were even Romani Conti, just one bottle would start at several $100,000 in an auction. She had never seen such a spread, nor had she ever dreamed of it. And that's not all, 5 or 6 trained waiters stood nearby, their eyes gentle, always ready to provide meticulous service, almost waiting to feed her directly. Qiao felt completely frozen, her delicate hands awkwardly resting on her lap. Do you usually eat like this? Gu Tian lazily glanced at her. In my memory, this is just everyday life. Qiao. She felt her worldview was being completely refreshed. But what Gu Tian said was the truth. In the Gu family villa, there were countless servants and staff. There were people serving dishes even while eating. When he was young, servants would feed him. Later, as he grew older, he always ran about and often stayed at his family's Tianqi hotel. The waiters there were just the same. Every time he ate, it always attracted a lot of attention. On the other side, Gu Jun led the investigation team along with a large number of police officers to Jiangzhou. Their vehicles were all stopped at the service area. Sorry, you cannot enter Jiangzhou now. A young man with a buzz cut spoke expressionlessly from the toll booth, pointing at the large number of government cars behind the investigation team. This was an order from Gu Qiao. The entire Jiangzhou city was taken over, and strict controls were placed on entering and exiting vehicles to prevent members of the criminal world, like Qiao Laosan, from escaping. It also aimed to prevent him from calling for reinforcements and to stop outsiders from intervening in the matter. Hearing this, the inspection team members were instantly furious. What the heck? When our inspection team appears, not even a small toll booth worker can stand in our way, not even the mayor of Jiangzhou would dare. Who gave you the courage to stop our vehicle? Don't you know who is sitting in the cars behind? Why? We are from the investigation team. The inspection staff immediately took out their inspection work license. In his mind, he could only imagine the toll booth worker being shocked and quickly apologizing. But to his surprise, the young man did not show any emotion and directly took out a walkie-talkie to report. In less than 10 seconds, a large number of anti-terror vehicles and a swarm of anti-terror team members all gathered towards this side. The angry inspection staff's eyes instantly became clear. Comrade, may I ask which unit you are from? So I can report back to our leaders in the car. The young man with the buzz cut remained expressionless. Sorry, no comment. Over here. Gu Jun in the car had become a bit impatient. Ignoring the secretary's advice, he got out of the car directly. What's going on? What's going on? Is Jianzhou so arrogant? They won't even let our vehicles through? As soon as he got out of the car, he was instantly left speechless. No doubt. They were surrounded by a dense crowd of black-clad individuals wearing black masks and tactical gear. Even the anti-terror captain he brought bowed his head, not daring to look at these people directly. No. Have other units already taken over Jianzhou? Gu Jun's heart suddenly tightened as he slowly walked over. Not far away. Lang Feng had already turned the inspection team and police officers into subordinates. Jianzhou had already been taken over by their cabinet special operations group. At this critical moment, you still dare to force your way in? Are you in cahoots with Jianzhou's criminal forces? Hello, may I ask which unit you are from? Which unit sent you to Jianzhou? Gu Jun walked directly towards Lang Feng, his expression very displeased. Which unit is so arrogant that they don't even greet him and directly come to execute missions in his jurisdiction? Little did he expect. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lang Feng pulled out the Cabinet Special Operations Group's credentials and held them up in front of him. Boom! Gu Jun's expression changed from displeasure to astonishment, and then to complete shock. You are. Before he could finish speaking, his gaze fell on Lang Feng's badge. What? Longyu Special Forces. This is the personal guard of the leader. The highest level secret protective force directly under the cabinet. And now, this top-tier secret force actually appeared in Jiangzhou? What's even more terrifying is that the leader never mentioned sending the Longyu Special Forces to Jiangzhou. This was clearly the work of his big nephew. It's over. It's over. Gu Jun felt cold sweat on his forehead, and the hairs on his back stood up. He finally realized what his big nephew meant by sending him a great gift. According to Longyu's style, once they take action, they would never hesitate, absolutely a lightning strike. So, wouldn't the Qiao family be devastated? His anti-crime special team had just been formed. They hadn't even started to gather the specific evidence against the Qiao family. If the Qiao family were to be slaughtered by the Longyu Special Forces right now, he still checks for no reason? What evidence does he want to collect? What achievements can he get from this operation? Excuse me. Have you already started to take action? Also, is the person commanding you Gu Tian? Seeing Gu Jun's nervous expression, the other members of parliament beside him were shocked, raised their heads in disbelief. What kind of unit is this? Even Governor Gu is this scared? But they were also relieved. Fortunately, they had not clashed with the other side just now. Cold Peak, under the black mask, had a gaze as sharp as a knife, putting the credentials into the tactical pocket, and coldly said, "Sorry, no comment." Gu Jun. Having been thwarted, he couldn't even get angry. Of course, he also had no right to be angry. After moving away from the crowd, he immediately bent down and dialed his nephew's phone. "Hello, my dear nephew. Your second uncle has received your generous gift, it's really too precious. Can you let your second uncle enter Jianzhou now? Can second uncle help you take revenge? You don't need to get involved in the Qiao family's matters, they're just a bunch of flies and sparrows, really, it would just dirty your hands." Gu Jun's tone was respectful, putting the monarch before kin. To strike a criminal gang and directly mobilize the Dragon U Special Forces? That's no different from using an anti-aircraft gun to shoot a mosquito. To give a simple example, mobilizing so many police officers to Jiangzhou is simply to fear that these criminal gangs would rise against them. But the Dragon U Special Forces is different. Once the criminal elements resist, the Dragon U Special Forces only needs a detailed coordinate. A meteor will appear in the sky. Hearing his uncle's words, the person on the other end of the telephone burst into laughter. "All right, uncle, just say it, let's talk about the conditions." "Nephew. You state the conditions. I'll agree to anything. If your father has any intentions towards you, I will inform you at the first moment. No matter what happens, your second uncle will stand by you unconditionally. Even if you make a mistake and poke a hole in the sky. Your uncle will also support you unconditionally, and if your father punishes you, I will be the first to oppose him. If he dares to act recklessly like this again, your second uncle, I will sever ties with him." To be honest, Gu Tian had no conditions to discuss with his uncle. He just wanted to have a little fun with his uncle, since the goal was already achieved. Moreover, since his uncle's tone was so pleading, what else could he say? "All right, uncle, we will discuss the conditions in detail later. I will let them allow you to enter Jiangzhou now." "Oh, my dear nephew is the best. Just for the sentence, from now on, when you come to Handong province, just give me a call." I will personally go to the airport to carry you home. As soon as Gu Jun hung up the phone, Cold Peak received the call and immediately gave them clearance to pass. Just like that, an imposing convoy entered Jiangzhou territory. On the other side. Impossible, impossible, how can this be? Qiao Laosan sat on the sofa, trembling hands holding the phone, his face as pale as a ghost. The video showed either. #shocked. The victim of the Jiangzhou beating incident is actually the Prince of Kyoto. #Qiao Laosan is panicked. The terminators of evil forces are taking action. Jiangzhou is about to undergo a big reshuffle. #. The dark secrets of the Qiao family are exposed. Once a local emperor, today a lamb to be slaughtered. #. Or all the police officers in Jiangzhou singing the song of iron bars in a row. To be honest, he had felt that the person his daughter had provoked before, Lin Chen, was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't keep suffering losses. But who could have thought that the other party's background completely shattered his understanding? In the video on the screen, those fully armed men in black, holding the truth, blocking traffic and sealing the police station. This is clearly not a crackdown on crime. This is obviously a massacre. The most terrifying part was that written clearly on the black-clad men's badges was Dragon U Special Forces. Thud. Qiao Laosan's phone slipped from his hand, unable to hold it steady. He directly fell to the ground. At this moment, he truly wanted to find a rope and hang himself from the rafters. At the same time, the thugs who followed Third Master Qiao were all scared out of their wits. Third Master. Third Master. The special forces are outside. The truth is already loaded. Third Master. Should we run away? Some of the clever thugs had already started packing their bags, grabbing cash, and preparing to flee. But as soon as they drove into the city, they were captured alive by Gu Tian's men. Under the dark muzzle of the gun, these fleeing thugs immediately wet themselves, not daring to make a sound, trembling as they squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Big brother. I was wrong. Please, give me a way to live. I still have a wife and kids at home. I don't even want to be mixed up with the Qiao family. It was Third Master Qiao who forced me to follow him. However, the black-clad team remained unmoved, their guns never shifting. In the end, these people were taken away by black escort cars, one by one. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. Third Master Qiao understood this very well. Just the identity of the Prince of Kyoto alone explains everything. At the Jiangzhou Hotel. Report to young Master Gu. The Qiao family estate has been sealed, and all those who try to escape have been captured. Should we launch an attack next? A man in black entered Gu Tian's room and stood at attention. Oh? They didn't resist? Gu Tian lazily sat up from the bed. Xiao Na was so arrogant, relying on her father to do whatever she pleased. How come now her father doesn't even try to make a move? This is truly boring. No resistance, no one fought back on the scene, the man in black said bitterly. To be honest, in all the past missions, no matter how high the position or how strong the influence of the opponent was, just hearing the name of the Dragon Guard Special Forces was enough to scare them half to death. Not to mention with the son of old Master Gu involved. Now, a mere local black and white force? Dare to resist? Ha, not only will their 9 generations be wiped out, but even their next life will be completely erased. Chapter 23, The Arrest Scene. For the citizens of Jiangzhou. Such a big event definitely had to be watched. No one could refuse to watch a large number of special forces carrying out a mission. So many people specifically came to watch. The Qiao family villa happened to be located by the Jiangzhou riverbank. Although it was already late at night, the opposite side of the river was already filled with onlookers, wearing slippers and pajamas, some even holding watermelons. Oh my! Have you heard? Third Master Qiao offended the Prince of Kyoto. Is it true? The Prince of Kyoto? Old Master Gu's son? No wonder the counter-terrorism forces are here. This isn't even a counter-terrorism force. Does a counter-terrorism force have such good equipment? Good heavens! The Prince of Kyoto could destroy Third Master Qiao with just a sneeze, why mobilize such a large force? Hey, don't stand there, that's the spot where Qiao Na's body will be recovered. Put. How unlucky. At the same time, a large number of police officers who had been dispatched from other places also arrived. Seeing this scene in front of them, their mouths instantly dropped open. Their members were holding pistols. But the black-clad counter-terrorism team members were holding assault rifles, and some even had rocket launchers? In the presidential suite. Nephew. My dear nephew. Please give uncle a chance, okay? Let me handle this matter, okay? Looking at the sleepy-eyed Gu Tian, Gu Jun sat beside the bed, pleading eagerly. At this moment, he truly admired his nephew. When their investigation team first started looking into the Qiao family's black and white operations, Gu Tian's subordinates had already brought over a lot of well-organized files. They had even captured those involved with the Qiao family's black and white operations. The whole investigation team and the police officers who had been dispatched were completely stunned. The speed and efficiency of the operation were incredibly high. They came all the way here, and everything was ready for them to simply pick up the results? Uncle. That Qiao-san didn't run away, he's still in the Qiao family villa, the documents and charges are all sorted out, you can just bring people to arrest him. Gu Tian sat up against the headboard while yawning. He had just slept for 2 hours when his second uncle called him up again. It's not that simple, my big nephew, you make it sound easy, but without your orders, they won't let us in. Haven't they tried to go in and arrest him? But before they even got close to the Qiao family villa, they were stopped by the members of the Longyu Special Forces. Hey, big nephew, don't sleep anymore, why don't you just go with me? At least let Qiao-san die knowing the truth. Seeing Gu Tian's eyelids drooping heavily, Gu Jun suddenly panicked and urged again. Okay, I'll go. Second uncle. This is what you owe me, remember? I gave you all the documents and files, all the big fish and small fish, saved you so much effort. Oh. I remember. Thank you, big nephew. And so it was. After getting up and dressing neatly, Gu Tian sat in his second uncle's white A8 and headed for the Qiao family villa. Behind him followed a large number of police cars. Over here, inside the Qiao family villa, the lights were bright, but at this moment, the brightness felt frighteningly dead. Xiao Lao-san had gone mad, binding himself piece by piece under the terrified gaze of several loyal subordinates. He had no other choice left. Originally, he planned to obediently surrender. The opponent could crush him as easily as stepping on an ant. But then he thought, if he died, what would happen to his daughter's death? So even if he killed someone, it was a comfort to his daughter's spirit in heaven. However, he didn't dare to directly pick up the gun. The people opposite are not ordinary police officers, once they see him as a threat, they would definitely turn him into a sieve. Since I'm going to die, I'll take a few with me. Xiao Lao-san, with a grim face, connected the last fuse together. He made his fortune from mining, and blasting technology was a piece of cake for him. Of course, these explosives were also his strongest trump card in Jiangzhou, where he had built a huge network of official and commercial connections. When the investigation team came to Jiangzhou to investigate, as soon as they checked into the hotel, he sent his subordinates, fully wrapped in explosives, to greet them. The next day, the investigation team left in disgrace. So, Jiangzhou's waters have never been something ordinary people could stir up. But this time, the other side didn't even show their face and just drained Jiangzhou's waters? He bet all his fortune but had no qualification for even the most basic resistance? Captain, we can just charge in, and after we finish, we can still have a late-night snack. A black-clad team member couldn't help but ask Leng Feng. Right now, surrounding is not a solution. A mere local gang of thugs. Their small team could blow up the Qiao family villa easily. Yet now, they're making such a big fuss? Don't rush, wait for young Master Gu's order. Leng Feng said solemnly. He also had no idea in his heart. Maybe young Master Gu had dinner too well? Is sleeping? Or has he already forgotten about this? If young Master Gu doesn't give the order, they can only act like this. Just then, a loud noise came from the riverbank opposite. Dozens of police officers quickly ran over to maintain order at the scene. They saw multiple autos with sirens blaring, with an A8 slowly coming this way. At such a moment, the crowd instantly erupted. Many stretched their necks to look inside the car. Such a big scene must be a big shot. Big nephew, it's all about you. Gu Jun said with a smile while holding the steering wheel. He always had a driver wherever he went. This time he was acting as a driver for his big nephew. I don't know, probably just curious. Gu Tian yawned and casually pressed down the window halfway. In that instant, a wave of exclamations erupted outside. The crowd along the riverbank was in an uproar. Damn! It's him! My God! Am I seeing things? Isn't that the prince they said on the news? Damn! Is he really the prince? Look at all this fuss and grandeur. Heavens! I'm actually breathing the same air as the prince. Many onlookers were left dumbfounded, exclamations rising one after another. Some who were live streaming saw the earlier moment cause their channels to wildly surge to over 100,000 viewers. Directly showing up on the social media trending list. Hashtag shocked. The Kyoto prince is on site to capture Qiao-san's criminal gang hashtag. Fortunately, Gu Tian quickly rolled up the car window. Oh wow! It really is about you. Gu Jun teased. Gu Tian's lips curled into a lazy smile, fingers gently tapping on the window edge. They're not really here to see me, mainly they want to see Qiao Lao San one last time. After arriving at the scene, Gu Tian got out of the car and headed straight for the Qiao family villa. Cold Fong was so scared he waved his hand, and a dense crowd of black-clothed warriors surrounded him, not letting him move an inch. Gulps. Gu Jun swallowed a mouthful of shocked saliva. No way. Is he just going in like that? My nephew is too fierce. Chapter 24, The Death of Qiao Lao San. Don't come any closer. Don't you dare come any closer. Qiao San held two little brothers hostage, crazily shouting at Gu Tian and others while pressing the detonator. The two little brothers were already scared pale, their legs trembling. No. San Yi. Didn't you say it was just a show? You can't really blow it up. Damn. San Yi. Surrender. It's meaningless. It's meaningless. Oh wow. So you are Qiao Lao San? Gu Tian said without flushing or missing a heartbeat as he walked forward. Around him, even black-clad men and snipers within a radius of 500 meters were panicked like dogs. What the hell is going on? In fact, as long as Gu Xiao gives a command, they could kill this Qiao San in a minute, as simple as pie. But Gu Xiao did not give them any instructions? This feeling is like a cat catching a mouse, but playing with it first before eating it. Seeing Gu Tian, Qiao Lao San shuddered and instinctively began to retreat. Gu Tian's eyes were filled with more amusement, his voice chilling and spine-tingling. I heard you are quite arrogant. I heard you run wild in Jiangzhou, no one dares to mess with you? Oh right, have you found your daughter? Every word drilled into Qiao Lao San's ears, making his breaths heavier. For the first time, he felt a fear that came from his bones. The identity, background, and methods of the person before him completely crushed him. A single finger could crush his entire family. You, don't come any closer. If you come any closer. Seeing Qiao Lao San on the verge of collapse, Gu Jun panicked and rushed to grab Gu Tian, trying to stop him from advancing. That guy is strapped with so many explosives, it looks dangerous and is truly not safe. And he also held the detonator, with two hostages tucked under his elbow. If this explodes. Good lord. Jiangzhou would be served, and Kyoto too? Under Gu Jun's urging, the negotiation expert hurriedly stepped forward to start negotiations. Qiao Lao San stood firm against all attempts, refusing to release the hostages. Or he would only trade the two hostages for his two little brothers. Thus, the negotiation reached a deadlock stage. At this moment, Cold Phone came over with several documents and called Gu Tian to the back. The documents prominently showed the criminal history and charges related to the two little brothers held hostage by Qiao Lao San. Any single charge could easily fill up a bowl of peanuts. Gu Tian glanced down, suddenly raising his head and slamming the documents onto Cold Phone. With these charges, why waste words with him? All of them are heinous criminals. Bring the rocket launcher. As soon as these words were said, the scene fell silent for 3 seconds. Cold Phone. Black-clad team members. Everyone thought they had misheard. Gu Xiao, are you serious? Cold Phone carefully tugged at the edge of his mask, cautiously asking. Gu Tian glanced at him, raised an eyebrow. Do I look like I'm joking? Lang Feng sucked in a cold breath and immediately waved his hand. Go! Bring the rocket launcher to young Master Gu. Two black-clad team members immediately ran towards the special vehicle behind them, pulling out a black, long metal box. Another one took out the rocket launcher from inside. Gu Tian took it, slung it over his shoulder, and walked straight forward. The negotiation expert in front was still desperately talking. Suddenly, he noticed that old Third Qiao's expression had turned completely terrified, and he kept backing away. Everyone turned around to look and were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their heads. Holy damn! A rocket launcher? No! Did he just sentence him to death directly? Run! Keep a safe distance. Damn! Nephew! At least interrogate him first. Gu Jun took a step forward to try to stop it, but the next second, he was pulled away by others. Old Third Qiao. Take care. Gu Tian directly pulled the trigger. Boom! The rocket shot out with a long tail of fire, heading straight for old Third Qiao. The negotiation expert, who had been pleading earnestly just a second ago, was so shocked that he jumped up on the spot. He had worn his mouth out, and what happened? They fired a rocket launcher directly? Give me peanuts. Old Third Qiao let out the most desperate scream of his life. The next second, a deafening explosion. The fire burst out, and the huge sound shook the sky. The massive shockwave knocked many people at the scene to the ground. Even Gu Tian was thrown a meter away. Nearby police officers maintaining order were even more shocked, their worldview shattered by the loud noise. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Wow! Is that really a rocket launcher? No! If we had this equipment, wouldn't suppressing the black and evil forces be a dimensional strike? My god! To actually see the black evil forces physically transcended by a rocket launcher in my lifetime. Worth it! After a while, the smoke cleared. The crowd finally staggered up from the ground, brushing the dust off themselves, their heads buzzing. Who could have thought, to handle a black evil force, they'd pull out a rocket launcher? Young Master Gu. Young Master Gu. Long Feng reacted first. A large group of black-clad team members rushed over to help him up. Gu Tian stood up, covered in dust, his hair even slightly spiked up. Cough cough cough. The rocket launcher has quite a lot of power. What model is this? I like it. He then dug in his ear and turned to Lang Feng. Next time we use the rocket launcher, remind me to wear earplugs. Long Feng. The police officers were even more dumbfounded. Young Master Gu. Can we prioritize our own safety? If something happens to you, the execution ground would have to switch to machine guns. Gu Jun, who had just regained his composure and saw the Qiao family mansion turned into a sea of flames, almost fainted on the spot. It's over. It's over. How the hell do I write this report? I can't just write that the young master's nephew launched a rocket at the black evil force, right? He looked at the time and quickly dialed his older brother's number. Beep beep beep. The phone was answered, and Gu Jun patted his dust-covered hair, his face full of bitterness. Big brother, cough cough. The Qiao family is gone. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line, followed by Gu Feng's voice, calm and deep. I know. Let Gu Tian handle it. There's no way the Qiao family will survive. Gu Jun. So, what should we do about this? Gu Feng smiled meaningfully, asked Gu Tian about it. With that, he hung up, leaving Gu Jun staring at the chaotic scene of the Qiao family villa burning in the distance. Nephew! Nephew! You've done it like this. What am I supposed to do with the reports from my subordinates? Gu Tian slowly pressed the car window, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. What else? Old Third Qiao was tied up with hostages, and then the mansion's gas line accidentally exploded. Gas explosion? Do you think people are fools? Alright, second uncle, I'm going back to the hotel to sleep. Lang Feng, inform logistics to help them clean up the aftermath. Lang Feng, yes. Young master. Gu Jun? So, under Gu Jun's bewildered gaze, Gu Tian calmly got into the A8 and left the scene with ease. Chapter 25, The End of Jiangzhou. The next morning, the entire Dragon Kingdom's social media exploded. A series of explosive trending topics appeared on the list like cannonballs and skyrocketed rapidly. Hashtag shock. The Qiao family's evil forces in Jiangzhou were taken down by the Prince of Kyoto in one blow. Hashtag Jiangzhou's major crackdown on organized crime. The Qiao family annihilated. The Prince of Kyoto hates evil like a hero. Hashtag. For a moment, all social media was going crazy. In the video footage, there were only side or background shots of Gu Tian standing at the scene, talking with the police members. Especially when he stood up covered in dust and ash after the explosion, the cameraman captured him from various angles. They filmed his tired figure, but didn't capture his face. Without a doubt, netizens were in an uproar. What? Is this really the Prince of Kyoto? The Prince of Kyoto is also at the scene? The shooting angle is amazing, not showing his face makes it even more mysterious. Oh my. So dangerous? It's even on fire? The prince actually came in person? Give the cameraman a bad review. Basically retiring from the photography industry. Many netizens frantically searched for a clear photo of Gu Tian, but couldn't find a single one. At the same time, Jiangzhou City issued a relevant announcement. Regarding the formal destruction of the Qiao family's evil forces, the involved members will also face serious consequences. And all departments in Jiangzhou would undergo a complete reshuffle and replacement. Many citizens applauded this result. Some even posted videos saying the prince is like a great justice elder. But the netizens' focus was on the true power and capital oppression. And who would have thought the Prince of Kyoto was actually studying at Jiangzhou University? Moreover, how could the Qiao family be so arrogant, yet couldn't even last a minute? At Jiangzhou International Hotel. In the presidential suite. Gu Tian sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the scene of luxury cars driving in below. These people were not here to pick someone up, but to specially send him off. Young Master Gu, it's time to head back to Kyoto. Tang Lan smiled as she walked over and handed him a glass of wine. The people of Jiangzhou regard you as a hero. In just 2 days, you changed the fate of a city. Gu Tian swirled the wine glass and chuckled softly. Thank you, but it's just removing harm for the people. He knew very well that Jiangzhou was just a small appetizer. At the same time, in the Gu family villa. In the study, a stack of thick files was neatly arranged on the beautifully carved desk, and Gu Feng was earnestly reviewing them. At this moment, the study door was gently pushed open. A poised and elegant noblewoman held a cup of steaming tea, her every movement exuding grace and poise of a prominent family. Do you think this time, you didn't consider Xiao Tian's feelings? Hearing this, Gu Feng paused his pen and chuckled softly. Feelings? I guessed his feelings the moment he returned to Jiangzhou. To say the least. Although he guessed his son's feelings. What his son did undoubtedly elevated his prestige to an unprecedented height. In the eyes of the public, he appeared lofty, with an aura of authority and mystery. But now? His son was living an ordinary life in Jiangzhou, enduring hardships, humiliated underfoot. In the end, not only did he eradicate the evil forces with his own hands, but he also used a thunderous method to break through Jiangzhou's order and returned in glory. These events undoubtedly further solidified his prestige, showing the outside world not only the power from above, but also someone who rose from ordinary life and returned to ordinary life. Qianhui covered her nose lightly, amused by her husband's words, her beautiful eyes shining with tenderness and pride. So, you're saying, our son has at least changed? Changed? Ha, he just learned to play cat and mouse. Gu Feng gently lifted his teacup, took a sip, and continued, however, he is indeed more mature than before. Qianhui nodded, a trace of comfort appearing on her face. The child has grown up, that's always a good thing. I plan to give him another 5 billion. Help him invest in a startup project. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng instantly became anxious and quickly waved his hand. No. Starting a business is not possible, he has already been admitted to Kyoto University. Let's let him finish his studies first. Looking at her husband's determined gaze, Qianhui nodded. That afternoon, the cabinet and the Xinlong Society officially released a joint announcement and publicly revealed 2 major decisions. The first, legislative revisions on campus bullying. The proposal clearly states that to protect student health, regardless of age, any confirmed bullying behavior will be severely punished according to the Dragon Law, with severe cases facing the death penalty. No bullying will result in death penalty. The second, plan for an 8-month anti-organized crime special operation. Effective immediately, the cabinet established a special inspection team led by Comrade Gu Jun to carry out large-scale checks across various regions and conduct corresponding surveys. Once these 2 decisions were announced, they immediately triggered crazy media coverage. All eyes from the outside world were on Gu Tian. The mysterious young prince makes a move, and the cabinet directly produces 2 brand new decisions? Netizens discussed passionately, and the comments section exploded. I can't believe it. The prince is ruthless. He made the cabinet revise the proposal overnight? This is a true big shot. What AK or WZY, what Kyoto rich second generation? Only Gu Xiao is the real young master. This is great. Who will dare to mess with the underworld now? Who will dare to bully? Just eat peanuts. Wait. Does anyone have a clear photo of the prince's face? Late at night, Kyoto International Airport was brightly lit, surrounded by multiple layers of security barriers. Atop the terminal building, the glint of a sniper's scope flashed occasionally. Around, security personnel holding the truth patrolled silently. In the sky, a special plane adorned with the image of 9 dragons slowly descended. This flight was the private plane of the first-generation Lin Guoxian returning from visiting other countries. As the plane came to a stop, the cabin door slowly opened, and a figure with a graceful demeanor appeared at the top of the stairs. The crowd of delegates below all shouted in unison, Lin Lao, you've worked hard. You all have worked hard too. Lin Guoxian's eyes fiercely swept over everyone, his tone calm and steady. After speaking, he was escorted by guards into the car. Watching the escorting convoy leave, the delegates sighed in relief. Some quietly returned to their cars to leave, while many more gathered together to whisper. You see, Lin Lao's original overseas visit was supposed to last 2 months. Now he returned a month early, which must have deeper meaning. As cabinet members, they knew that once you enter the officialdom, it's as deep as the ocean, any wind or stir could lead to huge waves. What happened? Was Lin Lao's foreign visit not so smooth? It shouldn't be. Looking at Lin Lao's gentle expression, the visit should have gone smoothly. Could it be that the 2 decisions newly released by Gu Lao are at odds with Lin Lao's related ideas? That shouldn't be. These 2 decisions align with people's hearts. There shouldn't be any big issues. Oh, stop discussing it, it's of no meaning. Do you think Lin Lao went to see his daughter during this visit? I don't know that. I don't even know what Lin Lao's daughter is called. Her name is Lin Shusi. Remember it, write it down in your little notebook. Chapter 26, Where to Tie the Old Slave is Suitable. Isn't it, this is your home? Looking at the brilliantly decorated hotel in front of her, Shinyao's mouth fell wide open after getting out of the car, her little face full of shock. She thought Jianzhou International Hotel was impressive enough. Yet after arriving in Kyoto, Gu Tian brought her to this place. This dazzling building, surrounded by numerous guards standing firm with the truth, any sane person could realize that this hotel was not a place for ordinary individuals. Yes, it is, let's go. Gu Tian walked in front. Behind him, Tang Lan and Lang Feng pushed several suitcases. None of these belonged to Gu Tian. All of Shang Yao's things. No way. The little girl can't bear to throw this away, nor that away. This made Gu Tian feel quite helpless, since she still didn't realize his wealthy background, he might as well take everything. At the steps in front of Tianqi Hotel, there were already many waitresses dressed in OL black stockings standing. Seeing Gu Tian walk up the steps, they all sweetly exclaimed, "Hello, young Master Gu. Welcome home, young Master Gu." Such charming and respectful voices made Shang Yao instantaneously dazed. She hardly browsed Douyin. She didn't pay attention to news online. Even though it had been confirmed online that the Lin Chen who was beaten is the Prince of Kyoto and the son of old Master Gu. But she hadn't come across any of that. In her mind, Gu Tian was just a child from a wealthy family in Kyoto. As for how rich he was, she couldn't even imagine. Maybe a monthly living expense of 4,000 or 5,000 is the life of a rich young lord. As soon as Gu Tian entered the hotel lobby, Manager Xia rushed out of the elevator at full speed, almost losing his shoes. "Young Master Gu. You're back. I missed you so much." He watched Gu Tian grow up from a young age. At that time, Gu Tian often stayed out all night. Tianqi Hotel was like his second home. Of course, Tianqi Hotel is also owned by the Qian Group. The only different thing is that this hotel has a very complex clientele. All guests are either rich or noble. Many are members of the Kyoto Circle, or overseas guests who choose to stay here. "Oh, come on, why are you so excited? It's just been a year." Gu Tian pretended to be annoyed and pushed Manager Xia aside. "All right. Young Master Gu." Manager Xia immediately jumped back, smiling obsequiously, "Then where should I tie the old servant? Are the rooms all ready?" "Ready." Manager Xia nodded like he was smashing garlic. "How many rooms?" "2. Your room has never been touched, and there's a special princess suite prepared for Miss Shen." As Manager Xia reported this, the envious glances from the black stocking waitresses towards Shinyao were something to behold. Tianqi Hotel has very high recruitment standards. They not only need to have delicate looks and slim figures but also high educational backgrounds and connections. It's stricter than many airlines recruiting flight attendants. So they came here for interviews, partly to earn high salaries, and partly to gain the favor of the prince. If they were to catch the prince's eye, they could instantly reach the peak of life. What if they got pregnant with the prince's child? They dared not think about it anymore. That would be the blood of a dragon. A mother's worth is based on her child. Unfortunately, even though they worked so hard to impress, the prince had never even glanced at them. After entering the room, Shang Yao was as excited as a cheerful little bird. The black stocking waitresses brought up various fruit platters and drinks, kindly addressing Gu Tian as young Master Gu. Shang Yao imitated them, running to Gu Tian with a sweet voice. "I can't call you by your name anymore, should I call you young master from now on?" Looking at her adorable and innocent face, Gu Tian couldn't help but reach out to pinch her cheek, raising his eyebrows and smiling, "You can call me anything you want. Anyway, a drop of kindness deserves a burst of gratitude." Hearing this made Shang Yao's heart warm, her eyes turned red, fully enjoying Gu Tian's touch on her cheek. What kind of merit did she have to meet such a noble person? In that moment, had her fate been rewritten? From now on, she had to stay by his side and be doubly good to him. Thinking of this, Shang Yao suddenly raised her head, her clear eyes filled with determination. "Young Master Gu." "Oh. No. Young Master Gu. I will definitely follow you from now on and treat you twice as well." "Oh? Following me? How do you plan to treat me well?" Shang Yao puffed her cute lips, pondering for a few seconds, then spoke with youthful tenacity and firmness. "You have done me a kindness. Of course, I will repay you 1,000 times. I can serve you tea, give you massages, and I can, whatever you say, I will do it." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly became ambiguous. Shinyao also realized she had said something daring, and her little face instantly turned red. In such a scene, the two girls next to her, dressed in black stockings, looked on with faces full of envy. This girl is really too good at it. Could Gu Xiao really be falling for this? Would he give her a black card in return? If Gu Xiao buys this, then they should act a bit more cute in the future. Gu Tian was stunned for a moment. The other party's declaration of loyalty was indeed a bit too sudden. He hadn't done anything at all. Alright, since that's the case, will you listen to me from now on? I will listen. The girl had doubts all over her face but still nodded firmly. Good, since you're obedient, then go to school tomorrow. Jing University has already accepted you. Gu Tian casually handed the documents on the table to Qiao. As soon as she heard about going to school, the two girls in black stockings almost burst out laughing. A few sweet words to Gu Qiao resulted in, going to school? But the next second, upon hearing Jing University, both of them widened their beautiful eyes in shock. What? Jing University? Goodness, did a little cute act earn a notice from Jing University? Great. I'll go to Jing University to register tomorrow. Qiao nodded obediently. Now, Gu Tian had become an all-powerful big boy in her heart. Since he asked her to go to a top university for further studies, she would go obediently and not be a useless burden. After instructing Qiao about the shopping schedule for tomorrow, Gu Tian left the Tianqi Hotel and headed to the clubhouse. Wang Hao called to say he was back, and the circle in Kyoto instantly became lively again. Many privileged young ladies came to the clubhouse to attend to business. Even some people who had been overseas for a long time rushed back just to meet him and raise a toast. Brother Tian? Where are you? Hurry up! People from the Qin, Zhao, and Du families are all here. Each of them has become a top-level member. Opening the voice message, Wang Hao's excited voice came through. Okay, got it. Gu Tian pressed the gas, and a Ferrari SF90 disappeared down the street. Chapter 27, Gu Xiao's Daily Life. With a unique license plate and a limited edition luxury car, the road to the clubhouse was clear, and even the cameras malfunctioned when they saw the license plate. In less than 30 minutes, Gu Tian arrived at his destination. However, just as he turned the corner, the whole street suddenly began to play Welcome to Kyoto. The roads had already been cleared. More than 30 Cullinan cars spontaneously formed a welcoming convoy, and their lights flashed in Morse code. Congratulations on Gu Xiao's return. At the entrance of the clubhouse, seeing Gu Tian's car approach, Wang Hao picked up a loudspeaker and began to shout. Brothers and sisters, welcome our Gu Xiao back. In an instant, the crowd at the clubhouse entrance erupted in cheers, like a Stars support rally. Ah! Gu Xiao! It really is Gu Xiao! Gu Xiao! I just passed the lifeguard certification, does your pool need someone to fetch gold bars? Gu Xiao! Your license plate, Dragon A8888, is clearer than my life plan. Gu Xiao! The exhaust from your luxury car smells better than the perfume I'm wearing. Even the cleaning lady was waving her broom like a glow stick. Seeing such a festive scene, Gu Tian was shocked but quickly regained his composure. Just like before in Kyoto, those celebrating at the entrance were not qualified to enter the clubhouse, they could only attract his attention in this way. Maybe he would feel good one day. As Gu Tian stepped out of the car surrounded by bodyguards, the atmosphere reached its peak. These people wildly raised their hands and waved, as if they had seen the sun. However, hardly anyone pulled out their phones to take pictures or post on Douyin. I am afraid to disturb Gu Xiao's mood. There is also a signal jammer at the scene, so there is absolutely no network. Tian Gu. Everyone has come to welcome you. Wang Hao excitedly ran over, pointing to the people behind the barricade. Gu Tian snorted with a smile, didn't you call them here? He could easily see through Wang Hao's little tricks in business. It was clear that the news of his return to Kyoto was released by Wang Hao. Gu Xiao would come to the club tonight. Everyone came over to spend money. They had the chance to get a signed photo with Gu Xiao to use as a screensaver. Thus, there were all these excited socialites and handsome guys outside now shouting. Oh, it's all for business. If these people come in, wouldn't the business in the hall boom to the max? Gu Tian thought about it and agreed, nodding his head. Wang Hao suddenly turned around and shouted outside, great. Gu Xiao is in a good mood tonight. Everyone can come in to spend money. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard opened the barricade, and everyone cheered and rushed in. This spending was not just money. This spending was the ladder to the upper-class society. Just as Wang Hao said. Once they entered the bar's VIP room, various nobles' children came forward with raised glasses, their faces filled with worship. Gu Xiao! Gu Xiao! Do you still remember me? I'm the son of Director Sunday. Gu Xiao! Gu Xiao! Do you remember me? Back in high school, you beat me up. Oh. That one hit made me wake up, I never acted foolishly again. Gu Xiao! There's me too. You also beat me up. After so many years. That beating is still fresh in my memory. You changed my life. These people are all rich kids in the Kyoto circle, with parents deep within the system. However, in front of Gu Tian, they were all like younger brothers. I remember all of you. Gu Tian took the drink from the waiter, raised it high to signal, then took a sip. Seeing this, the crowd also raised their glasses in response and then drank it all in one go. It was quite a scene reminiscent of the Liangshan uprising. After drinking, of course, there had to be a photo-taking session. Of course, Gu Tian happily agreed. Entering the VIP room, everyone had contributed 10 million, he had to give them some face. But for these people, it wasn't just a photo, sometimes it could even serve as a life-saving token. Let's go, Tian go, let's continue, there are more people inside. Wang Hao grabbed Gu Tian's arm and pushed him further in. Damn, how many people did you invite? Just a moment ago, there were at least 500 in the hall. There were over 200 in this VIP room. And there are still more inside? By calculating this scale, good heavens. Tonight was bound to be a big win. Meanwhile, the finance minister of Kyoto was woken up in the middle of the night by a call from his secretary. As soon as it was answered, the secretary's excited screams came through. Minister! Our Kyoto GDP has suddenly started to surge. What? How could it suddenly surge? More details. The minister's eyes widened. Now the economy is a bit. It can't just become active out of nowhere? Yes. Tianqi Club. Tianqi Hotel. The Qian Group's industry. The secretary shouted through the phone. What? Tianqi Club? The minister gasped in surprise but quickly reacted. Good heavens. The Crown Prince is really amazing. Not long ago, he made all the underworld forces tremble in fear. Now, returning to Kyoto, he directly made this city's GDP grow. This is really remarkable. When Gu Tian opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. In his mind, there were only fragments of many people toasting him last night. Also, parts of how Tang Lan drove him back when he got drunk. At this moment. Knock knock knock. Come in. Gu Tian sat up groggily, leaning against the headboard. The door was pushed open, and a delicate little face quietly peeked in. Shenyao blinked her clear apricot eyes, searching for his figure. Gu Xiao? Young master? I'm here, I haven't gotten up yet. Seeing Gu Tian still lying in bed, Shenyao started running with light steps, holding a cup of warm water in her hand. Time to get up, the sun is about to shine on your backside. Gu Tian lazily reached out to rub her hair, his voice a bit hoarse from last night's drinking. Why are you here so early? How did you sleep last night? Shenyao lifted her small face, puffing out her cheeks. How can you even ask me about last night's sleep? Who made you drink so much last night? I and Sister Tang Lan took care of you all night. Gu Tian smiled awkwardly, he really didn't remember, but he still playfully pinched her cheek. Oh, really? Then I really must thank you. We must go for a nice stroll in Kyoto tonight. Yay! Shenyao twirled in excitement, making people's hearts soften. After eating at the hotel, the two of them drove to the most bustling shopping area in Kyoto. As soon as the car stopped, they began shopping, eating, and playing. While leaving the entertainment city, a jewelry store caught Gu Tian's attention. In his memory, this was an Hermes store. The owner was very nice, always bringing a truck of limited edition new products for him to choose from first. Hey, Shenyao, do you like jewelry? As soon as she heard this, Shenyao in the passenger seat panicked, quickly grabbing Gu Tian's shirt. I don't like it, not at all. Let's go back. I'm a bit tired. She was already scared by Gu Tian's terrifying spending habits. When he bought her a bag before, he asked her which one she didn't like. She had no idea what that meant and didn't know the prices of those bags, so she randomly pointed at a few she didn't like. Then Gu Tian waved his hand, bought everything except those few, and sent it all to Tianqi Hotel. A single swipe of the card. 3 million. Not to mention 3 million, even 1 million was an astronomical figure to her. So now she really didn't want to shop anymore, she just wanted to hurry back to the hotel. Chapter 28, I want them all. Oh, but I like it. Before Shenyao could react, Gu Tian put on sunglasses, opened the car door, and got out. How could a young girl not like jewelry? On the way to Kyoto, he casually threw away the plastic bracelet Shenyao had made before. It was time to buy her some truly luxurious and beautiful jewelry. Since Gu Tian wanted to buy, Shenyao naturally had no say in the matter and could only follow him in a daze. They walked into the jewelry store. A passionate salesperson came over. Are you two here to look at gold jewelry or other gems? Our jewelry store is newly opened and has a lot of great discounts. In the midst of speaking, her gaze scanned Shenyao's innocent face like an X-ray, then began to size up the man in sunglasses. The girl was beautiful and pure and her clothing was expensive. But her eyes were a bit evasive and cautious. But the man in sunglasses was different, he was calm and casual. Especially when he looked at those jewels, his actions were just like shopping in a market. So she analyzed, this man must be very wealthy. The girl might be a student, perhaps she was being supported by this man. And this man was possibly married or had a girlfriend, which is why he wore sunglasses. As such, her main target must be this girl. As long as she convinced the girl, with a little whining, the man would definitely pay, without hesitation. After all, if he hesitated just a bit, the original partner might come after them. Taking advantage of the fact that Gu Tian went to look at other counters, the salesperson leaned slightly, pulled out a beautiful necklace from the display, and held it up toward Qiao. This necklace was priced at 68,000 and was highly sought after by many socialites and beautiful women. Many love-struck boys would even eat instant noodles just to buy this for their goddess. So she was sure the girl would definitely like it. Who would have thought? Qiao didn't even look, shaking her head like a rattle drum. I don't like it, I don't like it. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's smile instantly froze on her face, her heart silently cursing. Damn! Is this high-end stuff? Then she quickly brought out several more options, her smile becoming more exaggerated. But all she got in return was another line from Qiao. I don't like it. I really don't like it. After much effort, the saleswoman felt like her back was about to break. At the same time, she attracted the attention of many customers. Other female customers saw these jewels and couldn't help but stop. But this girl kept shaking her head, saying she didn't like them? Is she too powerful to care, or can she simply not afford them? But if she can't afford them, why is she even here? In an instant, many began to whisper among themselves. What? That was my favorite piece, and she doesn't like it? Wow! This girl must be some rich young lady, her standards are so high. What rich girl? She shakes her head like a rattle drum? And still politely refuses? Ha ha ha. The snickering and mocking of the other customers made the saleswoman feel especially pleased inside. As the top seller in the shop, trained professionally. Even if a shabby-looking person came to buy jewelry, she had to give them a warm and rich welcome, even if she looked down on them inside. But in this situation, she was very angry inside, yet had to hold it in. She asked what she didn't like, and that one didn't like either. Which one does she like? Is she intentionally toying with her or what? So the saleswoman smiled and started to probe. Oh, miss, you have quite the discerning eye, may I ask what your budget is today? Qiao, being a silly sweet girl, couldn't understand such words. Plus, she was just accompanying Gu Tian who was coming to buy, so she completely noted it. I don't have a budget, my budget is 0. I can't afford such expensive jewelry. As soon as these words came out, the people around burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought she was some rich lady. What a letdown. Ha ha. Can't afford it but dares to come in, that takes courage. I'm dying of laughter. I thought she was going to say to bring out the most expensive jewelry. What a letdown. Regarding the taunting of the customers, the saleswoman felt even happier, as if she were avenging a great grudge. Miss, you're quite the jokester, your clothing doesn't look like that of someone who can't afford it. Are those branded clothes you're wearing all bought for you by that man in sunglasses over there? How did you know? These clothes were all bought for me by him. Qiao nodded cutely, admitting it all. You have no money, yet you look so beautiful. The man who came with you is wearing sunglasses. It's clear he's treating you like a princess. People's prejudices are like a mountain. In just a short while, Qiao became the center of discussion for several customers at the counter. With the saleswoman's probing, everyone around was laughing together. Gu Tian at another counter also noticed this scene, walking over in confusion. What's up, Qiao? Hearing Gu Tian's voice, Qiao turned around, blinking her clear, beautiful eyes in confusion. Haven't you found the jewelry you like yet? Before Gu Tian could respond, a wealthy-looking man stepped forward, patting Gu Tian on the shoulder, revealing an understanding look that men share. Bro, not bad. Your girl is so beautiful and pure. Where did you find her at university? 3. Which university did you find her at? Gu Tian was completely stunned, looking up to see other customers sharing knowing smiles, along with the proud grin of the saleswoman. Something's off here, there must be something strange. But Gu Tian didn't get angry on the spot, instead, he turned to Qiao. Didn't you pick any jewelry you liked earlier? What are they all chatting about? Qiao quickly repeated what she had just discussed with the saleswoman. Gu Tian's face instantly turned dark as he raised his head, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the scheming saleswoman, along with the surrounding customers. The saleswoman quickly began to feign an explanation. It's okay, sir, this young lady just doesn't like this or that. I recommended 16 of the most popular styles right now, but she didn't like any of them and couldn't specify what she preferred, so I tried to communicate more with her to define the type she wanted. Who would have thought that Qiao wouldn't give her a chance to be fake? Since they are all the most popular, I'll take all 16 styles. Pack them up. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell into a deadly silence. The saleswoman's mouth dropped open, completely at a loss for words. The nearby customers, who were still knocking, turned to look at Qiao, their faces filled with pure shock. Chapter 29. No apology, no life. Wait, sir, you just said to pack up everything this young lady looked at, right? The saleswoman regained her senses, her voice trembling. You must know that the items she recommended ranged entirely from cheap to expensive. Starting at over 60,000, rising to 600,000. These dozens of items totaled over 5 million. And now he says he wants them all? If she had known he was really so extravagant, she would never have made fun of him. Qiao, wearing sunglasses, made it impossible for anyone to see his eyes, coldly stated, yes, pack them all up. I'll pay by card. At this scene, the customers around them instantly began to whisper, their expressions still filled with shock at Qiao's statement. The wealthy man next to him looked especially awkward, quickly trying to play the nice guy. No way, brother, are you serious? For a girl? This girl? Which university can't you find one from? Let's be honest, his bank card holdings added together weren't even 5 million. He genuinely wanted to ask where Qiao found someone like this. But Qiao's extravagant spending style instantly crushed his face. Hello, she is not a mistress, please do not be so rude, pointing fingers behind someone's back. Qiao slowly turned around, looking at the man with the gold chain with a smile that was not a smile. Today, he was in a good mood and didn't want to kill anyone. If the guy continued to jump around like a clown in front of him, he wouldn't mind satisfying him. This sentence left the chain man blushing and speechless. Soon, more than a dozen exquisitely packaged jewelry boxes were brought out by several salespeople. Amid the shocked gaze of the scheming saleswoman, Qiao confidently swiped his card to pay. The surrounding air was filled with gasps of disbelief. Over 5 million. He really swiped it just like that? How extremely extravagant was that? Just when the scheming saleswoman was fantasizing about being the sales champion for the month again. Qiao leisurely stepped forward, his smile not reaching his eyes, saying, I bought the items, and you didn't provide your service for free. Now we should talk about the apology, right? What? Apology? The saleswoman was momentarily stunned but quickly understood the meaning of his words. She absolutely could not apologize. An apology would mean admitting to her sarcastic remarks earlier. She was the sales champion. There were so many eyes on her. She absolutely could not admit it. I'm sorry, sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. Do you think my service was inadequate? If you believe my service was lacking, I can apologize to you. Her service was perfectly fine. Apologizing for the service would mean the other person was being unreasonable. Qiao was no fool, he spoke plainly. How did you ask her questions earlier? Your questions seemed to prompt quite a lot of laughter from the surrounding customers? Including this customer asking me where this mistress was found? Hearing this, the scheming saleswoman started to panic. She didn't expect the other party to be so direct. The man with the chain now found confidence. Just a moment ago, she had embarrassed him, and now she was teaching him a lesson in return? This was undoubtedly the chance for revenge. So he immediately started acting as if he were an experienced person, giving her a lecture. Hey, young man, no one called her a mistress, why should I apologize? You spent so much, why are you still causing trouble? Your spending habits don't seem to match your actions and words? Also, calling her a mistress? I asked you. Look at this girl, so beautiful and innocent, clearly a college student. And you're wearing sunglasses, leading her through a jewelry store. Anyone would instantly think she's a mistress. After saying this, the man with the chain proudly glanced at the other customers. Without a doubt, the other customers immediately nodded in agreement. People like to stick together. You spent over 5 million. We watched it happen? Now we have to stand together with these people. Oh? So, are you all saying that she's my mistress? Qiao slid his card into his wallet and lazily looked up. Everyone nodded in unison, their faces full of certainty. Qiao turned to the saleswoman. The saleswoman also nodded but then realized and hurriedly shook her head. But, it was already too late. Qiao took off his sunglasses, his cold gaze looking down at everyone. In that instant. Boom! Everyone in the jewelry store was struck as if by lightning. The next second, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Oh my god! The Prince of Kyoto! How could they not recognize this face? Everyone was dumbfounded, some even started trembling. Others even backed up to the store's door and then turned to run. Not to mention the man with the chain. The moment he saw Gu Tian's face, he collapsed to the ground, his face pale as a ghost. What? Not going to continue? Didn't you keep gossiping just now? Isn't she a mistress? Gu Tian's cold gaze swept over the crowd. The innate fear in his gaze made everyone swallow nervously, not daring to look up. Stare at the prince? Who would have the courage? Sorry. Gu Qiao. I was wrong. The scheming saleswoman's lips were trembling as she apologized with her head lowered. Just a moment ago, she was worried that if she apologized, she might not get the sales championship. Now, if she didn't apologize, she might lose her life. At this scene, Xinyao beautiful eyes widened in shock. She didn't understand why, after Gu Tian took off his sunglasses, everyone was so terrified. Could it be that Gu Tian's family was, like Joanna, involved in the underworld? But seeing Gu Tian's serious expression, she didn't dare step forward. Sorry, Gu Qiao. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. I didn't know how to speak. The more Gu Tian showed no reaction, the more terrified the man with the chain became, and he knelt directly on the ground, slapping his own face. Get up! Gu Tian grabbed his dog chain and pulled the terrified man with the chain up. Just a moment ago, the man had admitted that he was the one who called her a mistress. He shamelessly asked him where he could find a mistress. Now he was begging for mercy? Too late. Gu Qiao. I was wrong. With a louder plea for mercy, Gu Tian pressed the man with the chain's head down, slamming it into the counter with a bang. Crash! The glass of the counter shattered everywhere. The man with the chain sat on the floor, his head covered in blood, not daring to wipe the blood from his face, still bowing and begging for mercy. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, Gu Tian pulled out a black gold card from his pocket and handed it to the saleswoman, compensated full price. The scheming saleswoman didn't dare take it. Even if the boss knew it was the prince who did this, they wouldn't dare hold him accountable. Seeing the saleswoman frantically wave her hands in refusal, Gu Tian yelled sternly, "Take it!" With a loud roar, the scheming saleswoman immediately collapsed from fear and fainted on the spot. Damn it! Who's causing trouble? Qin Shi, who had just parked his car by the roadside, saw the scene happening in his own store from a distance and ran over immediately. He was in a bad mood today. He had heard that the Prince of Kyoto had returned, and he immediately went to the Tianqi Club to offer a drink. But he was tricked by Wang Hao into getting a membership and charged tens of millions into it. And what happened? Last night, he didn't even see Master Gu's face? He got so drunk he couldn't even stand up. Chapter 30, The Fearful Qin Shi. Who's causing trouble? Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my Qin family's place? Qin Shi stormed in with great rage. But when he entered the store, he was completely stunned. The staff and customers were all frozen like they had been enchanted, shaking uncontrollably but showing no other reaction. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, he turned around and saw Gu Tian with a grim expression. Qin Shi's heart screamed, "Damn!" The next second, his legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt down. There was no other reason, just pure, instinctive fear. Gu! Brother Tian! Qin Shi suppressed the fear in his heart and stumbled forward. Brother Tian, who made you angry? This is my gold store. Who said something to upset you? I will kill him. Seeing the young man in front of him who couldn't even speak properly and whose legs were still trembling, Gu Tian casually raised his eyelids. Oh? You know me? I know. Brother Tian. It's me. Qin Shi. Your little brother. Qin Shi's brain was a blank, nodding vigorously in an attempt to jog Gu Tian's memory. Seeing his boss in such a terrified state in front of the prince, the fear in the staff's hearts rose even higher. That boy from the Qin family? As soon as the other person seemed to remember, Qin Shi's face immediately showed a look of someone who had survived a disaster. Yes. Brother Tian. I'm that boy from the Qin family, Qin Shi. Oh, Qin Shi. Gu Tian finally remembered. He was the Qin Shi that Wang Hao mentioned last night, the one who brought a girl with him. But he had been drunk last night, so he probably didn't greet him properly. It's nothing. It's just that your salespeople said some bad things, and there was a misunderstanding. I've already compensated for the things that were broken. Gu Tian stepped forward and patted the other's shoulder, showing the expression of a big brother comforting his little brother. But unexpectedly, Shi immediately exploded in rage, pointing at the staff and shouting angrily. Who? Which salesperson upset my brother Tian? Step forward and I'll let you live. Gu Tian smiled and raised his hand, pointing under the counter. There, the one who fainted. Shi stepped forward and immediately gasped in shock. Fainted? So it's understandable that I knelt down from fear just now. Come here, some of you. Pick up this salesperson and throw her out by the roadside. Shi took a step back and harshly ordered the few petrified staff members beside him. Boss, she is. What do you mean, she is? She's nothing useful. Shi slammed his hand on the counter. Afterward, no matter what, he would fire all these salespeople. She's the sales champion Wang Jie. One of the staff members stammered. Sales champion? One person could support the entire jewelry store. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, Shi jumped up and roared. Damn! I hate sales champions the most. Throw her out. At this, several staff members finally seemed to wake up from their stupor, hurriedly rushing to drag the scheming saleswoman away. Just as Shi smiled broadly, turning around to please Gu Tian again. But he found that Gu Tian had already grabbed a bag of jewelry with one hand and was leading the girl outside. Young Master Gu. Young Master Gu. Shi chased after them to the store entrance. Gu Tian had already opened the car door neatly and waved casually at him, signaling with his hand that it was fine, and for him to go back. But due to the angle, it looked to Shi like Gu Tian was making a throat-slitting gesture. In an instant. Boom! Shi only felt a chill rise from his feet straight to his head. The whole person felt struck by lightning. Damn! I'm going to die. 5 minutes later. Shi, amidst great terror, came back to his senses, trembling as he took out his phone from his pocket. Dad. I seem to have offended the prince. Boom. On the other end of the phone, an explosive roar erupted with fury. What are you saying? Say it again. On the way back to the hotel. Qiao, full of 100,000 questions, kept asking Gu Tian why those people looked so terrified when they saw his face. She even became curious about how rich his family actually was. Richer than Ma Yun? Richer than Ma Huatang? He. Gu Tian laughed. With no other choice, he could only ask her to search the news and download Douyin. Driven by strong curiosity, Qiao obediently complied. 1 minute later. A scream unprecedented erupted in the car. At the same time, the president of Kyoto University was sweating profusely while looking at the documents on the table. The prince arranged for someone to study at Kyoto University, and he had to provide the best service. The most basic arrangements definitely wouldn't do. He had to offer the very top. Do we have any single rooms left for the doctoral students? No, sir. The logistics minister shook his head, reporting truthfully. What about the double rooms for masters? Also none. What about the triple rooms for doctoral students? Still none. Upon hearing this, the president slammed the table and stood up. None here. None there. How am I supposed to arrange housing? Are you asking for a peanut? Seeing the suddenly furious president and hearing about the peanuts, the logistics minister straightened up suddenly. Sir, may I ask, who is coming to stay? A girl arranged by the prince. Boom. The logistics minister's hand shook, spilling tea all over the place. Yes. Sir. Yes. Yes. The prince's people. Even if he had to sleep on the street, he had to arrange it for her. Otherwise, the peanuts were truly to be eaten. The logistics minister didn't care about the burning pain and quickly dialed a number. Hello? Clear out a single room for me in the doctoral area. What? There's none? Are you asking for a peanut? Find me an excuse. Let her graduate early. At night. The restaurant at Tianqi Hotel was very elegant. After a whole afternoon of shock, Qiao gradually accepted reality. Upon discovering Gu Tian's true identity in the car, she was so scared she fainted 3 times. It was still Gu Tian pinching her acupoint that brought her back to consciousness. Although she accepted it, she still felt a bit dazed. Who would have thought? The person who had previously squeezed into the subway with her, borrowed money from her, and even starved without food, Lin Chen. His true identity was actually the Prince of Kyoto? Gu Lao's son? Gu Tian. No. Young master. Qiao's face turned red, poking at the food on her plate with her fork, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If I make you unhappy in the future. Will you do something to me? She had already seen the related marketing accounts and the comments section. She knew everything about Jianzhou. Qiao Na was drowned in the river. Those mental girls who bullied her were beaten to a pulp. And she didn't dare to think any further. Gu Tian looked at her with amusement. This little girl had just promised not to be afraid, right? Did she say she had already accepted it? Now why did she look like a frightened little rabbit again? It's just dinner, what could I do to you? You treated me so well before. Seeing Xinyao timidly lift her head like a little deer, Gu Tian's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. But if you don't listen to me, I'll spank you, how about that? As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyao's face instantly turned beet red. You're so annoying. Chapter 31, Meeting at the Qin Family Mansion. Compared to the vibrant atmosphere of Tianqi Hotel, the Qin family mansion was clearly much more oppressive. Luxury cars came and went in droves. The head of the Qin family, Old Master Qin, sat in the Grandmaster chair in the middle of the hall, his face dark and gloomy. The people sitting around were all important figures of the Qin family. Some whispered softly, some had serious expressions, and more were silent, waiting for the impending storm. The old man had previously warned everyone in the Qin family, old and young, not to provoke the Gu family. Now it's too late. They had already understood the ins and outs of the gold shop clearly. Normally speaking. This time, it truly was their fault, who told those scheming salespeople to be so dramatic, leading to the disaster from their own mouths. Grandpa, I was wrong, this matter is all my responsibility, it's all my fault for not training my subordinates well. In the hall, Qinshi suddenly knelt on the ground, his face full of despair, a distinct red handprint clearly visible on his face, obviously from being slapped by his father. Upon hearing this, Qin's father immediately scolded angrily, "You ungrateful son! What use is it to say these things now? Even if the training wasn't adequate, you've caused a disaster. This matter is completely a minor issue. Why did you storm into the shop and shout about who dared to cause trouble in the territory of the young Master Qin? Who do you think you are? Answer me." Usually, his uncles would definitely step forward to plead for him. But this time was different. Qin Shi had truly gotten into trouble this time, putting the Qin family on the execution block in front of the crown prince. There is only one young master in the entire capital. That is young Master Gu. There is only one crown prince in the entire capital. That is Crown Prince Gu. No matter how high your status or how rich you are, you must move back a bit. This is the most basic common sense. But Qin Shi was bold enough to call himself the young master in front of Gu Tian and act like a local tyrant? Isn't this the same as slapping the crown prince in public? Fortunately, he apologized in time, otherwise, if the crown prince had pulled out his gun, it would have been a deadly shot. "Cheer, this time, you have truly disappointed me." Old Master Qin slowly opened his eyes, his deep voice carrying endless sighs. Qin Shi shivered suddenly. His grandfather had never been like this. If he sighed, it meant this matter was truly tricky. Seeing this, other family members began to offer their advice. If this matter is not handled well, everyone will end up in trouble. "Dad, I think we should take the initiative. The Chen family group below wants a piece of our commercial land, why don't we just give it to them?" Yes, just give it to them. "Dad, how about this? I'll privately contact a few financial tycoons and visit the Qian family group. I have several major projects that we can directly give to them." Yes. Just give it to them." Everyone spoke at once, and old Master Qin tapped his cane. "Be quiet. To untie a bell, one must find the bell ringer. This matter was caused by Qir offending the crown prince, he alone must resolve it. Your suggestions are all useless. Does the crown prince lack money? Does the Qian family group lack land? Does it lack projects?" After a round of reprimands, everyone fell silent. Grandpa! What should I do? What should I do?" Hearing this, Qin Shi felt like he had grabbed a lifeline, crying as he knelt by old Master Qin's side. Under everyone's tense gaze, old Master Qin slowly articulated his thoughts. Money, land, and various heavy gifts had absolutely no sincerity. He had already investigated the background of the girl next to the crown prince. She was beautiful, an innocent person. But the crown prince treated her well, buying her all kinds of gifts and even sending her to study at Capital University. This proved that the crown prince was indeed soft-hearted. Since he was soft-hearted, then they must offer the best vegetarian dishes. Okay, Grandpa. I will do as you say." Looking at Qin Shi's departing figure, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The fate of the Qin family in the future. Let's see what this kid Qin Shi will do next. The next day. Today is the day Xinyao reports to Peking University. Gu Tian originally thought about personally sending Xinyao to school. But Qiao felt it was a bit too high profile, she could take the subway by herself. However, Tian was not worried and still sent a driver to take her. To be honest, Peking University truly deserves to be a top university. Those who can enter here are either rich or exceptionally talented. Before even reaching the school gate, many luxury cars zoomed past. These rich kids study here, fundamentally thanks to their parents and families. Some donate a large library, some sponsor research projects, some contribute billions in scholarships. The world of affluent families really exceeds my understanding. Once the car stopped, Qiao opened the door and stepped out. Her outfit today is simple and fresh, in all white with a close-fitting style, paired with white sneakers, full of youthful spirit. Before leaving, she sweetly thanked the driver, "Thank you for taking me to school." This action brought tears to the driver's eyes. "Oh, Miss Shin, you are too polite. It is my honor to take you to school. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, I am happy to serve you." Drivers serving the young masters must be dozens, and none of them have remembered even one. Now that Miss Shin thanked him, if she mentions it in front of the young master later, his fate would change in an instant. After the driver left, Qiao started to feel nervous, looking up at this grand institution of higher learning, her breath slightly quickened. This is a hall that countless students dream of entering? And she has actually made it in? Everything that has happened in these days feels like a dream. To calm her excited heart, Qiao gently clenched her small fist, straightened her chest, and quietly encouraged herself. "Yao Yao! You can do it!" After saying that, she briskly walked toward the school gate. This scene caught the eyes of several rich second-generation students chatting by luxury cars at the gate. Look! Look! A girl! I've never seen one like this before. Is there such a beauty in Peking University? More beautiful than the campus flower, Su Nanxue. Where? Where? Sabin suddenly popped out from among the crowd, his eyes scanning like a camera. Right there! The one in the white short sleeve. Wow! So pure. I like her. Sabin instinctively swallowed hard. These people are typical wealthy playboys. Although they haven't stirred up much trouble outside, they act recklessly on and off campus, relying on their family's power. Skipping classes, flunking exams, and flirting with girls are common occurrences. At this moment, hearing there's a new girl at the school gate, they all suddenly became alert. Chapter 32: Going to Peking University together. Without a doubt, Qiao, who has not experienced much of the world, attracted many passing students' attention as she entered the campus. Wow! She's really beautiful? Which department is she from? She can't be from the School of Arts, right? She really doesn't look like that kind of internet celebrity, she seems more like a top student. So cute! I want to pinch her cheeks. In addition to some whispers, others had already taken out their phones trying to sneak a photo to post on the confession wall. But Qiao didn't hear any of these discussions. Her attention was entirely on the navigation map in her hand and the detailed guide Tian made for her. Finally, she scanned a bike and rode off, with her small backpack under the morning light. The gentle breeze brushed through her long hair, and her youthful figure easily glided through the campus. Wherever she passed, many people turned their heads. Qiao went to school. Tian instantly felt a bit bored. And Wang Hao was lazily flipping over in bed. Tiangu, the club's business has been booming recently. What plans do you have next? What plans could I possibly have? It will definitely be the same as before. What about you, do you have any ideas? Tian lazily leaned back on the sofa. In Kyoto, he had eaten and played all he could, and was really bored to death now. Except for the first few days after returning when everything felt fresh, now it was truly dull. I don't have any ideas, but my dad said he's preparing to send me to school. Wang Hao recalled the message his father sent him yesterday. He dropped out of school quite early, and by this age, he should have been a freshman in college. Of course, whether he goes to school or not didn't matter to him, it was just another place to have fun. He still had to manage the business at the club. Upon hearing that Wang Hao was going to school, Tian instantly laughed. Stop kidding me, you? Go to school? Don't go causing trouble for the teachers. TCH. If I go to school, whether it's the cafeteria business or other projects, I can handle it myself. Wang Hao proudly raised his chin. Others see the essence through the surface, but Wang Hao sees the money through the surface. No matter the situation, the first thing he considers is whether it can make money. Forget it, you really are obsessed with money. Tian rolled over on the sofa and continued to play with his phone. After the Jiangzhou incident, the online public opinion had completely shifted. News about him had almost disappeared entirely. Once, discussions about his identity being exposed and the massacre of the Qiao family were wiped clean, replaced by news about his second uncle, Gu Jun, launching a crackdown on organized crime in the Long country. Hashtag the Zhao Rui Long of Hanong province was completely wiped out, the Zhao family's power collapsed. Hashtag the Gao Qi Chang and his connections in Jinghai City were uprooted. Hashtag the business and political empire of Gao Ming Yuan in Looting City paralyzed, the dark deals uncovered. Hashtag Wei Tianlang and others in Binjiang City were captured, their protectors revealed. Hashtag Gu Tian scrolled through these news articles, feeling a bit of respect for his second uncle. With such achievements, wouldn't his second uncle be promoted to the cabinet in no time? Just then, his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, he heard his father's deep voice. "What are you up to now, not coming home and fooling around outside?" Gu Tian rolled his eyes, his tone quite nonchalant. "What can I do, Dad? I'm just staying honestly in the hotel." His dad was still the same as before. Always thinking a quiet child must be hiding something. Then he heard a meaningful chuckle from the other end of the line. "Oh, staying put? How about I find you something to do?" Hearing this, Gu Tian's curiosity instantly piqued. Things his dad arranged were definitely not ordinary. Those achievements of his second uncle were evidently fed to him by his dad. If his dad found him something to do, wouldn't it also be equally high-end? "What is it, Dad?" "I'm at your service anytime." Then only 3 words were lightly spoken from the other end of the line. "Go to school." Boom! Gu Tian's head buzzed instantly. What? Go to school? What kind of international joke was this? Was he the type of person suited for school? He fundamentally lacked any genes for studying. Besides, with his current identity, which university would dare to enroll him? Could it be that they were going to make him hide his identity again? No, Dad. If you were to let me do something else, that would be fine. Can we not discuss this school thing anymore? Discuss? Don't wander around outside. If you don't want to go to school, then go work at your mom's company. Work? He had no interest at all in working. However, at this moment, Wang Hao was all smiles, whispering excitedly, "Tiangu. School is great. If you go to school, then I'll go too." To be honest, in terms of going to school, he and his dad didn't really have the negotiable space like Tiangu did. If Tiangu also went to school, then he could ask his dad to let him go to university with Tiangu. Forget it, if I go to school, I will only cause trouble for the university, don't you think? Who would have thought? On the other end of the phone, it was clear that Gu Tian had anticipated this response. What trouble? Several universities are eager to have you, and Jingda's attitude is the best. Your mom was so happy that she donated a building to them, called Tianxi Building. They are sending the admission letter over right away, so you better finalize this matter for me soon, okay? I won't say more, I have to go to a meeting. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone, leaving Gu Tian completely baffled. Dad. I also want to go to Jingda. Wang Hao directly dialed his dad's number, demanding like a child. Screw Jingda. What level of education do you have? You can go to Jingzhou, the admission letter for Jingzhou has already been sent, so hurry up and register. Wang Hao's dad's tone was full of disappointment, as if he wished he could make more of him. Wang Hao looked at Gu Tian with a hurt expression while holding his phone. Though he was feeling wronged, he was clever in his heart. Since Tianji's dad arranged it, Tiangu had no chance to refuse. So, Tiangu going to Jingda was already confirmed. As for whether he could go to Jingda, that would depend on Tiangu. At this moment, Gu Tian's brain was working quickly, and after pondering for 2 seconds, he took the phone Wang Hao handed him. Hello, Uncle Wang, it's Gu Tian. As soon as these words came out, the voice of Wang Hao's dad on the other end clearly sounded flustered. The next second. Oh. Gu Tian. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen you. When are you coming to my house for dinner? It's okay, Uncle Wang, I'll come when I have time. Gu Tian smiled and replied, then continued, Uncle Wang, about Wang Hao going to school, you don't need to worry about it. I'm going to school too. We can go to Jingda together. With these words, Wang Hao's dad had no right to refuse. Oh. That really adds trouble for you. Just arrange it. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao rushed over with tears in his eyes. Tiangu. Foster father. Get lost. Bang. Oh. Chapter 33, The Cold School Belle Su Nanxue. What? Oh no. Why is Qin being so polite? Oh. No problem. This time, I, your brother Hao, will definitely arrange everything for you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao looked seriously at Gu Tian. Tiangu. The Qin family is coming to our club again, and that Qin Shi guy has recharged another 20 million, saying he wants to toast you. Qin Shi? Which one? Oh, I remember now. He almost forgot about this person, but as soon as Wang Hao mentioned it, he instantly recalled the gold shop incident. To be honest, he quite liked that kid and thought he was very good at social interactions. When they smashed the other party's counter, not only was their attitude very respectful, but they even came out to wave goodbye to him. That kind of pattern and open-mindedness, could rival him. Okay. School starts tomorrow, so it wouldn't hurt to have a little fun tonight. Gu Tian casually took the admission letter from the table and tossed it to Wang Hao. Getting Wang Hao arranged in was just a matter of a few words. The president of Jingda directly signed and sealed the admission letter, sending it over by fax. As for which major they wanted to choose, they could fill it in themselves. Jingdong University. Inside the dormitory, the air was filled with smoke. How is it? Are there any pretty ones? Sabin and a few good brothers were discussing the number of girls they saw today while smoking. Nothing much, the only one who's good looking today is that one in the white shirt. The one speaking was Zhou Yu, from the capital. His dad managed real estate in the capital and built a dormitory for Jingda, which barely allowed him to meet the admission threshold. And Zhou Yu's grades weren't too bad either, so he came to Jingda to study. The other brothers nodded in agreement, and it was clear that everyone's focus was on the new student Qiao. I agree with what Yugu said, rare to have someone with such a clean and graceful aura. Yes. Unlike those heavily made-up ones. I don't know which department she's from, I've already asked someone to find out. The atmosphere in the dorm began to liven up. Then, Zhou Yu suddenly smiled and changed the topic, teasingly saying, "Hey. Brother Ben, how's it going with that campus beauty?" To be honest, he really looked down on Sabin before. When they first met, there was a conflict between the two. Later, he found out Sabin was from the prestigious Xia family in Kyoto. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and they later turned enemies into friends. Plus, Sabin was a year older than him, so he called him Brother Ben. When Zhou Yu brought this up, Sabin impatiently waved his hand. Oh, don't mention it. That girl doesn't even glance my way, she's immune to both soft and hard approaches. After speaking, he casually flicked the cigarette butt out. The next second, a scream came from downstairs. Ah! What the hell? The few inside the room exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Sabin showed no sign of guilt, shrugging his shoulders. After all, she's the campus beauty, how could it be that easy to win her over? Zhou Yu laughed and stepped forward, patting Sabin's shoulder. Don't lose heart. Pursuing women is all about strategy. I still believe in your abilities, Brother Ben. The campus beauty they were talking about was Su Nanxue, a freshman from the finance department. At the start of the semester, she quickly became popular among the freshmen with her cold and stunning appearance, directly being elected as the new campus beauty by the finance department students. Countless people started to pursue her madly. But so far, no one has been able to get close to her. And Sabin was the most active among the group of pursuers. However, right now he needed a new target to relieve the frustration of recent setbacks. And the one from the school gate today was obviously the most suitable. In a white shirt, with a tidy demeanor, she was completely different from those delicate rich girls. She was like a refreshing stream. So he thought. Her reaction would definitely be interesting. On the other side. Inside the Qin family villa. Brother, you want me to go drink with your friends? What kind of international joke are you making? Do you believe I will tell Auntie? Su Nanxue sat on the sofa, her fair fingers crossed over her arms, looking quite displeased at her cousin. And Qin Shi had a pained expression, almost kneeling before Su Nanxue. Can you help your brother this time? This gathering is not something ordinary people can attend, this person has a huge influence in Kyoto. However, Su Nanxue remained silent, looking coldly at him. Accompanying drinks? Her? What kind of joke is this? At that time, with her status as Sudu's top scholar, she came to Jing University directly. Auntie was worried she wouldn't eat or sleep well at school, so she let her stay here. Initially, everything was great. Who knew that annoying cousin would come back from abroad? Thus, the next scene happened, insisting she go out for dinner and drinks with her cousin's friends, and even asking her to accompany drinks? She had no interest in eating or drinking with friends, let alone accompanying drinks. She was inherently proud and cold, how could she be used as a bargaining chip? Brother, I'll say it one last time, it's impossible. Su Nanxue stood up from the sofa, her beautiful eyes filled with impatience. I don't want to enter your circle, and I have no interest in your friends, do not mention such ridiculous demands again, or I will tell Auntie and go back to school. Seeing that softness wasn't working, Qin Shi directly took a hard approach, suddenly grabbing a fruit knife from the table. Brother! What are you doing? Put the knife down. Su Nanxue was startled by the scene. Did her cousin really want to resort to violence? Qinshi feigned desperation, raising the knife. If you won't help me, then what's the meaning of my life? After saying that, he pretended to slash his arm. Brother! She wasn't silly enough to let her cousin pressure her into using such a method against her. He must have caused trouble outside. After all, the Qin family had a strong influence in Kyoto. The fact that my cousin is so nervous, even willing to make me accompany him to drink, this is truly a matter I can't afford to offend. Brother! Put the knife down. Who have you offended outside? The Su family has great power in Su City, and my cousin's Qin family has even more influence in the capital. So, I'm really curious about what kind of big shot this person my cousin is talking about really is. Qinshi avoided my gaze with guilt, not daring to explain too much. If he were to explain clearly, his little cousin would definitely not dare to go. I'll ask you again, are you going to help or not? No, brother, you need to make it clear first. Su Nanxue furrowed her brows and wanted to ask again, but just as her words fell. Swish! Qinshi really picked up the fruit knife and sharply cut his own arm. Brother! Su Nanxue screamed, her pupil shrinking, watching as the crimson blood flowed down Qinshi's arm. I'll go. I'll go. Brother! I'll go. I promise you. I'll go. Chapter 34, The School Bell is Drunk. At night. Tianqi Clubhouse. Just like last time, the place was still packed. Ah, Brother Tian. Long time no see. Brother Tian. This drink is for you. Do whatever you want. Brother Tian. Do you remember me? In the face of these wealthy young people's flattery, Gu Tian, as usual, smiled and responded. This is the room, Qinshi and the others are inside, and they brought a beautiful girl. Wang Hao led Gu Tian to the VIP room's door, then turned and went to greet others. Gu Tian didn't think much of it, turned, and opened the door. Inside the room, the atmosphere was still relatively relaxed. But the moment Gu Tian's figure appeared. Swish! 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 Qinshi and a few of his little brothers sprang up like they were on springs. Brother Tian! Brother Tian! Finally, we meet. Qinshi quickly pulled out a chair, smiling broadly as he rushed to meet Gu Tian, constantly waving his hand to signal Su Nanxue to stand up and greet him. Brother Tian! Brother Tian, hello! Hearing this voice, Gu Tian finally shifted his gaze from Qinshi to the girl. As Wang Hao had said, she was indeed very beautiful. A delicate oval face, features exquisitely three-dimensional, skin as white as jade, her temperament somewhat cold, and her figure was also very good. She was clearly the kind of young lady cultivated by a powerful family. Gu Tian looked at Qinshi and casually asked, is this your girlfriend? He didn't have a girlfriend, yet the other person brought one over? Showing off in front of him was almost like committing a crime. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxue helplessly looked at Qinshi. To be honest, since coming here, she had been wondering just how big of a figure this person really was. In her imagination. Was he a rough-looking gang leader with tattoos of 9 dragons on his body? Or was he the type who wore sunglasses like a killer? But she never imagined. This big shot would be so handsome. The most important thing was that he hadn't said much, yet he exuded an indescribable sense of authority. Moreover, her cousin was bowing and scraping in front of him. So at this moment, her heart was truly racing. Ah, no. She's my sister, from my aunt's side, studying in the capital. I said I was coming to the clubhouse tonight, and she insisted on coming with me, so I just brought her along. Qinshi said, his face full of smiles, and subconsciously reached to pull his sleeve down to cover the wound on his arm. Good. Gu Tian smiled slightly and sat down. Then there was nothing more to say. The 2 little brothers Qinshi brought with him didn't dare to look up at Gu Tian, not even daring to breathe heavily. They were terrified of saying something wrong and getting buried in concrete to sink in the river. For a while, the atmosphere became quite awkward. Pour the wine. Toast. Do something to liven up the atmosphere. Qinshi's face turned pale, and he nudged Su Nanxue with his elbow. Gu Qiao isn't talking? That won't do. Wasn't it all in vain if tens of millions were spent? He originally wanted to use this opportunity to apologize to Gu Tian, but now, he hadn't even made a toast, and the atmosphere had become so awkward. Seeing Qinshi's urging and restless gaze, Su Nanxing took a deep breath, stood up in a rush, and looked at Gu Tian beside her. Tian Gu, my name is Su Nanxing. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm very happy to know you. The sudden scene left Gu Tian utterly confused. Before he could react, Su Nanxing grabbed the bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII on the table and started pouring it into her cup. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. She filled the cup to the brim. Such a scene made Qin go pale, as he screamed inwardly. Silly girl. Silly girl. Why did you pour it so full? Drink as much as you pour. Would you dare to take a sip and leave the bottle on the table? You're not just drinking, you're drinking away my future. But Gu Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. He really didn't understand such an operation. After all, with foreign wine, it's all about the meaning, just a couple of symbolic pours are enough, flowing gently like water. But the other party poured it so full, though he didn't understand, it was clear she had her reasons. Maybe? She has a good tolerance for alcohol? So, Gu Tian didn't think too much and casually grabbed the wine bottle on the table, pouring a little into his cup, then raised it. Hello, I am Gu Tian, nice to meet you. After saying that, he lightly clinked his cup with hers and drank it all in one go. And Su Nancheng had never drunk before. In her mind, those who got drunk must have drunk several bottles. So just one glass is nothing to worry about. Thus, she also raised her glass, tilted her head, and without hesitation, drank it all in one go. This scene shocked everyone. The two little brothers that Qin brought were almost popping their eyes out. This is Remy Martin Louis XIII. A bottle costs 270,000. At least 10,000 for a sip? Of course, money wasn't the problem, but this, her capacity for alcohol and the way she drank, was so bold. Under the astonished gaze of Qin and Gu Tian, Su Nancheng put down her wineglass and slowly sat back down. But just as she sat down, her whole face suddenly flushed red. Not just a little pink but completely dyed with a layer of bright crimson, burning from her ears to her neck, making her look dazedly charming with a hint of drunkenness. Ha! Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Su Nancheng blinked her confused apricot eyes, which even revealed a hint of silly bewilderment. It's nothing, nothing, nothing. Qin swallowed a mouthful of shocked saliva. That drink she just had wasn't much for the men. But for a girl, should be a bit too much. Qin, your sister has a pretty good tolerance for alcohol. Gu Tian said with interest, eyeing Su Nancheng. He had never seen such a contrasting girl. One second she was quite dignified and aloof, the next she just raised her glass and downed it? Interesting. Ha? Yes. 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 Her alcohol tolerance is great. Qin nodded repeatedly, his tone more enthusiastic than before, almost ready to applaud for Su Nancheng. Gu Qiao praised Su Nancheng, which meant his mood was better. So this proves that Su Nancheng really came to the right place tonight. As the atmosphere gradually became lively, Gu Tian spoke more, chatting with Qin about the circles in Kyoto. Laughter echoed in the private room. And by this time, Su Nancheng was a little tipsy. But she didn't notice it herself, instead, she felt the atmosphere getting more and more lively, so she followed and raised her glass, drinking one after another. She was originally sitting next to Gu Tian, and unknowingly leaned closer to him. Finally, she even blinked her misty beautiful eyes, resting her whole body like a lazy kitten against Gu Tian's shoulder. But Gu Tian was still laughing and clinking cups with Qin, completely unaware that there was a drunken cat on his shoulder. By the end of the night, everyone at the table had collapsed. Except for Gu Tian, and the already dazed Su Nancheng, who blinked her hazy apricot eyes, sweetly whining, Tian Gu. Why do you always drink with my brother and not with me? At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Sorry. I'm late. The outside was really. Weinhell pushed the door open and froze. Qin is not too drunk. The key point is this cold and beautiful girl Qin just brought in? At this moment, she completely resembled a tipsy fox, fully exposing her soft and adorable side. Chapter 35, If the road is blocked, then go through the sky. Gu Tian stood up, supporting Su Nanchue, who was completely soft and swaying, leaning against him, utterly drunk. Let Qin and the others stay in the guest room. This girl, take her to Tianqi Hotel. It was undoubtedly no problem for Qin and the others to stay here. But leaving this girl here was clearly not a good choice. Brother Tian, you can't be thinking. Weinhao showed a knowing look that all men understand. Gu Tian was too lazy to respond to him and helped Su Nanchue, trembling as he walked out of the private room. Tang Lan, who had been waiting outside for a long time, stepped forward and saw Su Nanchue's delicately drunken face and glanced at Gu Tian. Oh, Gu Xiao, this little drunk cat is very pretty. Gu Tian shot her a glare, less nonsense, take her to Tianqi Hotel and arrange for her to stay. Tang Lan shrugged her fragrant shoulders, not asking much, and helped the flushed, weak Su Nanchue leave. The next day, at the gate of Jingda University, Sabin was stirring up trouble. My brother Bin has so many strategies for pursuing women, he will definitely succeed. Zhou Yu's words inspired Sabin. Just then, he saw the girl in white riding her bike appear, and he immediately made a sudden move to block her path. But unfortunately, his driving skills were lacking, and the back of the car directly scraped the bike. Screech. Bang. Look at you. Look at you. How do you ride a bike? Do you know what kind of car this is? It's worth more than you can afford. Sabin opened the car door and stormed out, instantly attracting the attention of many students. Qiao was a bit scared by the earlier scene and timidly stood next to the bike with a flushed face. She was clearly riding fine, but suddenly a car had rushed out beside her, drifting to block her path. And now the other party was saying she had damaged his car? This was clearly an extortion attempt. Although Qiao thought this in her heart, she didn't dare say it out loud, her pink lips biting down, her big watery eyes blinking. I'm sorry, how much is this? I'll pay you. Just a small scrape, no matter how expensive, it shouldn't be more than 1,000, right? She had 3,000 in her card, that should be enough. Seeing the pitiful look on her face, Sabin's eyes lit up. Oh. I like this type. Alright, since you want to take the initiative to pay, I can give you a discount. Such a small scrape would at least cost 100,000, right? I'll charge you 60,000. As soon as these words were spoken, Qiao was shocked, her little hands instinctively clenching her bag. 60,000? That's worth more than she could ever afford. The students around began to murmur. Good heavens! What a greedy demand, a small scrape can cost 100,000. 5,000 is the absolute maximum. Ha ha ha. Isn't this Sabin? Wow. How can my brother Bin be so clever? Hearing the laughter and comments from the crowd, Sabin felt no shame, but rather grew prouder. He originally thought the other party was a rich man's daughter. Now it seems she isn't. If she can't afford it, that's alright too. She can be my girlfriend instead. Thinking of this, Sabin took a step forward, squinting his eyes as he looked Qiao up and down. If you can't afford to pay, I have other ways. What ways? Faced with Sabin's sleazy look, Qiao instinctively took a step back. She had just felt that this person was not well-intentioned, and now it seemed to be just as she suspected. Didn't expect such a person existed at Kyoto University? Sabin squinted his eyes and showed a smile that he thought was very handsome. Be my girlfriend. What other way is there? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend. You don't have to pay a dime. As soon as these words came out, Qiao was completely stunned. What the hell? Is this person crazy? What's wrong? Isn't this a good idea? Sabin took a step closer, smirking at Qiao and said slowly. Qiao took a step back, suddenly remembering what Gu Tian had instructed before. If she encounters someone with ill intentions or is being bullied, just call him directly. Thinking of this, Qiao did not hesitate at all, pulling out her phone from her bag and dialing. Seeing this scene, Sabin burst into laughter again. What? Starting to ask your family for money? Sure. Then let's say 100,000, not a penny less. Such a scene caused the surrounding classmates to discuss among themselves. Wow. Sabin is trying to swindle someone. Seriously, isn't he just relying on being from the Xia family? No way. Is she worth 100,000? Such a cute girl is actually being bullied by this kind of person? When Qiao made the call, Gu Tian was stuck in traffic in the bustling city center. Of course, he could call the traffic department and clear the road. But he was driving a sports car, and if there were green lights or police guiding, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. It's okay, Qiao, don't worry, just wait for me there, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tian started searching through his phone contacts. Since he couldn't move on the road, he would take to the sky. While he was on the phone, the surrounding drivers also noticed his immovable Ferrari, and they started to tease him. Hey! Handsome! Even driving such a nice car gets stuck in traffic? Ha ha ha! Traffic jams don't care about wealth. Handsome! Isn't your car wasting a lot of gas stuck in traffic? See? This is why I don't buy luxury cars, they also get stuck in traffic. Ha ha ha! Stop teasing him, or he might get out and beat you up. When the call connected, Manager Xia's incredibly respectful voice came through. Oh, Gu Xiao, what's up? I'm always here for your orders. Gu Tian spoke casually. Hey, is our hotel's helicopter in use? No, it isn't. Good. I'm currently stuck in traffic on Kyoto Avenue, have them come pick me up, 5 minutes max, or they'll wish they hadn't. Alright, Gu Xiao. After hanging up, Gu Tian unbuckled his seatbelt and sat in the car waiting. There seemed to be a traffic accident up ahead, which was causing the big jam. Many drivers got out of their cars, trying to see what was going on ahead, but more were just chatting. And Gu Tian's Ferrari had undoubtedly become the topic of their discussion. Hey handsome, why did you buy such an expensive car? Aren't you just stuck here like us? Exactly. With that money, you could start a business, but you bought such an expensive car, and now you're just stuck in traffic. Handsome, you're not renting this car, are you? Plus, why aren't you wearing a seatbelt? Gu Tian listened to these comments, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said lightly, you all can only be stuck in traffic, but when I'm stuck, I don't have to stay stuck. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. They had no idea Gu Tian had called for a helicopter and thought he was just boasting. Ha ha ha. Bro, you're really gonna fly away? Handsome, you really know how to joke, I have that car at home too. I have that what's it called Ferrari at home, I use it for grocery shopping, I don't flaunt it like you. Impressive, can still comfort yourself while stuck here. Just then, a sudden sound of helicopter blades thrumming came from the sky not far away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 36, Parachuting. A black business helicopter slowly flew down from the high sky. Its smooth lines revealed a noble quality. What the heck is that? No way. Which big shot is flying directly by helicopter? What's going on? Why is it flying this way? As everyone looked on in shock, the helicopter flew over the Ferrari and began to slowly descend. Oh my! How did it come here? Mom! Could it really be here for someone? No way. Is it really here to pick up this handsome guy? In the stunned faces of the crowd, the cabin door slowly opened, and a silver electric rope ladder gently descended to the ground. Gu Tian also walked out of the car, reaching up to grab the ladder, slowly climbing up. At that moment, everyone was completely blown away. Wow! This handsome guy is serious. Did this guy really call for a helicopter? What the heck? What kind of identity does he have? Many drivers jumped out of their cars, taking out their phones to record, their faces filled with disbelief. They were still stuck in traffic, and this guy just took a helicopter to leave? Is he seriously just abandoning his car? Mr. Gu, please take your seat, we are about to ascend. Someone will drive your car away later. Seeing Gu Tian come up, a man in a suit inside the cabin immediately extended a hand respectfully to steady him. Okay, let's go, to Jingda. As soon as he finished speaking, the helicopter suddenly ascended, soaring towards the sky with unmatched momentum. The drivers on the ground were already dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Damn! Is this guy really a big shot? This is outrageous. Incredible. This is too incredible. When will I have this treatment? As for the rich woman who had just boasted about having a Ferrari at home, she had long since scurried back into her car. Can't compare, completely can't compare. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered at the gates of Jingda was growing larger. I don't care. Today, it must be 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. Who told you to be so careless? Can't you watch the road while riding a broken bike? Where is he? Did you call someone to bring money? Sabin looked justified, his voice getting louder, clearly trying to use the crowd to pressure Qiao. As for Qiao, her little face was flushed with anger, her almond eyes wide open. No! You clearly crashed into me, you clearly drifted over. Gu Tian had taught her not to stir up trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. And now she had realized that this person had ill intentions and was deliberately making things difficult for her. And since Gu Tian was on the way, she needed to show some strength too. The students around nodded in agreement, whispering among themselves. Isn't it obvious? It's clearly a sports car scraping against the other. Right? This is obviously being unreasonable. This guy must be trying to hit on this little junior. Ha ha. Exactly, he just asked her to either be his girlfriend or pay 100,000 yuan. Whoa. Is that true? This guy is so bizarre. Shoo, keep it down, it's someone from the Xia family. Although many students had seen the scene earlier, Sabin found Qiao's angry and stubborn look amusing rather than infuriating. At that moment, a roar of a sports car echoed from a distance. Everyone turned to look. A Ferrari SF90 was speeding towards them. Just as the students were retreating to clear the way, the Ferrari drifted and smoothly parked in a parking space. Then the car door opened. Wang Hao, with an acceptance notice tucked under his arm, stepped out with an air of indifference. Ah! Jingda's gate looks majestic. Whoa! So many people? Is this my fan club welcoming me? Seeing Wang Hao approach, everyone cleared a path, staring at the young man with a buzz cut and sunglasses, bewildered. What the heck? Is he really that showy? More showy than me? Sabin impatiently tugged at his collar, planning to confront this arrogant guy. But when he saw Wang Hao's face, he instantly changed expression. Whoa! What's going on? Brother Hao! Wang Hao, with a father who was the top leader in Kyoto City. Even though he is the second young master of the Xie family, whose family is involved in business and politics. Well, isn't this my brother Xie? What are you doing here? Wang Hao turned around and took out a cigarette from his pocket, handing it over. Sabin is Xie Juanhao's younger brother. They have seen each other a few times but aren't friends, yet they can at least talk to each other. Sabin smiled as he took the cigarette, casually pointing to the blushing Qiao standing beside the bicycle. Oh. Didn't this just happen at the school gate? This girl rode her bike and bumped into my car. Wang Hao followed the direction of his finger and his eyes instantly lit up upon seeing Qiao. Oh wow. Her skin is nice and fair, her face is round, and a little proud. She looks soft and cuddly, just like a little kitten. I really didn't come to Jing University for nothing. She's quite cute. After saying that, he turned to Sabin. What do you say? Sabin took a puff and pretended to be helpless. What can I say? It's 100,000. Wang Hao didn't care about that at all. Since he recognized Sabin, he had to chat a bit, so he swaggered over to Qiao. Hey! If you damage someone else's car, you have to pay 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao's small face instantly turned red with anger, her almond eyes wide open, looking furiously up at Wang Hao. Humph. Mind your own business. This has nothing to do with you. And I didn't hit his car, he rubbed against my bicycle. What the? So fierce? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and laughed. Suddenly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deafening sound of a helicopter's propeller filled the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. Whoa! A helicopter. No way. Why are there so many rich kids this year? I can't believe it. They really came to our school. No way. They took a helicopter to school? The crowd of onlookers instantly exploded in chatter. Especially Sabin, whose face darkened. Damn it. Why are there still show-offs? He thought he was the most capable person at Jing University, yet today he's overshadowed by so many people? Not to mention running into the son of the top official in Kyoto, now another one so high-profile? Compared to the shock of the crowd, only Wang Hao squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the helicopter as it got lower. This seems to be Brother Tian's? Today is the day he arranged to come to school with Brother Tian, but Brother Tian said he was stuck in traffic. Given Brother Tian's personality, he would surely take another way to school. At this moment inside the cockpit, the pilot wore a worried expression. Gu Xiao. Let's land on the school playground, there are too many students gathered at the entrance, it's not safe. What's unsafe? Is there a parachute on the plane? I'll jump down. Jing University is so large. I heard that the security uncle at the playground broke up with the canteen aunt because he couldn't stand a long-distance relationship. If he lands on the playground, he'll have to walk such a long way to the classroom. And he saw that sports car below seems to belong to Wang Hao. If he couldn't land, then he would just parachute down. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in a suit handed over the parachute bag. Gu Xiao, we have the parachute bag ready for you. Do you want to jump now or go a little higher? Gu Tian. Chapter 37, The Forbidden Zone in the Classroom. As the cabin door slowly opened, the students below exclaimed in shock. I can't believe it. What is happening? Look quickly. Someone is coming out of there. Oh my god. Is he going to jump down? Goodness. This is so brave. Is this a live-action version of Battle Royale? The next second. Whoa. With a loud scream from the ground crowd, Gu Tian jumped down. Wang Hao was just guessing if it was Gu Tian before. Now. Who else could it be? Brother Tian is undoubtedly here. Swish. The parachute opened. Gu Tian rapidly dove towards the ground. At this moment, Sabin was still dazed, looking at the figure getting closer and closer, completely unaware of the impending danger. Everyone get out of the way. I can't stop. Gu Tian shouted from mid-air. But it was too late. Bang! Sabin was directly hit by the descending Gu Tian. A fierce kick sent him flying. Ah! Sabin screamed as he soared several meters away, crashing onto the Lamborghini, unconscious. Such a scene. Hiss. The onlooking students all gasped in shock and then erupted into unprecedented shouts. What the hell? What's going on? Precision parachute jump? Using someone as a cushion? Damn. The Lamborghini is completely wrecked now. Wang Hao's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he watched Gu Tian slowly unpack his backpack, stunned into silence. And the parachute that fell to the ground perfectly covered Sabin. Tian-gu, you're quite stylish, quite special. Just as Gu Tian was about to ask if he had knocked into someone. Gu Tian. An excited female voice called out. Xinyao dropped her backpack and dashed over like a little kitten, directly hugging Gu Tian. Watching students? Wang Hao? Wait. You know each other? Wang Hao was completely baffled, his mouth agape, big enough to fit an egg. Ah. Yeah, we know each other, Xinyao, what? You just met her, right? Gu Tian's attention was instantly shifted here, the incident of knocking someone over forgotten. Wang Hao. Seeing the other person nervously swallowing, Xinyao bright eyes twinkled as she linked her arm with Gu Tian's. Yes, we've met before. He greeted me just now, saying he's your friend. At this moment, Wang Hao's previously despairing expression instantly revived. Goodness. You're really something. If she complains to Tian-gu now, he wouldn't escape a fierce scolding. Yes. Is she the one called Xinyao? I recognized her at first glance. Wang Hao immediately chimed in, no wonder she looked familiar. After all this time, she is the Xinyao that Tian-gu had described. What a coincidence. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, smiling in realization. He. Xinyao flashed a sweet smile and playfully winked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao instantly understood, wiping cold sweat and nodding vigorously with his hands together. This girl was specially brought back by Tian-gu from Jiangzhou. He really couldn't afford to offend her. This favor, he definitely remembered. At this moment, the surrounding students were left in a state of astonishment. What's happening? They know each other? Wait, wasn't this person supposed to pay for damages? Why are they bowing and scraping now? Doesn't it look like the parachuting was really cool? What's going on? What kind of relationship is this? Unbothered by these discussions, Gu Tian lazily glanced at Wang Hao. Let's go to school. Let's go. Just like that, under everyone's watchful eyes, the three walked confidently into Jing University, leaving a chaotic crowd of students behind. At this moment, Zhou Yu and the others rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Bin Gu. Where are you? Seeing the few people frantically rushing into the crowd. The crowd all pointed toward the nearby Lamborghini covered by the parachute. Zhou Yu? The others finally realized and quickly ran over. They saw Sabin sprawled out on the car, drooling uncontrollably. Don't move, it's broken. On the other side. In the large classroom of finance. The scene of the helicopter parachuting at the school gate had already gone viral in forums and various groups. Various videos and screenshots started spreading like wildfire. Many students gathered in groups, holding their phones and discussing. I can't believe it. Who is this person? So awesome. Are they treating the school as a battlefield? Jumping right here? Is this person a student from our school? Do you need to learn parachuting to go to school? So crazy, that person was kicked away? This dude isn't a special forces soldier, right? While everyone was chattering away. Click. The large classroom door swung open, and a figure walked in. The once lively classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn towards her. In walked Su Nanxue, wearing a fitted white shirt paired with high-waisted jeans. Especially that cold, beautiful face, completely carrying an air of high aloofness that makes people feel unwelcome. The boys' gazes instantly froze, and some even quietly swallowed their saliva. This is too beautiful, right? Su Campus Flower. Su Campus Flower. Su Campus Flower is my motivation to attend class. Oh my god. Thank goodness I didn't skip class today. And the girls were just as eager. For them, Su Nanxue's looks had already left them far behind by several streets. The key was that Su Nanxue also knew how to dress. No matter what clothes she wore, she could always bring out that celebrity model aura. So beautiful, even I, as a girl, am jealous of her beauty. I wish she was a lesbian. Does that mean I still have a chance? So beautiful, it's rare to attend class with Su Campus Flower. Su Nanxue ignored all the gazes. Mainly, she was very annoyed today, with a cold and displeased expression, walking straight to the back row. And some girls and boys in the back row very consciously moved their seats, sitting far away. First, it was because of Su Campus Flower's cold aura, which could easily give one a cold. Sitting next to her, the pressure was no small thing. Second, Su Campus Flower's admirers were either rich or noble. If they sat too close and got misunderstood by some rich young master, wouldn't they be targeted? So everyone chose to keep a safe distance. Thus, a very strange scene formed in the classroom. The crowded classroom, but around Su Nanxue was a forbidden zone where no one dared to get close. Damn it! I should have known not to drink so much last night. Why was I so stupid? As soon as Su Nanchua sat down, she held her face, her brows slightly furrowed, feeling a terrible headache. Chapter 38, Report to the Classroom. At this moment, Su Nanchua bit her delicate pink lower lip tightly, her fingertips unconsciously tugging at her hair. She really couldn't bring herself to recall what happened last night or even this morning. Last night, all she remembered was drinking with Qin Shi, then pouring herself a full glass when toasting. And then? She couldn't remember anything after that. Did she lose control at the dinner last night? Did that young man take advantage of her when she was drunk? Thinking of this, Su Nanchua's heart suddenly raced, and her palms began to sweat. What made her even more ashamed was, this morning, she actually woke up in the Tianchi Hotel? Although she wasn't from Kyoto, she knew that Tianchi Hotel was the top hotel in Kyoto. How did she get there? Who sent her there? When she woke up in the hotel, she was completely confused, hurriedly throwing off the blanket to check herself. Fortunately, her clothes were intact, and there were no abnormalities on the bed. But even so, she still felt an unprecedented shame. Damn it, what did I do last night? Su Nanchua lowered her head, her black hair sliding down her shoulders, covering her flushed face. Such a scene made many boys quietly clutch their chests, forcing themselves to suppress their rapidly beating hearts. Su Campus Flower, really too beautiful. As the bell rang for class to start, the atmosphere in the large classroom gradually became quiet. On the other side, Wang Hao and Gu Tian were still wandering around the campus with their admission letters. Look, Tian Gu. There's a girl. Wang Hao, like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, was filled with curiosity about everything. But this was normal. He had dropped out of school early, and returning to the campus felt like a completely new world. But Gu Tian wasn't. He had been in his first year in Jiangzhou, now coming to Jingda, he should also start from the first year. You're only good for this much. Gu Tian found a pavilion to sit down, casually pulling out the admission letter and a pen. Which department? Which class? Fill it in. The principal and the deans of each department had already signed the admission letter. They could choose any department, any class, at will. How would I know? I can't even do addition and subtraction up to 100. Do you want me to fill out the application for you? Wang Hao handed the pen to Gu Tian, letting him fill it out first. But Gu Tian also didn't know what to choose. However, he had just heard Xinyao talk about her department. Since that's the case, why not choose the same major together? Thinking of this, Gu Tian wrote down finance in the major column. Finance is great. It's all about money. Wang Hao took the pen back and imitated him, noting finance on his own application. With the major filled out, next was the class selection. Gu Tian had initially thought about being in the same class as Xinyao. But Wang Hao, this clever strategist, insisted on thinking it over. To put it bluntly, he wanted to pick the class with the most pretty girls. Hey, classmate, which building is the finance department in? Wang Hao suddenly stood up and called out to a passing student. Seeing Wang Hao's buzz-cut and carefree demeanor, several students quickly walked away in fear. Those who know he's here to study, and those who don't, might think Wang Hao just got out of somewhere. Hello, classmate, could you tell me which building the finance department is in? Gu Tian also casually asked a few girls who were passing by. But their reaction was like night and day compared to Wang Hao's situation. Ha! Finance, it's in the E building. The girl with a backpack looked at Gu Tian with starry eyes, stuttering as she spoke. Okay, thank you. Gu Tian smiled slightly. One thank you made the girls burst into giggles, and they turned back to look at Gu Tian 3 times as they left. Let's go to the E building. Seeing Wang Hao's sorrowful face, Gu Tian smiled and patted his shoulder to comfort him. There's nothing to be done, looks are given by parents. The Gu family's looks were quite impressive. At the affiliated hospital of Jing University. On the hospital bed, Sabin's abdomen was wrapped in bandages, and he looked in terrible shape. Bin Gu, what on earth happened? They say you were knocked out by Superman? Zhou Yu and a few brothers stood anxiously by the bedside. Everyone enjoys gossiping, even among friends. Sabin had 2 or 3 ribs broken, the sports car needed major repairs too. Now they were curious about what had happened then. How could someone jump down from the sky and knock Sabin flying? Hearing this, Sabin's emotions suddenly became heated. How the hell would I know? I just saw someone jump down from a helicopter, and then whoosh, bang. And then I don't remember anything. By the way, have you found that person? Zhou Yu and the brothers synchronized, shaking their heads. After the incident, they rushed to the scene and took Sabin to the hospital. As for who did it, they hadn't investigated yet. Upon hearing this, Sabin clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it! I must find that person and tear them to pieces. In fact, he remembered this incident very clearly. The reason he didn't explain clearly was that it was too embarrassing. Originally flirting with girls, and then he was sent flying? So many people were watching, and Wang Hao was even present. He didn't know how people would gossip about this later. On the other side, Wang Hao and Gu Tian had already entered the teaching building, wandering like ghosts. Before long, the two of them arrived at the large lecture hall where Su Nanxue was located. As everyone knows, large lecture halls usually have several classes attending together, so the number of students appeared to be more. Wang Hao looked through the window and his eyes immediately lit up. Tian Gu. This class has many girls, let's go for this one? Gu Tian turned to look in the direction of Wang Hao's voice and indeed saw what Wang Hao described. The classroom was packed with students, and there were clearly more girls than boys. And there were several quite beautiful ones. Alright, I'm fine with it. With Gu Tian's nod of agreement, Wang Hao quickly pulled out his wrinkled application from his pocket. He strode over confidently. Gu Tian staggered behind him. In the large classroom, the old professor spoke animatedly, starting from macroeconomics to international trade, even bringing in a bit of historical context, feeling like he could talk about whether the chicken or the egg came first at any moment. But the students below were dozing off, their minds filled with thoughts of which bubble tea shop to visit after class. The atmosphere was quiet and lifeless. At that moment, report! A loud voice suddenly exploded at the door. The old professor was caught off guard, almost letting the paper airplane fly out of his hand. The students below nearly jumped up in shock, a few of them waking up nearly scared out of their sleep. What the heck? Whose general is so fierce? What? Why shout report? What ancient tradition? Everyone's gaze turned to the door. There stood Wang Hao, wearing a harmless smile, one hand raised with the notification letter, the other hand resting on the doorframe, striking an overly confident pose. Who are you? The old professor flicked his chalk, immediately taking Wang Hao and Gu Tian as disruptors of classroom order. Chapter 39, Gu Tian arrives. Facing the imposing old professor, Wang Hao smiled, directly raising the notification letter in his hand. Teacher! We are new students, here to report. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire classroom erupted. Whoa! What time is it to report? Wait, what kind of strange thing is this? School has started for so long, and you're reporting now? What? Reporting? Such a niche term. The old professor was also completely confused, instinctively looking at Gu Tian, who seemed somewhat normal. Gu Tian lightly nodded. What kind of joke is this? The professor complained and then took out his phone from his pocket to call security. Hello, is this security? We have students disturbing the class. However, Wang Hao remained unfazed, still swaying the notification letter. No, what would I gain from lying to you? Just take a good look. The old professor hung up the phone, puzzled, and took the notification letter. He initially intended to continue scolding them. But when his eyes scanned the contents of the notification letter, his whole body froze in shock. Goodness! Not noticing before, but shocked upon seeing it. The notification letter was covered with countless official seals. From the principal to the dean, to signatures from all the department heads, almost filling the entire paper. If it were anyone else, the first reaction upon seeing such a notification letter would definitely be that it was fake. But the old professor was no ordinary person, having dealt with many kinds of people and worked at Jing University for decades, he could see through these things. What? What is this situation? This person has some standing? The old professor's finger unconsciously trembled twice, and his expression became serious. Just when he was about to ask something, he suddenly noticed a key issue. The notification letter didn't specify which class it was for? Hey, student, you are. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Wang Hao directly ignore him and walk into the classroom, casually tapping a front row boy on the shoulder. Hey, classmate, which class are you in? The boy looked completely bewildered. Huh? We are in finance class 1. Great. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Wang Hao yanked the notification letter back from the old professor's hand and wrote finance class 1 in the class section. Such a scene. The old professor? All the students? What's going on? Impromptu writing a notification letter? The old professor was now completely at a loss. In this day and age, new students can still choose their own classes? After teaching for so many years, this was the first time he saw such bold operations. Just when everyone hadn't come to their senses, Wang Hao casually handed the pen to Gu Tian, grinning brightly. Tian Gu, right. Finance class 1. This class has pretty girls. Pooh. The old professor nearly spat out old blood. So, you came to this class to check out the girls? Before he could blow up, the students from class 1 cheered and celebrated. Whoa! This brother knows what to look for. Ha ha. Awesome. This brother is too interesting. Don't care. Welcome. This brother has good taste. Goodness. The school beauty is in our class. Our girls are definitely top-notch. Even a few guys directly burst into applause, even blowing whistles. The lecturer stood at the door, watching these two incredible talents write themselves into the class. At that moment. Who is it? Who is disturbing the class discipline? A few security guards rushed over, but they were met with Gu Tian's face. Seeing this incredibly familiar face, the top of his head almost spiraled off in fright. Isn't this the guy who jumped from a helicopter today? The one who crashed into someone from the Xia family? Though they are security guards, they are not fools. To be able to fly in a helicopter to school and collide with the Xia family, then leave as if nothing happened. That must be someone they can't afford to offend. Before the old professor could stop them, the few security guards turned around and left in unison, pretending not to see and muttering to themselves. Did we go to the wrong place? The one disturbing the class shouldn't be in this building. Can we go in? Wang Hao looked at the old professor with a smile. Can go in. The old professor took 2 steps back. How could they not let them in this situation? Their admission letter was way too impressive, they could choose whichever class they wanted. Seeing them, the security guards turned around and ran. How could he stop them? Just like that. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Wang Hao and Gu Tian walked in. At the moment Gu Tian entered, the class instantly became restless. At first, standing outside, the students inside hadn't clearly seen his face. Now, they all saw clearly. No way. So handsome? What the? This is ridiculously handsome. Goodness. This is a bit too handsome, brothers. Wow. Why? Why do you have to go to class 1? Come to class 2. Several girls instantly held their breath, staring at Gu Tian with starry eyes. The old professor stood at the podium, his eyes wide open looking at this scene. Is this really coming to school, or coming to a campus beauty pageant? Handsome guy. Sit here? Handsome guy. Sit with me. Come here. I have a seat available. A few girls even waved to Gu Tian. Wang Hao thought they were calling him and instantly felt delighted. Tian Gu. I'm going to sit over there. After saying that, he hurriedly ran over and sat among those girls. A few girls, straight face hashtag. Because the seats in front were quite packed, looking around, there weren't many empty spots. Since Wang Hao forgot his loyalty for beauty, Gu Tian could only continue walking back. Undoubtedly. The area where Su Nanxue was sitting caught his attention. However, at this moment, Su Nanxue was lowering her head, trying to hide her blushing face behind her hair, wishing she could shrink under the seat. She had already recognized him. He was the important figure from last night's drinking party. Didn't expect he was also a student from Jingda? What kind of fate is this? Was he sincerely here to watch her awkward joke? And did she embarrass herself last night? Did anything happen between them? Su Nanxue's heart was already in a mess, just as she prayed he wouldn't sit next to her. Click. The folding stool opened. Gu Tian directly sat down next to her, then lowered his head and pulled out his phone, leisurely playing. Su Nanxue? Did he not recognize her? Was he not here for her? Chapter 40, called out in class. Su Nanxue stealthily turned her head, gently sizing up Gu Tian. He looked relaxed, casually leaning back in his chair, completely giving off a vibe of just randomly picking a seat. New. At that moment. That new guy, the one in the back, answered this question. Please explain what the core idea of modern economic theory is. How does it influence economic policy? The whole class turned to look, all eyes on Gu Tian. What? Answer the question? Suddenly called out by the old professor, Gu Tian stood up, completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even read the textbook to tackle a simple question. What core economic idea? He didn't understand a word of it. The old professor squinted, a knowing smile creeping up his face. Poof. You come here to attend class? I want to see if you are here to truly learn or just to waste time. Let me see what you are made of. At this moment, some boys snickered quietly, while several girls raised their books, trying hard to signal Gu Tian which pages to look at. The professor is ruthless, deliberately trying to embarrass him, right? Ha ha. This dude doesn't even have the book, how can he answer? Hey, doesn't this guy look familiar? Is he a web celebrity? Handsome. Page 93, line 6. Just as Gu Tian was about to awkwardly smile and say he didn't know. Sha. A textbook was pushed toward him, open. A delicate, fair hand pointed to a few lines on the page. Gu Tian was slightly stunned and instinctively turned to the girl next to him. She had her head down, her eyelashes trembling, her cheeks slightly red, her beautiful hands still resting on the text. Is this the answer? Pretty good. So helpful. Gu Tian smiled slightly, then calmly spoke about the content she pointed out. The core idea of Keynesian economics advocates using fiscal and monetary policy to cope with economic cycles, avoiding the negative impact of market failures on society. At this point, Gu Tian had roughly grasped the meaning and let a smile form on his lips. Simply put, the economy is like an emotional investment. The management above is like a boyfriend, and the market is the girlfriend. Overdoing it will drive the other party crazy, while neglecting will disrupt the balance of the relationship. So, the key is to find a balance. Much like in a romantic relationship, you can't be too clingy or too aloof. Otherwise, the market will collapse, and so will the people. After Gu Tian finished speaking, he lifted his head proudly. But the whole classroom fell into a brief silence. The next moment, applause erupted like thunder. Wow! That metaphor is amazing. Damn! This metaphor is so relatable. Incredible! How did this relate to love? The old professor below was also shocked. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Not bad. You can sit down. Amidst the praises and admiring looks from everyone, Gu Tian casually sat down and glanced at the girl beside him. Thanks. As soon as he said this, Su Nanchue's ears turned instantly red, and she instinctively pulled back her hand from the book. This scene drove nearby boys into a frenzy. Ah! Su School Beauty really values looks. Su School Beauty just helped that guy. Woo woo. Su School Beauty. Why did you help him? Just because he's handsome? I'm heartbroken. I'm really heartbroken. Su School Beauty actually helped that guy, and she's blushing. At this moment, Gu Tian was curiously observing the girl in front of him. He wasn't stealing glances, he was looking openly. Although she kept tucking her hair behind her ear, covering half her face, her profile was still incredibly gentle and beautiful. Hey, why aren't you speaking? You're not mute, are you? Gu Tian propped his face with one hand, lazily teasing her. Su Nanxue. She thought he recognized her, even prepared herself for how to talk about what happened last night. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he asked if she was mute? This was nothing like the imposing and handsome figure from last night. A huge contrast was formed. I am not mute. Su Nanxue gently bit her soft lower lip, her voice both soft and light. But after saying this, she immediately regretted it. Why did I say that? She could have completely ignored the person. Hearing this, Gu Tian suddenly froze. This voice. It seems like I've heard it somewhere before. There's an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. Could it be? Gu Tian leaned back and took another careful look at the girl in front of him. He didn't realize it at first, but as soon as he looked, it hit him. Oh my god. Isn't this the same girl that Qin brought to the box last night? She hasn't even changed clothes, has she? Did she just come straight to Beijing University after waking up at the Tianqi Hotel last night? Su Nanxue also realized that the atmosphere was a bit strange, and she frantically fiddled with the hair by her ear to cover up her panic. But the next second, a handsome face suddenly got close. Gu Tian directly leaned his face forward. Su Nanxue. Is he really this boundaryless? She hurriedly leaned back, but the chair back was pressing tightly against her back, leaving her no choice but to face Gu Tian's teasing gaze directly. He. I wondered why your voice sounded so familiar. Turns out we met last night. As soon as these words were spoken. Boom! Su Nanxue's face turned completely red, all the way to her ears. Alright, here it comes, the inevitable is here. Hello? Hello Tian Gu. What a coincidence, you're also studying here. Gu Tian straightened up, his teasing look even stronger now. Not far away, several boys who were eavesdropping instantly exploded. What the hell? What's going on? My goddess just called him brother? That's it. It's over. No wonder my goddess won't pay any attention to me. Wah! I'm heartbroken. Heartbroken. Please, lowly or mature women, comfort me. Just as the air was thick with awkwardness, the bell for the end of class rang. The professor grabbed his textbook and left. Su Nanxue immediately let out a long sigh of relief, but her fingers were still tightly gripping the edge of her clothes as she stammered her reply. Yes. I'm studying here, it really is a coincidence. Gu Tian nodded, not saying anything. Just as he was about to get up to find Wang Hao, who was chatting happily with the girl in the front row. Suddenly, Sunway led a group of younger brothers, rushing into the classroom and heading straight to the back row. Su Nanxue. Su Nanxue. Hurry. Hurry. Go to the hospital. My Bingu is in the hospital. You need to go see my Bingu. This scene immediately drew the attention of the other students. Oh no, my goddess is being harassed again. What? Sabin is in the hospital? No. What does his hospitalization have to do with my goddess? Chapter 41, you guys better wait for me. Facing the sudden arrival of Sunway and his group, the shy and embarrassed expression that had just appeared on Su Nanxue's face in front of Gu Tian vanished instantly, replaced by an unapproachable coldness. What does it have to do with me that he's in the hospital? Why should I go? Please move aside and stop surrounding me. To be honest, Su Nanxue's tone was terrifyingly calm, and even the way she looked at Sunway was full of a bone-chilling coldness and disdain. Gu Tian couldn't help but pull at his clothes. Cold? Why is it so cold? Sunway took a step back involuntarily after being glared at by her, but he still forced an explanation. But Bingo has been pursuing you, you know, besides Myanmar North and Bingo, no one else is willing to be so sincere to you. Put. The crowd struggled to hold back their laughter. After all, Sunway was very ugly, and with such a strange statement, it gave the impression that this wasn't something a handful of glutinous rice could solve. Su Nanxue slightly raised her eyelid and gave him a cold glance. Oh? His pursuit of me is his business. What does it have to do with me? Besides, I don't care about his life or death. Now, please move aside and stop blocking me. To be honest, she was really annoyed by these people. Especially this Sabin guy, who, relying on his family's money, gathered a group of followers at school. In order to pursue her, he had used many different methods. At first, there were all kinds of cheesy pickup lines, sending flowers and milk tea. Later, it became extreme as he followed her, even having his little brothers investigate her whereabouts to create coincidences. In short, there were all sorts of bizarre methods that are hard to describe. Upon hearing Su Nanxue's words, Sunway's face changed. What does it mean? Brother Bin's deep affection had actually earned him Su Xiaohua's disregard plus disdain double blow. Su Nanxue. I won't allow you to curse my big brother like that. My big brother is in the hospital because a skydiver crashed into him today. As soon as these words came out, Gu Tian, who was originally just a bystander, instantly raised his head. Good heavens! If the other party hadn't mentioned it, he nearly forgot that someone had collided with them while parachuting today. And crashing into the hospital, it seems pretty serious. But looking at these people's stance, the person he collided with today didn't seem like a good guy either. At this moment, the surrounding students began to discuss among themselves. Wait! The person who crashed in the video is Sabin? Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Is it really that absurd? Good heavens! Is the reason for hospitalization this bizarre? Crashed into the hospital by a skydiver? Who is this? Who would be bold enough to crash Sabin into the hospital? While everyone was discussing, Wang Hao, who was also merely watching, suddenly stood up and shouted at Gu Tian. Oh my god, brother Tian. It looks like you crashed him pretty hard. I know that kid, should I go visit him in the hospital? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Wait. What are they talking about? Sunway and his little brother's gazes suddenly focused on Gu Tian. Wait, what are you talking about? Crashed him pretty hard? Did you crash my big brother? Su Nanxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Gu Tian, seemingly waiting for his confirmation. At this moment, Gu Tian had a completely speechless expression. Teammate, he really was a pig teammate. He originally wanted to see how Su Nanxue would deal with these people. As a result, he became the main character himself? Say it. Is it you? Is it you who crashed my big brother? At this time, other little brothers also ran over and, upon seeing Gu Tian, exclaimed. Oh my! It's you! It's you! Wei Gu! It's this kid! It's this kid who jumped down from the helicopter and crashed into Brother Bin. Upon hearing helicopter, the surrounding students were all dumbfounded. What? Came by helicopter to Jingda then parachuted? Every word in this sentence is understood, but when combined, how does it feel so incomprehensible? Wait. Wait. This handsome guy arrived by helicopter today? Came to school by helicopter and then parachuted? Crashed Sabin? Oh my god. This way of schooling is way too niche? As everyone was passionately discussing, Sunway's face had completely darkened. His big brother, Sabin, had been smashed into the hospital by this kid in front of him, with 2 broken ribs. And this kid was still sitting beside Su Xiaohua as if nothing happened? Adding these two charges together is enough to finish him off. Damn it! You're the one who crashed my big brother into the hospital, right? It's you, right? Sunwei, fuming with anger, was about to raise his fist towards Gu Tian. A little brother nearby hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. There are so many students in the classroom, if a fight broke out, they would be expelled in no time. Since they know who crashed, they can just tell Brother Bin afterward and let him take care of it. They are merely his underlings, Brother Bin isn't even present, so there's no need to show off. Wow, Sunwei is really angry. He wouldn't directly fight in the classroom, right? Good heavens! Is this newcomer really that fierce? Wait, don't you all think this newcomer looks really familiar? Along with the discussions, even Su Nanxue looked at Gu Tian with a complicated expression. This was really nothing like the grand figure she saw last night. Could he actually pull off something like crashing while parachuting? However, she had no good feelings towards Sabin, so at this moment, there was an inexplicable feeling in my heart, a desire to laugh. Alright. You brat have some guts. I remember you. I will make my brother Bin take care of you. Sunwei, blocked by his little brother, angrily raised his hand and pointed fiercely at Gu Tian. You wait for me. But before his finger could fully extend. Damn it! You dare to point at my brother Tian? Bang! A shadow suddenly rushed out. Wang Hao flew out with a kick, striking Sunwei right in the chest. Sunwei couldn't avoid it and was directly kicked onto the desk behind him. Clang! The entire room fell silent in an instant, and the next second it exploded. Wow! It's really starting to fight. What the hell? This newcomer is so fierce? Kicked him flying? The atmosphere in the classroom erupted instantly, everyone was stunned. No one could have imagined that someone would fight directly. Before the little brother could react, Wang Hao rushed up and grabbed Sunwei by the collar. Who are you pointing at? Do you think your brother Bin is something? You dare to point at my brother Tian again? Do you believe I'll make you share a hospital room with him right now? This sudden scene turned Sunwei's face green, his momentum instantly vanished. And Gu Tian sat there with a calm face, quietly watching Wang Hao make up for his mistake. After all, he had just been calmly eating melon seeds when Wang Hao's words dragged him into the mess. Su Nanxue was also stunned. It was the first time she saw someone kick Sun Bin's little brother in public. You dare to kick me? I'll. The reacting Sunwei instantly stood up, preparing to fight back. Before he could finish his sentence. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. The old professor came into the classroom holding the textbook. Seeing that things weren't right, Sunwei and the others turned and left, not forgetting to point at Gu Tian and Su Nanxue. You wait for me. Chapter 42, I'll take care of this. The old professor was excitedly lecturing at the podium. But the students below were not focused at all, often turning back to look at Wang Hao and Gu Tian's expressions. But seeing the two so calm and playing on their phones, many people gasped. Wow! So calm? Could it be that they don't know the identity of Sabin? He is from a powerful family in Kyoto. Including Sunwei's family, which is from the Financial Bureau of Kyoto. These two freshmen might have courage, but they really didn't think about the consequences. Thinking of this, many students felt a cold sweat. This class ending could be the end for these two. Perhaps now Sunwei has gathered many little brothers near the teaching building. Su Nanxue felt a little nervous, although she knew the other party's powerful background should be above Sabin's. But just now, if the class bell hadn't rung in time, Sunwei would definitely have beaten them up due to his number advantage. Aren't you worried that Sunwei will come look for trouble later? Hearing Su Nanxue's soft voice, Gu Tian turned his head with interest. Oh? You think I would worry? Worried? He. To be honest, he didn't see those people as humans at all, he could crush a whole bunch with just one foot. As for the so-called brother Bin they mentioned, he hadn't even heard of him. No, I mean... Su Nanxue bit her lip and waved her hands, afraid Gu Tian would misunderstand her meaning. It's fine, look over there, they are all my people. Gu Tian leaned back lazily. Su Nanxue was stunned and instinctively followed his gaze to the back right row. Not looking was a shock, looking was a big surprise. The back right area that had no one sitting before was suddenly filled with many crew-cut boys, all of them sturdy, and their eyes were sharp. Seeing Su Nanxue looking over, these crew-cuts instinctively reached for their waists. Such a fierce movement. Startled, Su Nanxue quickly turned her head back. Don't worry, no one can touch a hair on my head today. As for your matter, I'll handle it, consider it a reward for helping me during class. Gu Tian yawned lazily, as if he was talking about something trivial. But to Su Nanxue's ears, this sounded like a thunderclap hitting deep in her heart. Is this a repayment to her? Because she helped him in the last class, and now he is going to help her deal with Sabin and his group? To be honest, regarding Sabin's harassment, she really wanted to resolve it. But she knew the power of the Xie family in Beijing, and she was living at her aunt's house. According to her cousin Qin Shi's temper, once he found out about this, he would definitely make trouble for Sabin, which would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble for her aunt's family. So, she had always chosen to endure. But unexpectedly, this person in front of her actually. Su Nanyue felt a warmth spreading from her chest, even the tips of her ears quietly turned a faint shade of red. Thank you. Seeing Su Nanyue slightly inhale, her beautiful eyes lowered, Gu Tian's lips curled into a smile. What are you thanking me for? We're beyond keeping score. Did you forget what happened last night? Upon hearing this, Su Nanyue froze for a moment before her face instantly turned red. She really couldn't remember what happened last night, and she didn't have the courage to ask if something had really happened. Wait, what was she thinking? Seeing the unusual expression on Su Nanyue's face, Gu Tian's brows instantly furrowed. What he meant was that they had a great chat last night. They had drunk so much that they were almost sworn brothers. So helping each other with this matter didn't even require a thank you. But seeing Su Nanyue like this, it seems she was overthinking it. I didn't forget. With a red face, Su Nanyue nodded, then fell silent. This was her first time putting down her facade of indifference in front of someone else. Just as Su Nanyue took a deep breath, preparing to calm down and listen to the class. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Gu Tian looking around after turning his head, and after confirming no one was paying attention, he slowly bent down and reached into his pants. Su Nanyue's eyes widened in shock, her face flushed red, and her mind raced with all sorts of absurd images. No. What is he doing? Is he sitting next to me to reward himself? What kind of person is he? What a bizarre hobby. But Gu Tian didn't notice Su Nanyue's shocked gaze, still reaching into his waistband and rummaging. It's stuck too tight. I should have taken it out in advance and placed it on the desk. Gu Tian mumbled quietly, a look of helplessness on his brow. Hearing these words, Su Nanyue's expression became even more chaotic. What, taking it out and putting it on the desk? This. In reality, Gu Tian just wanted to take out the Beretta handgun from his waistband to check the safety and bullet count. But because the holster was tightly secured and he was sitting there, it was indeed difficult to do so. But Su Nanyue had no idea about this. Just as she forced herself to look away, fearing that if she stared for even one more second, she would faint. Suddenly. Click. Gu Tian withdrew his hand, finally pulling out the item from his waist. A Beretta handgun glistening in silver, with sleek metal lines. Oh my. Truth. Su Nanyue froze completely, instinctively covering her mouth. Jumping out of a plane to go to school. Bringing a bodyguard to class? Now even pulling out a gun. At this moment, Su Nanyue finally had a concrete idea of the big shot her cousin Qin Shi had mentioned. After all, in Dragon Country, carrying a handgun is prohibited, regardless of how powerful you are, it is not allowed. But this person. In contrast to Su Nanyue's panic and tension, Gu Tian remained calm, as he began to disassemble the magazine and check the number of bullets with a click. The whole action was smooth and steady as an old dog. At this moment. Do you have any wet wipes? The sudden question instantly left Su Nanqing frozen in place. You want to wipe the gun? Yes, why is your face so red? Is it hot? Gu Tian turned his head, only to find Su Nanqing's face peculiarly flushed, and he asked with curiosity. Su Nanqing. All she wanted to do now was to keep a safe distance from him. Although a bit scared inside, Su Nanqing still dug out a pack of tissues from her bag and handed it over. Gu Tian was not at all polite, tearing open the packaging and pulling out a piece to start wiping the Beretta. As Su Nanqing sat beside him, her face crimson as she watched the scene. She wiped her sweat, he wiped his gun. Her heart raced at 180, while his was calm at 80. Chapter 43, Sunwei reveals his identity. On the other side. Sunwei immediately told Sabin about these matters. Without a doubt. Sabin was so angry that he jumped up from the hospital bed and instantly ordered Sunwei. No matter what, he needed to bring the bruised Gu Tian to see him. It would be best if he could bring along Su Xiaohua too. He wanted to feel the affectionate touch of Su Xiaohua, thinking it would help his injuries heal faster. With Sabin's approval, Sunwei immediately led a large group of underlings to the teaching building. As soon as the class bell rang, the professor had just left, and Sunwei led his group rushing in. You little brat! Stop right there! Who kicked me in the last class? Step forward! Faced with the fierce Sunwei and his many underlings, many students were scared and hurriedly ran out of the classroom. The ones left behind were those daring enough to gamble and watch. At this moment, Wang Hao was very confused. Sabin knew him and was deferential in front of him. But the others underlings actually didn't know him? I kicked you. So what? Wang Hao pushed his chair back and walked out, squinting at the person in front of him. You won't get into trouble, right? Su Nanqing looked at Gu Tian, who was getting ready to stand up, and asked worriedly. Gu Tian patted his bulging waist holster, raised an eyebrow, and smiled, no problem. Seeing him so calm, Su Nanqing couldn't help but gasp. In her impression, conflicts between boys were at most just a fistfight. But the other side directly took out a firearm? Of course, Su Nanqing didn't believe Gu Tian would actually use it. At most, he would just scare the other party. Besides, she wasn't sure if that holster contained a real gun. Maybe it was a lighter? In any case, both nervous and curious. Seeing both of them stand up, Sunway and his many underlings unconsciously took 2 steps back. Usually when their group showed up, the opponents would typically start begging for mercy. But this time, why? Were they not scared at all? Thus, both sides entered a standoff phase. Sunway and his underlings glared at Gu Tian and Wang Hao, the atmosphere tense as a drawn sword. At the same time, the bodyguards in the back row also began to slowly stand up, some hands reaching for their waist, others reaching inside their shirts. As long as the other side dared to attack young Master Gu. If Gu Tian nodded, they could quickly reward these people with a peanut each. What's wrong? Haven't you seen such a handsome guy before? Do you know what your brother Bin calls me when he sees me? He calls me Brother Hao. Who do you think you are? You dare to point fingers at me? Although Wang Hao didn't make a move, his words were relentless, sizing up Sunway while attacking mentally. Of course. Wang Hao harbored a selfish thought. As long as the other party dared to touch him, he could use this incident to find Sabin to complain later. For example. Oh, Sabin, you're doing well now. Last time your underling came at me under your big name. Sabin would definitely look apologetic, and perhaps even upgrade his membership at the club. Hearing Wang Hao's words, plus the other party's nasty expression, Sunway was grinding his teeth in anger. When did they ever talk so much before a fight? Was he ruthlessly mocked by others? Did even Brother Bin not take him seriously? Who gave you the courage? Shut your mouth, you piece of trash. Sunway was blinded by anger and swung a fist at Wang Hao. What the hell? You sneak attacked me. Wang Hao dodged to the side, backing up several steps. I'll tell you this. If you knew who I was, you would definitely kneel and apologize to me. Sabin kept calling him Brother Hao. Yet this group of people not only didn't recognize him, but they all called him Brother Bin? This shows how low their status truly is. After cursing, Wang Hao also swung his fist at Sunway's face. In terms of fighting ability, Wang Hao was not weak at all, always training with Gu Tian. He may not have eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run, and he had learned a lot of moves. Bang! This straight punch landed squarely on Sunway's face, causing him to stumble back while covering his eyes. Stop pretending like a loser. If I expose my identity, you'd better kneel before me. What are you all standing around for? Beat him to death. Ah. Understood, Brother Wei. Several younger brothers quickly snapped back to reality from Su Nanqiu's beauty and swung their fists at Wang Hao. Wait a minute. Wang Hao was not a fool. The more critical the moment, the clearer his head became. The opponent's momentum resembled that of his own kind, so let them reveal their own identities. You say it. If you're so awesome, I'll kneel down to you today. But Sunway, being a muscle-bound simpleton, had no idea that these two were truly powerful figures. With the thought of revealing his identity when faced with death, Sunway stepped forward and said sternly, I don't change my name or my family name. I am Sunway. My dad is the second in command of the capital's finance bureau. What do you have to compare with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hao calmly took out his phone and made a call. Contact the second in command of the capital's finance bureau and tell him that his son is acting cool at school, threatening female students, and leading many students into gang activities. If the son is not taught, it's the father's fault. It's best to check, and by the way, see if the finance bureau has any economic abnormalities, and follow the clues. This scene left everyone stunned. What the hell? Are you from the inspection committee? Sunway was also shocked by Wang Hao's actions. After all, at Capital University, simply throwing a brick could hit several children of officials. It was just a matter of status. However, his dad's position. At Capital University, there were really not many who could surpass it. Even if there were, they would have known long ago. Maybe the other side was just pretending? Ha! You really know how to act cool. Who the hell are you? Are you from the inspection committee or the supervision group? Can you even check my dad? The surrounding students began to discuss. Wow. This is actually the child of a big official. Interesting. Sunway's background is actually so strong? No, he came to school today by helicopter and parachuted in. Oh, that's different. Taking a helicopter shows money but no power. Faced with Sunway's retort, Wang Hao said nothing, but looked at Gu Tian. Gu Tian smiled helplessly. The two looked at Sunway as if he were mentally challenged. The call had already been made, now they just needed to let the bullets fly for a while. But unfortunately, Sunway couldn't wait any longer. He had already revealed his identity, and the opponent was still being cocky. Since that was the case, they needed to taste the power of their fists. Brothers! Stop wasting time with them. Get him! With Sunway's shout. The younger brothers quickly rushed forward again, surrounding the two men. Suddenly. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A series of rapid phone rings sounded. Chapter 44 Grand Acknowledgement of Big Brother. In an instant, the whole classroom seemed to have hit the mute button. Everyone's eyes focused sharply on Sunway. The pressure was almost enough to vaporize him on the spot. My phone? Oh, is it my phone? At this moment, Sunway was no longer calm. After all, the caller was his father. Is the other party even more powerful than him? Is it really someone from the inspection system? Do they truly have the authority to investigate his father? While his mind was racing with "Oh my god, man, are you serious?" the call connected. Damn you. Ungrateful son. What the hell are you pretending for? Are you embarrassing yourself out there? Making me get investigated now? Do you know who you're dealing with? You've brought so much trouble to me. From today on, you are no longer my son. And I am no longer your father. Come back here tomorrow. We'll go to the notary. We'll officially sever our father-son relationship. Slap. The phone was slammed down angrily by Sun's father. Boom. In that moment, Sunway felt as if 5 thunderbolts struck him. Oh my god, dude, are you really serious? Everyone stared in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief at Wang Hao. Oh my god. Are you serious? No way. They are really investigating? What the heck? What background does this new student have? So impressive? Holy cow. This is kind of unbelievable. At this moment, Wang Hao had one hand in his pocket, spinning his phone with a smug smile as he looked at Gu Tian. His tiny eyes seemed to say, "Brother Tian, did you see? You don't need to step in, I can handle everything." Just as everyone was murmuring about Wang Hao's background. Bang! A dull sound of a hand slapping the table echoed. Everyone turned in shock, only to see Sunway pounding the table hard, his whole body trembling, his face turning pale. Clearly, this was the prelude to some transformation. Just as the students were curious about what he was about to turn into a green giant scion. Brothers! I don't have a father anymore. Sunway roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Today, get ready to beat him to death. Who dares to step up? I'll reward each person 50,000. 50,000? Oh my god? 50,000? How many people can you find that don't like cilantro? The classroom instantly buzzed with excitement, everyone was in shock. Nowadays, some are poor, and some are bold. Once the money was mentioned, the little brothers who were hesitating just moments ago got excited immediately. Damn it! Who dares to mess with my brother Wei's father? I'll beat you up. 50,000. Brothers! He's not a god. He's just a man. Seeing Sunway leading his reckless followers charging over, Wang Hao's face changed, and he turned to prepare to run. Brother Tian. Run. As long as you preserve the Green Mountains, you don't need to worry about firewood. Put. Gu Tian burst out laughing. In the next second, he pulled out a gun from his waist and aimed it directly at Sunway's forehead. Sunway slammed on the brakes, freezing in place. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Oh my god. A gun? No way. Holy cow. Is that really a gun? Oh my god. Classmate. Don't be impulsive. Whatever you do, don't be impulsive. Wait, is that really a gun or just a lighter? The few little brothers who charged forward saw Sunway didn't follow and instinctively turned their heads, only to be scared out of their wits by the scene. Why you, how do you have this thing? As he asked this question, Sunway's throat rolled, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He wanted to take a gamble on whether the other's gun was real or not. But he was also afraid of losing that bet. Kyoto was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He was a bit afraid of meeting the real deal. Oh? Why can't I have this thing? Gu Tian replied nonchalantly. That calm and dismissive expression made the onlooking students doubt their lives entirely. Is there any way to continue this school? 2 random new students showed up. One new student made a phone call to bring the inspection team to investigate the director of the Kyoto Finance Bureau. The other new student pulled out a gun. If you have any sense, take your people and leave, don't disturb this girl any longer. Gu Tian casually pointed. Sun Anju, next to him, trembled slightly, her face turning red, unsure whether it was fear or some other emotion. As for that Bin you mentioned, go back and tell him. If he continues, I don't mind accompanying him till the end, let him pull the radish out of the mud. As soon as this statement fell, the previously quiet students started to murmur once again. Especially that line pulling the radish out of the mud, the implied meaning couldn't be clearer. No way, this new guy seems even more impressive than the one who made the call earlier. Oh my gosh. Does he mean he can move the Xie family? Did someone just say that the Xie family has a background in the capital? My focus is on whether his truth is real or fake. Actually, Gu Tian said this because he just heard classmates discussing how Sabin has great power in the capital. Since his last name is Xie, he must be a member of the Xie family. He is not in the capital, so the Xie family can act arrogantly. Now that he is back in the capital, can you still be arrogant? Sunwei has already made plans to retreat in embarrassment. And that whisper about the truth not seeming real just happened to reach his ears. In an instant, a phrase awakened the dreamer. Yeah. This is the capital. Even Brother Bin, who is so powerful, can't get a truth. Can you get a truth? What a joke. Besides, if you were really that amazing, why are you still here studying? Thinking about this, Sunwei's eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly picked up the shattered pieces of his dignity, and he turned his head sharply, raising his hand to swat away the truth on his forehead. You dare to shoot? Don't scare people with a lighter. As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian raised his hand and shot at the ceiling. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed, and the ceiling was blasted open. Lime debris tumbled down. In the next second, Sunwei fell to his knees, his angry eyes instantly clear, and he blurted out. Big brother, don't kill me. The change came too fast, like a tornado. At the same time, the crowd in the classroom reacted, their faces turning pale. Damn. Truth. Run. Crazy. He's gone mad. Oh my. How does he have a real truth? In less than a moment, the classroom was emptied, with some even losing their shoes in the process. Who dares to move? Gu Tian's cold rebuke startled several little brothers who were about to sneak away, freezing them in place. Under the fear of truth, any resistance was in vain. Big brother. I was wrong. I was wrong. Big brother. I have nothing to do with it, it was Sunwei who called me. Big brother, please. Big brother, I will follow you from now on. Once one person cowered, everyone followed suit. In a moment, the little brothers who had just been arrogant and let Sunwei command them all turned against him, eager to please Gu Tian. The scene instantly transformed into a large-scale brotherly recognition ceremony. And kneeling on the ground, Sunwei didn't even dare to make a sound, his lips curling into a bitter smile after a long pause. Big brother, can I follow you from now on? Oh. Why didn't you say that earlier? If you had said it earlier, my brother Tian wouldn't have done this. Not far away, Wang Hao slowly walked up, patted Sunwei's shoulder, and smiled cheerfully. But it's not too late to say it now, at least you're still alive. The reason he had kept his distance before was that he was scared brother Tian's truth might misfire. Chapter 45, Revenge for Revenge. If someone else said such words, it would definitely be a joke. But for Sunwei, this was not a joke at all. Ordinary people use truths, they wouldn't even dare to use one, let alone listen to it cover their ears. But this person before him not only drew it from his waist, but also held the gun in a way that was frighteningly skilled. To put it bluntly, the other party must have killed people with the truth. As for the other party's identity, he was no longer curious. The only thing he could be sure of was that this person was definitely more powerful than Brother Bin. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Tian, for not killing me. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Tian. Sunwei clasped his hands together in thanks, his face full of the expression of someone who had survived a disaster. The little brothers beside him followed suit, completely treating Gu Tian as a god and worshipping him. Brother Tian. Thank you, Brother Tian. Brother Tian. From now on, we will follow you. Brother Tian, if you tell us to go east, we absolutely won't go west. Brother Tian is mighty. Amidst the voices of everyone submitting, Gu Tian slowly tucked the truth back into his waist holster. At this moment, it was as if a swordsman had sheathed his sharp sword. But the pressure didn't lessen even a bit. Good, since you recognize me as your big brother, will you listen to me from now on? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then in unison replied, we will listen. From now on, we only listen to Brother Tian. Gu Tian, hearing this, showed a playful smile on his face. Good. Not bad. Since you are obedient, go to the hospital and beat that guy, what's his name, Brother Bin. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Ha? Ha, what? Beat Brother Bin, this might not be so good, right? While the little brothers hesitated, unsure what to do. Slap. Sunway suddenly stood up, stomped his foot, his face turning red. Damn it! That dog, Sabin. He dared to lay his hands on Brother Tian's woman. Today, I'm going to break his third rib. After saying this, Sunway bowed deeply to Gu Tian, then clenched his fists, revved up his energy, and rushed out of the classroom. This scene left Gu Tian and the others completely confused. How could there be two sides to this person? The group of little brothers watching also felt a bit dazed. Wait, he changed so quickly? No. Why did Wei Gu suddenly get so angry? Holy crap. I get it now. Brothers. Let's beat the hell out of that son of a bitch Sabin. Let's go. Let's go. A number of little brothers followed quickly, rushing out of the classroom. Is Sabin impressive? Yes, he is. But does Sabin have any real principles? No, he doesn't. Can Sabin make Sunway's father cut ties with him with just one phone call? He can't. And what about Brother Tian and his friends? One phone call, the finance bureau shook. A shot fired, and the whole class almost ended up tracing their roots. So who is truly impressive? The answer is obvious. Why did Sunway suddenly run out, his face full of anger? Clearly, this was the best proof of loyalty to Brother Tian. While they were still hesitating, Wei Gu had already shown his loyalty with action. No wonder he can be the little boss. In no time, the classroom returned to silence again. Wang Hao touched his chin, unable to help but tease. Brother Tian, you come to school for something simple, and suddenly, Peking University is in turmoil. Gu Tian ignored his teasing and instead looked at Su Nanxue. It was clear she had been quite scared earlier. Though she tried to remain calm, her fingertips were slightly trembling, her gaze drifting, and it was all written on her face, nervousness. So, how is it? Were you scared? Su Nanxue was a bit stunned, not expecting him to suddenly care about her. No, just a bit unexpected. She had originally thought that he, like her cousin Qin Shi had said, was the cold and aloof son of a powerful family. But that scene just now, it was not only shocking, but also kind of cool. Especially when he said, I'll handle your matter. How to say it, it was like a stone suddenly being thrown into her calm heart, creating ripples. Looking at her shy expression, Gu Tian's smile deepened. Don't worry, from now on, they won't dare to bully you anymore. Anyway, he had already said it. Sooner or later, this would reach Sabin's ears. If the other party had any common sense, they would definitely hold back. If they didn't hold back, then it meant they didn't take him seriously. At that time, he wouldn't mind making another family-less in the capital. Su Nanxue lowered her head and didn't speak, but the redness had already spread from her ears to her neck. At this moment, Wang Hao's stomach growled loudly. Brother Tian, let's go eat? Gu Tian took out his phone and looked, it was already lunchtime. Su Nanxue, are you going to eat? How about we go together? Su Nanxue could never refuse. Being with him truly gave her a sense of security. Unlike before, when she had to be on edge during meals, afraid that Sabin would suddenly show up with a bouquet of flowers in the restaurant, confessing to her. It would be so awkward. Okay, let's go together. And so, the three of them walked out of the teaching building, heading to Peking University's cafeteria. Along the way, they were a unique scene, attracting many students to stop and watch. What's going on? How come Sue's school flower is with a guy? Oh my god. Is Sue's school flower in a relationship? Wow. First time ever. First time seeing Sue's school flower with a boy. Hey. Which one is Sue's boyfriend? Is it the buzz cut guy or the other handsome guy? Damn it. Are you blind? It's obviously not the buzz cut guy. On the other side, Sabin was still waiting quietly in the school hospital for Sunway's triumphant return. Suddenly, the door of the ward was kicked open with a loud bang, startling Sabin to sit up abruptly from the bed. Sunway walked in with a group of his little brothers, his face full of hostility. Sunway. What the hell are you doing? Trying to scare me to death? Sabin impatiently shouted, completely unaware of Sunway's unusual expression. Where are the people? I told you to bring them. You didn't just mess this up for me, did you? Just as Sabin strained his neck to look behind, he heard Sunway yell. Damn it! Call me Brother Wei. Sunway stepped forward and slapped Sabin hard across the face. Slap! This smack left Sabin dazed. Even the little brothers behind Sunway gasped in shock. Holy crap! Brother Wei is truly impressive. This is seriously a comeback. Honestly speaking, following Sabin felt like being treated like a dog, completely at the mercy of others. They had long wanted to pledge allegiance to another big brother. But the prominent figures at Jingda were very low-key and never showed up. Even if they did, their level wasn't enough to make contact. And now, Brother Tian here was definitely way cooler than Sabin. Are you crazy? You dare to hit me? Sabin covered his face, instinctively preparing to get out of bed to fight back, but the pain in his abdomen made him give up decisively. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, Sunway retorted. So what if I hit you? Slap. Sunway landed another crisp slap, this one even more decisive than the last. It seemed like he was venting all his previous anger. This scene undoubtedly stirred the blood of the little brothers behind them, all their dissatisfaction boiling over at that moment. Beat him. Brother Wei is awesome. Damn. I've disliked him for a long time. Damn. He treats me like a dog. Son of a gun. He even said he would let my dad be the village chief. Brothers. Today we repay hatred with hatred. We repay grievances with grievances. Sunway, full of killing intent, picked up a stool and turned to his little brothers. Chapter 46, Reserved Seats for School Leaders. Watching his former little brothers suddenly rebel, Sabin was completely panicked. A gentleman does not stand beneath a wall that may fall. This situation was obviously the most unfavorable for him. Sunway. Are you crazy? Have you all lost your minds? Have you been brainwashed by someone? Do you know who I am? I am from the Xie family. Shut your mouth. Sunway swung the stool, cutting off Sabin's bragging. Ah! The stool landed squarely on Sabin's second brother, who instantly hunched over like a shrimp. Before he could react, Sunway let out a roar. Brothers, give this to Brother Tian as a sign of loyalty. Beat him up. The little brothers rushed forward in response. In an instant, Sabin's screams filled the ward, the bed creaked, pillows flew everywhere, and even the forestand toppled over. Although the dining hall of the finance department was luxuriously decorated, with high ceilings and an elegant environment, it couldn't withstand the large crowd. At mealtime, the hall was packed, bustling with people, as lively as a spring festival scene, with students crammed even in the corners. The three stood there, glancing left and right, looking around. Brother Tian. I'll just go straight over and tell them to get lost. Wang Hao muttered, looking displeased. When did it become necessary to find an empty seat to eat? He might seriously need to report this to his dad. So much financial aid is allocated to Jingda every year, yet the dining hall is so overcrowded that there isn't even an empty seat at mealtime. This situation definitely needs to be investigated thoroughly. Gu Tian turned his head, his gaze lightly scanning Wang Hao. Why are you in such a hurry, all flustered? Since we're here for school, let's act like students. What kind of demeanor is it to be violent all day long? Wang Hao instantly turned red, opening his mouth but not knowing how to refute. Violent all day long? Wasn't it you who just held a truth to someone's head? This comment made Su Nanxue cover her mouth and laugh. She didn't expect the other party to be so humorous and witty. This formed a huge contrast with the person in the classroom who held the truth. Hey! There's a spot over there. Gu Tian suddenly pointed to a nearby empty area. Just when everyone felt helpless, Gu Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, pointing at a place not far away. Hey! There's an empty seat over there. Not far away, there was a spot where no students were sitting. Before his words fell, Wang Hao rushed over, shouting, I'm claiming the seat. You all chat slowly. I'm going to occupy the seat first. Only then did Gu Tian look at Su Nanxue, seeing her still standing still. Hey! Are you coming? What's wrong? Aren't you eating? Su Nanxue bit her lip and softly said, that place is not really suitable for us, it's not where students can sit. That is the exclusive seating for student leaders. To make it easier for classroom leaders to eat. Each cafeteria has areas separated for students and staff meals. Most importantly, the tempers of those school leaders are very volatile. If they come and find a seat taken by a student, they would at least scold you harshly. At worst, they might kick you and lecture you until you're speechless. Gu Tian was taken aback. Leaders? Su Nanxue nodded, her voice lower. Yes, we'd better not go there. Ha, interesting, so should I prepare my exclusive seat too? After speaking, Gu Tian boldly walked over. Su Nanxue hesitated for 2 seconds but ultimately followed with small steps. Sure enough. This scene had already drawn the gaze of many students. No way, are they really sitting there? Are they crazy? That's the principal and dean's exclusive seats. It's over. The dean will definitely scold them later. Wow. Su's school beauty is so bold. Aren't those 2 students from the big finance classroom? Amidst the whispers, Gu Tian reached the seats and casually sat down. On the table, there were signs for the principal and dean, and so on. Gu Tian casually pushed the sign on the floor. Placing it on the table was indeed an eyesore. With a thud. Not to mention the surrounding students, even the lady serving food at the window stretched her neck to peek over. Wan Hao gave a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. Brother Tian, your aura is amazing, I feel like kneeling. Although Su Nanxue also sat down, she seemed much more reserved than the 2 of them, looking at the entrance of the cafeteria and then around, constantly praying in her heart. Today, please don't let any school leaders come. Gu Tian had a gun at his waist. Honestly, she was really scared that any leader would scold Gu Tian. What if Gu Tian, just like in the big classroom, turned around and shot? She didn't dare to think further. Let's go, see what to eat. Wang Hao stood up slowly and walked toward the food counter. Gu Tian followed closely behind. Let's check out how the food in Peking University's cafeteria is. In less than a while, the 3 returned to their seats with trays. Compared to the starving Wang Hao who was gobbling down, Su Nanxue and Gu Tian clearly chose to eat gracefully, chewing slowly. Hey Haozi, how much does the financial allocation give to Peking University each year? With such a big cafeteria, even the dining seats are tight? I think it's time for you to let your dad check where all that money is being spent. Wang Hao perked up at once, this was undoubtedly hitting his heart. Brother Tian. If you want to check, I'll just tell my dad directly, it won't take a day, and Peking University's financial statements will be sent to you. Su Nanxue listened to their casual discussion, feeling a bit dazed. She even started to regret. If only she had listened more to her cousin Qin Chi about the happenings in Kyoto circles, she surely would understand this prominent figure named Gu Tian a bit more. Now, she was left utterly perplexed, shocked hundreds of times by his daily operations. While the 3 were enjoying their lunch, the restaurant suddenly began to stir. Whispers turned into a loud clamor, and hundreds of eyes were directed at them. Hey, hey, hey! Look over there! Wanjia! Wanjia! Su School Flower Wanjia! Oh my! The school leaders really came to eat. Ah! We ran into them. Run! Run! Why aren't they running? At the entrance of the restaurant, a group of people rushed in, looking as hungry as could be. Leading the pack was a stout middle-aged man, followed by several cadre-level staff members, all dressed in suits and looking unfriendly. As they passed, students lowered their heads, fell silent, and quietly continued to eat, afraid they would be called out next. Seeing this, Director Zhang instantly became displeased, his face darkening as he flicked his sleeve. Not even a greeting? Not even a hello, Director Zhang? These students. Not keen on studying. Only keen on eating. They rush out of class like starving ghosts. Those who know this is the canteen of the top university, Jing University, would think it's a disaster relief site. His followers nodded in agreement. Director Zhang is absolutely right. Oh, Director Zhang's description is simply exquisite. Vivid. Accurate. Expressive. These students need to hear teachings more often, or they won't even know their own surname. This wasn't just flattery, it was a way to climb the ladder, a representation of the school's authority. Chapter 47, Director Zhang is angry. Before Director Zhang's group got close, he saw a scene at the long table area reserved for school leaders. The reserved sign that said students must not sit was knocked over. The name tags on the table had been thrown on the ground. What infuriated him even more was that there were 3 students sitting there, enjoying their meal, completely disregarding the reserved seats. Director Zhang instantly exploded, his face turning the color of liver. Good. 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 These students are getting ever more outrageous? Daring to sit in my place just to eat. Before he could wave his sleeve and march up angrily, his subordinates rushed ahead. You. Which department are you from? Do you know this is a reserved seat? Who allowed you to sit here? Quickly go sit somewhere else. As the shouting erupted, Wang Hao's chicken leg froze in midair as he glanced at Gu Tian, casually saying, Brother Tian, this bureaucracy is pretty serious. Gutian, unfazed, replied with a cold smile, yeah, it really is, and just for sitting down briefly, the school leaders are blowing up. Faced with their calmness, Su Nanshue's little face turned red as she dared not take a breath. As a girl, being scolded by the school leaders would indeed be rather embarrassing. Who threw these on the ground? Stand up. Director Zhang walked up, pointing at the three and questioning them harshly. What was thrown away was the tag, but what was lost was his dignity as a director. If today's students dared to throw his name tag, tomorrow's staff would dare to argue with him. How could the work of the finance college continue after this? You three. Now. Immediately. Stand up. Director Zhang's voice grew increasingly agitated, even slamming the table. Winehouse temper flared instantly as he picked up his plate, ready to throw it at the man's face. But Gu Tian quickly reached out and grabbed his arm, giving him a look not to be impulsive. No matter what, the other party was a school leader. If a bowl of rice were thrown in his face, they would be in the wrong first. The immediate issue was why were the restaurant seats so limited and why did school leaders have exclusive reserved seats? Speak up. Pretending to be mute? And you? A girl. Mixing with two boys? Seeing Gu Tian and Wang Hao's indifferent expressions, Dean Zhang directly pointed the spearhead at Su Nanjing. Such scolding words fell on Su Nanjing, yet they hurt the boys around her. Woo woo. Damn Dean Zhang, how dare he scold my goddess? Old Zhang. I won't allow you to speak about my goddess. What do you mean my goddess is a girl? As long as my goddess is happy. She can eat with anyone she wants. Old Zhang. I'll report you for gender discrimination. Su Nanjing lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping her clothing, even tears glimmered in her beautiful eyes. She had seen Dean Zhang's ugly face before. But being publicly humiliated like this was a first. Seeing this situation, Gu Tian suddenly raised his head and glared back. What's all this noise? Is it so much trouble just to eat a meal? What exclusive or not exclusive, there isn't even a seat to eat, and you dare call it a restaurant. The school gets so much funding, and you've pocketed it all, haven't you? Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to explode. Everyone? Su Nanjing. Wang Hao, damn. Even the few subordinates behind Dean Zhang couldn't help but take a step back. Damn. This is face-to-face confrontation. Dean Zhang was hit so hard his face turned purple, and he hurriedly pulled out a bottle of heart medicine from his suit pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. Having been the dean for so many years, he had never seen such a fierce student, truly astonishing. Surrounding students were dumbfounded. Wow. This is too fierce, right? My God. He drove the dean to take medicine? Is this going to send the principal to the hospital? This scene is explosively intense. A few seconds later, Dean Zhang finally regained his composure, his face flushed, gritting his teeth. Tell me. Which college are you from? Which department? Which class? Who is your counselor? Such a student who disregards authority must be reported for punishment and expulsion. Just as he finished yelling, before Gu Tian could answer, Wang Hao lazily spoke while fiddling with his phone. Class 1 of the finance department, we don't even know who our counselor is. His casual tone completely disregarded the school leader before him. Besides, he was currently contacting someone to check the leadership structure of Jing University, to investigate who dared to yell at Brother Tian right now. Dean Zhang's face instantly darkened again. Had he really encountered a hard-headed student? What about you? Which class are you in? Su Nanjing shivered, instinctively lowering her head, but before she could speak, Gu Tian suddenly smiled and raised an eyebrow, adding, she is also in class 1 of the finance department, all three of us are. The subordinates nearby were completely unable to hold back, pointing at Gu Tian and scolding, did I ask you? Did Dean Zhang ask you? Dean Zhang asked her, what are you butting in for? Gu Tian abruptly lifted his head, cold eyes directly staring at this subordinate. What's wrong? Are you picking on soft persimmons? This one sentence reddened the subordinate's face. These two students were tall and strong, if they wanted to assert their authority as faculty, they could only scold the girl before them. But, unexpectedly, they were easily seen through? Go! Bring the counselor of class 1 of the finance department to me. I'll give him 3 minutes. Let him come up immediately. Before Dean Zhang's words fell, Wang Hao quickly stood up holding his phone, looking at Dean Zhang leisurely saying, you mean Zhang Qichuan, right? Dean of the Finance College, there's also a cousin in the Academic Affairs Office. You have 3 houses registered under your name in Kyoto, 1 public bus, 1 private business Benz. That villa at Qingxi Lake is registered under your wife's brother's name to avoid taxes, just renovated last year. As soon as these words were spoken, Dean Zhang was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! How does he know? Does he even know about the villa? Who is this student? Did you hack me? Dean Zhang swallowed hard, but the anger in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Put. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were almost at death's door, still questioning if they had opened the box. Who exactly are you? How do you know all this? Director Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and suddenly stepped forward. His subordinates exchanged glances, completely unable to understand the situation. They had never seen Director Zhang so flustered. Could it be that these students in front of them were extraordinary? Hee, you asked me who I am? Open your eyes wide and see who I am. Wang Hao dropped this line and directly called his father in the municipal government. Hello? Dad. My brother Tian wants you to send someone to check on the Dean Zhang Chichuan from the Kyoto Financial College. Gu Tian. Damn it, I'm the one who asked you to check? I've barely said a few words? Chapter 48, the principal has arrived. Yes. My brother Tian wants you to send someone here in half an hour, no, within 10 minutes. Clap. The call ended abruptly. Wang Hao looked up disdainfully at the already dumbfounded Director Zhang and his subordinates. In 10 minutes, you will know who I am. And a special dining seat? If I can't eat it, then no one should. Damn. Wang Hao lifted his tray and splashed it directly onto Director Zhang's greasy face. Splash. Hot soup spilled, vegetables flew everywhere. Oh my. Director Zhang's face changed as he jumped up from the heat. The entire cafeteria exploded. Damn. This is going into the school history. Crazy. Awesome. Wow. This kid is really fierce. What the hell? Treating Director Zhang like a cherry blossom countryman? Su Nanxue covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shocked and wide open. She thought her friend following Gu Tian wouldn't be that crazy, instantly pulling out the truth. But unexpectedly, the other side was equally fierce. This scene was a bit crazy, yet it looked particularly satisfying. Subordinates hurriedly gathered around to wipe the food off Director Zhang's face. Two subordinates rushed up, ready to grab Wang Hao and Gu Tian. You too. Come with me to the academic affairs office. But as they stretched out their hands, suddenly, two shadows dashed out from the side, straight into a flying kick from General Yu. Bang bang. The two subordinates were kicked away, fainting on the spot. When the two shadows stood still, everyone couldn't help but cover their shocked mouths. What the hell? Who brings bodyguards to school? That's a bit cool. Gu Qiao, are you okay? The young man in black with a buzz cut stepped forward to ask earnestly. Gu Tian's face darkened. Who told you to move? At this question, the two immediately lowered their heads like elementary school students. One of them answered quietly. Sorry, Gu Qiao. I just felt the other party had bacteria on their hands. Su Nanxue. Gu Tian helplessly said, okay, pay attention next time, wait for my glance or gesture. Got it, Gu Qiao. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the two black-clad young men turned and left, as if they had made a certain decision. In this scene, the subordinates beside Director Zhang no longer showed their earlier intimidating demeanor. Except for Director Zhang slumped in his chair, wiping food off his face while cursing. Oh. What kind of world is this? What kind of student is this? Throwing food on my face. Oh. Is there any justice? In the cafeteria, the principal was unaware of the scene, still buried in his work. Suddenly. Crash. The office door was slammed open. The one coming in was the department secretary from the financial college. Principal. Not good. Not good. There's a fight happening in the cafeteria of the financial college. The student just splashed food on Director Zhang's face. Upon hearing this, the principal stood up in shock. What? Which class's student? Expel them. They must be expelled. But as soon as the shout ended, the secretary from the finance department still stood in place, not moving to handle it. What are you doing just standing there? Go deal with this matter. No, principal, this student. What happened to this student? Did Director Zhang hit them? The principal stepped forward, eager for answers. Dean Zhang had a bad temper, and this was well known throughout Jing University. If Dean Zhang made the first move, then this matter would indeed take some time to deal with. But the next words from the secretary of the finance department shocked the principal so much that he collapsed into his chair. No, principal. These two students are Wang Hao and Gu Tian. Their acceptance letters were personally signed and issued by us. Boom. The principal's mind instantly echoed with a loud thunder. What the hell? How did Dean Zhang provoke such a big figure? And it's two of them? Especially that one called Gu Tian, just one word from him could probably flatten Jing University. Dean Zhang, is his ID already cancelled? No. Why didn't you remind Dean Zhang? The principal snatched the car keys from the table and hurriedly ran outside. Looking at the principal's back, the finance department secretary wore a bitter smile, and after the principal rushed out the door, he finally revealed a gloating smile. Yes. Why should he remind Dean Zhang? Speaking of which, why would he need to remind Dean Zhang? If the dean is gone, wouldn't he be the dean himself? In the cafeteria. The atmosphere was tense yet ridiculous. Dean Zhang had rice grains stuck on his face, and his subordinates stood foolishly behind him, no longer daring to step forward. Everyone see clearly. They were the ones who started it first. I was just performing my duty as an educator. They fought, insulted others, and even brought in more people. This buzzcut is still opening my box, and whatever villa he mentioned, I know nothing about. If I were really that rich, would I come to the school cafeteria to eat? And this so-called exclusive seat is just for management's convenience, not mandatory. Dean Zhang went on a high-minded explanation with various shifts in concepts. The students around him scoffed after hearing this. Damn, does he really think we are fools? Did he not just say we are all starving ghosts, embarrassing ourselves, and that the court is providing disaster relief? Soon, school officials all arrived at the cafeteria. Several usually lofty figures walked over one after another. Especially the principal at the front, who didn't even have time to straighten his suit before hurriedly searching for Gu Tian and the others. From afar, when Dean Zhang saw this, his eyes lit up instantly. He still planned to play the victim for the principal, but unexpectedly, the principal came over on his own. Principal. You came at just the right time. These two students are chaotic and undisciplined, they actually. Slap. Before Dean Zhang finished speaking, the principal directly slapped him hard across the face. Shut up. At this scene, all the students watching were stunned. What's going on? The principal just slapped the dean? Wow. Did this guy's shining moment really shine upon us? Dean Zhang was almost spun around 3 times from the slap, covering half of his face. No, principal, it was him. Slap, slap, slap. The principal waved his hand and delivered 3 more slaps. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dean Zhang was stunned, almost in tears. Yet the principal completely ignored him and quickly walked towards Gu Tian and Wang Hao with the others. Especially his expression, which went from gloomy to respectful and humble in an instant. Oh dear. Young Master Gu. Young Master Wang. I've long admired your names. What brings you to the cafeteria for a meal? If you want to eat, I can have the cafeteria set up a table just for you. Oh dear, what a mess this turned out to be. Truly rude, truly rude. The principal directly sat down beside Gu Tian, so friendly that it left everyone in disbelief. They didn't catch what the principal called Gu Tian and Wang Hao, just watched this exaggerated scene from afar. Wow. What status is this? Oh my. When have you seen our principal so humble? Wait, what's going on? Is this really our principal? Who are these two people anyway? It's really the great Buddha. Chapter 49, Restaurant Meeting. Without a doubt. Director Zhang and a few subordinates were so shocked by the scene that they broke out in a cold sweat. Wait. 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 Who exactly are these two students? Oh my god. Could it be that I've really kicked a steel plate? Faced with the principal's flattery, Gu Tian remained silent and only glanced at him lightly. Principal, this Director Zhang is quite interesting. He still wants to drag us to the academic affairs office? The principal's smile instantly froze, and 3 seconds later, he turned around abruptly. Zhang Qichuan. Come here. Explain to me what happened. This reprimand stared Director Zhang half to death. He was the dean of the School of Finance. In terms of position, he was indeed powerful and influential. Now, however, the principal turned him into a grandson in front of 2 students. Only moments ago, someone just made a casual phone call and wiped out his background check completely. So, there is only one truth. These 2 students are people the principal cannot afford to offend. Principal, they 3 came to the restaurant to eat. Sat in the staff-exclusive area. Before he could finish speaking, the principal waved his hand and interrupted sharply. All right. I understand. You were wrong. Now apologize to young Master Gu and young Master Wang. The mention of young Master Gu and young Master Wang nearly made Director Zhang explode on the spot. Oh my god. Young Master Gu? Young Master Wang? Aren't these the 2 new students that the entire university signed off on, Gu Tian and Wang Hao? Their identities, let alone eating in the staff's designated seats, he wouldn't dare even breathe if they were dining above him. Realizing the astonishing identities of the two, Director Zhang quickly switched to damage control mode, bowing repeatedly. Young Master Gu. Young Master Gu. Young Master Wang. I was wrong. Young Master Gu, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, the subordinates behind him were becoming increasingly stiff, cold sweat pouring down their backs. To make the principal so humble, to make the dean so fearful. Could it be that these two students' identities have to be classified secrets by Jing University? Seeing that Gu Tian and Wang Hao showed no response, the vice principal quickly signaled to the secretary. The secretary immediately nodded and turned to take out the phone. Immediately convene a special meeting for the School of Finance. The leading team headed by Director Zhang Qichuan shall stop all inspections immediately. Upon hearing this, the subordinates behind Director Zhang turned pale, their eyes wide in disbelief. Eating a meal. And then losing their jobs? Comparatively, Director Zhang was still busily apologizing. Wang Hao saw he was about to cry, and lazily waved his hand. Alright, stop pretending to be a fan, it's making me dizzy. After saying this, he looked at Gu Tian and Sun Wanxue. Brother Tian, how about we leave? We've finished eating. Upon hearing this, the principal immediately got excited, bowing and extending his hand. Yes. Let's go to my office, let's chat in my office. At this moment, another group of people in administrative jackets walked over, the leader with a serious face, giving a sense of righteousness. The principal instinctively looked over, and the next second, his eyes nearly popped out. Oh no! The inspection committee? No! What are these people doing here? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the leading administrative man directly stepped forward, pulling out his inspection certificate. Hello everyone, we are from the inspection committee. May I ask who called Zhang Qichuan? With those words, the principal, vice principal, and secretary exchanged glances, all pointing at Director Zhang simultaneously. This matter has nothing to do with them. It was Director Zhang who got involved with these two great Buddhas, they cannot bear any relation to it. According to the real name report we received, it involves the abuse of power, misuse of office, and violations of teacher ethics. We need your cooperation in our investigation. Now, please come with us. As soon as the leading administrative man finished speaking, two younger administrative men stepped forward and grabbed Director Zhang. No. I'm wronged. Director Zhang's legs went weak, and before he could explain too much, he was hauled away like a chick. Even the principal was stunned by this scene. No need to think, this must be Gu Xiao's doing. The surrounding students were in an uproar, their curiosity about Gu Tian and Wang Hao's identities filling the air. No. This is so incredible. I thought they were just ordinary rich kids. Oh my gosh. Director Zhang is really done for. Check it out. Find out what these two students' identities are. This is too fierce. What young Master Wang, what Gu Xiao? Is there a Gu family in Kyoto? Some quick-thinking students, upon hearing the Gu family, suddenly shifted their gaze from their phones to Gu Tian's face. After a careful assessment for a few seconds, a shocked exclamation escaped their lips, and in the next moment, they ran away without looking back. Only the clueless students remained, guessing their identities incessantly. I told you to leave, but you wouldn't. You made me call someone to get you out. Wang Hao shrugged and looked at Gu Tian. Brother Tian, shall we go? Don't rush, the matter isn't resolved yet. Gu Tian lazily lifted his head to look at the principal, half smiling. Principal, do you have time? The principal was startled and hurriedly leaned in, wearing a smile. Time? Of course. As long as Gu Xiao needs. I'm available 24 hours a day. He was an old local in Kyoto, and though he didn't know Gu Tian well, he had heard many rumors. There's a saying that goes, when Gu Xiao smiles, life and death are uncertain. Though this sounds exaggerative, it is certainly not groundless. Moreover, the way Gu Xiao just smiled didn't seem friendly at all. Seeing his careful demeanor, Gu Tian casually pointed his hand. Go and call all the high-level staff from the cafeteria and the school leaders who haven't arrived yet for a meeting. I didn't enjoy this meal very much, let's solve this problem right here and now. A meeting? Not enjoying the meal? The principal was momentarily stunned, but he didn't dare to ask more, quickly nodding like a garlic squeeze. Okay. You say when to open it. I will arrange it right away. Then he suddenly snapped to attention and began to scold the vice principal and secretary. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and notify everyone. Everyone must be present. If anyone doesn't come, write me a resignation letter immediately. Once these words were spoken, the leadership team was on high alert. Those who knew Gu Tian's identity ran the fastest, those who didn't, though puzzled, followed suit. What are they running back for? Besides notifying those who haven't arrived, they also need to grab notebooks and pens. In less than 10 minutes, all the high-level staff and key management personnel from the cafeteria arrived. Under the stunned gazes of other students. The principal, vice principal, academic director, logistics director, head of the cafeteria, the high-ranking ones took their seats, while the lower-ranking ones could only stand aside. Even the head chef was dressed in a white coat, standing nervously in the corner, not knowing where to put his hands. This was his first time attending such a high-level meeting with so many leaders present. But sitting in the main position was just a student? Chapter 50, note this down, I will make the following arrangements. Gu Tian sat in the center. Wang Hao sat beside him, legs crossed, with a big smile. He really wanted to experience his father's daily life, and he finally found the opportunity today. Su Nanxue sat cautiously on the other side, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The restaurant, which was originally noisy, slowly quieted down. Everyone wanted to hear what this well-connected student would discuss with the school leaders. Is everyone here? Okay, then I'll say a few words. Gu Tian raised his hand and tapped on the table. The sudden aura made everyone instinctively straighten their backs. On the way here, the vice principal had already revealed Gu Tian and Wang Hao's identities. Wow! When hearing about Gu Tian's identity, several leaders staggered in fear, falling over themselves as they rushed in. This is my first time coming to the school for a meal. I was really looking forward to it, but what happened? No seats. Oh right, after finally finding a vacant spot, I was met with your ridiculous rules, saying it was for leaders only? Faced with Gu Tian's words, the principal and others dared not speak, only lowering their heads to wipe away their sweat. The logistics director's legs were shaking, and the dining hall manager was even paler than before. In normal circumstances, if there were hygiene issues in his restaurant, he would only receive a punishment. But given the current situation, he probably would have to eat peanuts from now on? You are the manager, right? Tell me, is it not your dereliction of duty that there are no seats in the restaurant? Gu Tian pointed to their name tags, starting to call them out by name. The dining hall manager suddenly stood up, bowing deeply, almost hitting his head on the table. It is my dereliction of duty. I will rectify it immediately. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I'm sorry. Gu Tian said nothing and turned to look at the principal. You are the principal, right? From now on, you need to clearly instruct your staff to put away that little sense of superiority. If you want to enjoy good dining conditions, then simply build a dedicated staff restaurant, instead of competing with students for meals, right? What's with this leaders-only nonsense? What are you preparing for? To be little emperors? Should I get you some exclusive dragon chairs? When these words came out, the principal was almost scared to the point of losing control. This was not just a reprimand, it was clearly a warning before death. Who can sit on a dragon chair? The answer is obvious. How dare a mere principal do that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I will definitely rectify the issues you raised. I will fix it tomorrow. No. I will fix it today. Today. The other leaders had already turned ashen, nodding along with the principal like they were hammering garlic. Young Master Gu's criticism is right. You are absolutely right, young Master Gu. We will rectify it immediately. We will rectify it at once. Gu Tian waved his hand, signaling them to stop, then looked at the secretary in a white shirt. Hey, you are the secretary, right? Yes, yes. I am the secretary. I am the secretary. Startled by Gu Tian suddenly calling her out, the female secretary shook and quickly grabbed her notebook and paper. Okay, since you are the secretary, take note that I am making the following adjustments to the dining hall at Peking University. Sure, of course. Young Master Gu, please go ahead, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. The female secretary nodded so fast that her glasses almost fell off. First, the dining hall needs to be expanded, adding more service windows and more tables and seats for students. Second, build a dedicated staff dining hall, but the meals must be the same as those for students, do not do anything special for them. Third. After finishing, Gu Tian did not forget to threaten them once more. If these things are not rectified, and I see students without seats or exclusive seats for staff again, then your existence truly wastes air. Everyone turned pale again at these words. Young Master Gu, you can rest assured. I will personally oversee this matter. I will treat it as a top priority. Although the principal's legs were already weak, he still stood up shakily to promise. Seeing that Gu Tian had no intention of speaking further, Wang Hao raised his head and snapped his fingers proudly. All right, the meeting is over, you may leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 10 leaders on site instantly breathed a sigh of relief, quickly standing up and bowing in unison. Thank you, young Master Gu. Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you, young Master Gu. Thank you, young Master Wang. In the next second, they all fled in panic, fearing that staying even one extra second would invite disaster. At this moment, all the students around the dining hall were dumbfounded. Especially the students nearby watching the drama, their eyes looked at Gu Tian as if they were gazing at a deity. Who could have imagined that a single student could make the top leaders of Peking University bow down to listen, stand to attend a meeting, and retreat in embarrassment? Is this still a student? Is this damn guy the principal's father? Is this the financial backer behind Jingda? What Gu Xiao and Wang Gongzi? I can't find anything about them? Many people frantically scrolled through their phones, trying to search for Gu Xiao and Wang Gongzi, wanting to know what their backgrounds were. But the online information was ridiculously clean. Amazing, Tian Gu. You really changed the rules of Jingda now, huh? Gu Tian squinted his eyes, his tone very lazy. Rules don't matter, what's important is who makes the rules. Let's go, Su Nanxue, do we still have classes this afternoon? Huh? You still need to go to class? Su Nanxue had a big question mark on her face, looking at Gu Tian in disbelief. We're in this status now, we've already made the principal bow to us. Is class still important? Gu Tian, however, stood up with his hands in his pockets, smiling. Of course we need to go, we're students. While in office, handle the affairs. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the restaurant exit. Wang Hao scratched his head bitterly and said to Su Nanxue. My Tiangu really, when he's not showing off, he shows off the most. Su Nanxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, but still obediently followed. On one side were the little brothers threatening Sabin with guns. On the other, he made the senior management of Jingda bow down, yet he claimed to be a good student who follows rules. What kind of personality does this person have? Chapter 51, Students need a balance between work and rest. The afternoon sun was just right. The three walked side by side, Gu Tian in the middle. Su Nanxue's beauty and Gu Tian's looks made Wang Hao seem a bit like a clown. However, Wang Hao didn't notice the strange looks from passing students, as he kept muttering. Last time in class, he crashed into someone and sent them to the hospital, gathered a bunch of little brothers around truth, and now he made the school leaders bow. My Tianji's ordinary day is the lifetime of many people. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxue tilted her head slightly and looked at Gu Tian's side profile, her beautiful eyes filled with inexplicable admiration. Gu Tian noticed her gaze and turned his head with a smile. What? Why are you looking at me? Su Nanxue caught red-handed, shyly lowered her head and softly mumbled, I just think, you say you're here to study, but the whole Jingda, isn't it probably revolving around you? Hearing this, Gu Tian instantly laughed. What? Are you scared? Su Nanxue's face turned red instantly, and she quietly retorted, No. No. Gu Tian said no more, just smiled and continued to walk forward, the sunlight falling on his shoulder, also warming Su Nanxue's heart. This scene made Wang Hao behind them roll his eyes. TCH. In the future, I also want to take care of my looks, I'll definitely charm thousands of girls. Meanwhile, the scene in Jingda's cafeteria had already gone viral in various school WeChat groups, clubs, and forums. Hashtag mysterious rich kid takes action, Jingda's dining table system completely cancelled hashtag. Hashtag rich kid's words made the principal sweat hashtag. Hashtag principal personally apologizes, vice principal serves tea, Jingda's top character exposed hashtag. The comments section was boiling with students discussing. Many were guessing his identity, and some who knew the identity would post in the comments section, only to be deleted right after. In the internal group of Jingda's powerful elites, when a group of wealthy heirs saw Gu Tian's face, they all fell silent. Gu Tian. Eldest son of the Gu family, the only son of Gu Lao, the true prince of Kyoto. The person who could stir up Handong province and even change the law, now has quietly returned to study at Jingda? Oh my, the prince really has appeared? This isn't treating this university as a university but as a stage, right? Damn. I drove a sports car to school yesterday, thinking it might be a bit too wild. From now on, let's study hard, don't be too high profile, otherwise even our own fathers can't protect us. I don't want to study at Jingda anymore. I'll go to a university. At the school gate. A gentle breeze blew. Got a cigarette? Gu Tian suddenly stopped, glancing at Wang Hao. He was originally thinking of going to class, but as he walked, he found himself at the school gate. Since that's the case, he would have a smoke and accept fate, going home instead. Sure. Wang Hao immediately pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket and handed them over, then continued to look around for beautiful girls. Gu Tian took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, covering it with one hand, while holding the lighter in the other. Zizzizizi. However, the wind at the school gate was too strong. The flame jumped out and was blown out immediately, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't light it. Damn, all day using the front desk's lighter, and they're all useless junk that can't deal with the wind. Gu Tian muttered, preparing to turn around and try again. Suddenly, a faint fragrance brushed against his face. Gu Tian froze for a moment, instinctively looking up. He saw Su Nanchue standing in front of him, one hand pulling up her shirt, half of her body leaning out to shield him from the wind. Under the shirt, she wore a fitted white short sleeve. Her collarbone was delicate, and her figure was graceful, with her chest slightly rising and falling. She didn't think much of it, simply helping to shield the wind while lighting his cigarette. But Gu Tian was a bit dazed, mumbling. Thanks, I don't eat. Su Nanchue? No. I was just helping you block the wind. Su Nanchue suddenly turned around, her face turning red to the roots of her ears, hurriedly pulling her shirt back down. Just kidding. Gu Tian awkwardly tried to cover up his mistake. Although Wang Hao didn't see the scene, many boys did, their expressions filled with unspeakable envy and jealousy. Whoa, my goddess actually lifted her clothes? To help him. My goddess, how could you do this? I hope it was just to block the wind while lighting a cigarette. The wind at the school gate hadn't stopped. Just as Gu Tian finally lit the cigarette, Wang Hao shuffled over like a limp fish, yawning and complaining. Brother Tian, let's skip class this afternoon, okay? I'm really sleepy, I feel like my brain is about to explode. Gu Tian shot him a sidelong glance, exhaling smoke slowly, and replied. Skipping is fine, we need to balance work and rest. Who can be tense all day? Su Nanchue stood nearby. No way? You were just saying something about responsibility as students, now you're saying skipping class is reasonable? But she also didn't dare to tease him, as their relationship wasn't that close yet. However, a thought couldn't help but pop up in her mind. If he wasn't going to class, then she didn't really want to go either. Hey, Su Nanchue. Gu Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at her. Are you going to class this afternoon? Su Nanchue was momentarily stunned by the question, thought for 2 seconds, and shook her head. It's just a small class, the teacher doesn't take attendance. I plan to go home. How are you going home? Did you drive here? Gu Tian asked while reaching out his hand to Wang Hao. He had flown in this morning, and the other party didn't give him a hint to drop him off. Now, he could only take Wang Hao's car back. Wait, if you drive away, what am I supposed to drive? Wang Hao rolled his eyes, but helplessly took out the Ferrari key from his pocket. No, I'll take the bus, or take a taxi. Su Nanchue said softly. In fact, if she called, the driver would come to pick her up, but she didn't want to trouble anyone. Come on, I'll drive you back. Gu Tian grabbed the keys and walked toward the car without looking back. I. Su Nanchue's little face turned red, wanting to say something, but Gu Tian had already walked far away. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she could only follow him. Wang Hao looked at the two departing figures, his mouth twitching. Damn it! You fly in by helicopter to school, drive my car away, and now leave me all alone to take the bus? The car sped down Kyoto Avenue. Gu Tian drove, occasionally chatting with Su Nanchue in the passenger seat. Before you came to Kyoto, where did you study? I was in Jiangnan. Su Nanchue replied softly, a small smile on her lips. It's a small place. Jiangnan is nice, that place has beautiful women. Gu Tian turned his head to glance at her. A playful smile curved up the corner of his mouth, but it's not simple to come from Jiangnan to study at Beijing University. Lucky, my condition before the exam was decent. Su Nanji lowered her head to hide the blush on her face, her eyelashes trembling lightly. The two of them chatted casually, exchanging a sentence or two. From Su Nanji's initial nervousness to later when her expression softened, their relationship became more familiar step by step. Less than 40 minutes later. The car drove toward a villa area. Qin's family. There were even security guards in black patrolling along the roadside. As soon as they saw an unfamiliar vehicle coming, they instinctively wanted to stop and ask about the visitor's purpose. But then they saw Gu Tian's face. In an instant, the security guards straightened their backs instinctively, their movements becoming extremely respectful. Hello, young Master Gu. Hello, young Master Gu. Gu Tian just slightly nodded, neither slowing down nor stopping, continuing to drive in at the same calm pace. Su Nanji in the front passenger seat was stunned, her mouth slightly open. They know you? Do you live here too? Chapter 52, Unintentionally Planting Willows and Reaping Shade. Probably, these security guards in high-end villa areas should all know me, Gu Tian said indifferently. He wasn't lying. He had been to almost every high-end villa area in Kyoto. The guards and bodyguards, they definitely remembered his face. Su Nanji was immediately at a loss for words. At this time, Knowing that Gu Tian personally sent Su Nanji home, Qin Shi's parents had already stood at the door of the Qin family villa early. Even the housekeeper was called out to sweep the fallen leaves in front of the door, creating an atmosphere of a grand reception. Of course, they were not welcoming Su Nanji, but the legendary Prince of Kyoto. Especially Qin Shi's father, who kept adjusting his clothes and hurriedly said to Qin Shi, "Son, quick, how does this outfit look? Is my tie crooked?" "Ah. Dad, enough already. The last time was purely a misunderstanding. Young Master Gu doesn't have any problem with me at all." "What the hell do you know?" Qin's father glared at him fiercely. "Do you know the status of the Gu family? What does the heir mean? If he even dislikes you a little, our entire Qin family is finished." Talking about the time when Gu Tian made an exciting gesture, Qin Shi's face darkened. If he hadn't scared himself by misinterpreting Gu Tian's gesture of greeting as a signal that he was finished, the whole Qin family wouldn't have felt like they were in a state of war. His grandfather hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. Even more outrageous, he forcefully arranged for his cousin, Su Nanji, to go make amends. Soon, the Ferrari slowly drove in from the small path in the distance. Su Nanji cautiously opened the car door and got out. Seeing her aunt and uncle standing at the door with big smiles on their faces, she was quite confused. "Aunt? Uncle, what is this?" But the Qin family completely ignored Su Nanji, running towards the Ferrari and bowing respectfully. "Ah. Young Master Gu. It is our great fortune to have you visit our humble home." "Ah. Hello, Gu Tian smiled as he looked at Qin Shi. "This is?" "Brother Tian, this is my dad and mom." Qin Shi was also a bit awkward from his parents' fiery enthusiasm. Oh, hello, uncle and aunt," Gu Tian smiled slightly. Ah. Not at all, young Master Gu, please come inside, please come in." Qin's mother was beaming, extending her hand and continuously inviting Gu Tian to get out of the car and go inside. Standing aside, Su Nanji stared blankly at the scene. In her eyes, her aunt was usually dignified and strong, but now she was like a warm and enthusiastic maid, even her tone had softened several degrees. Her uncle, who was usually a man of few words and someone the mayor of Kyoto respected, was now bowing slightly and smiling continuously. Who exactly was visiting whose house? Su Nanji's head was buzzing, and for a moment, she couldn't quite tell. Gu Tian's identity was probably even more terrifying than she had imagined. Faced with the family's enthusiastic invitation, Gu Tian could only repeatedly wave his hand. He didn't want to get involved with the other party. What seemed like just a simple cup of tea, who knew what huge matters were behind this cup of tea? It's better to have less trouble than more. "Next time, auntie, I have some matters to attend to, I need to go back." Gu Tian smiled gently as he politely declined, while also glancing at Su Nanju beside him. "Well, I'm leaving now, we'll keep in touch." "Ah. Oh, okay." Su Nanju hadn't finished speaking when Gu Tian had already stepped on the gas and disappeared in a cloud of dust. At the door were only the 3 members of the Qin family and Su Nanju watching the taillights of the sports car fade away. "Oh dear, Gu Xiao, at least you could drink a cup of tea before leaving." Mother Qin shook her head in regret, but her gaze shifted to Father Qin. "Old Qin, you see Gu Xiao brought Xiaoxue back, which family didn't notice this?" Hearing this, Father Qin's face suddenly lit up. They saw it. They definitely saw it. No matter what level of department, nothing beats Gu Xiao coming in person. Facing his happy parents, Qin Shi couldn't help but grin. He finally felt he did something right. Before, he had thought to have Su Nanju accompany him for drinks, to win Gu Tian's favor, which he found very embarrassing. Now it seemed that things hadn't developed that way, everything was quite normal. "Xiaoxue." Father Qin suddenly turned, looking at her seriously. "What is your relationship with Gu Xiao now?" Su Nanja's beautiful eyes flickered, her cheeks instantly flushed with 2 blooms of red. I don't know, just ordinary classmates, I guess." "Classmates can personally send you back to your doorstep?" Mother Qin said with a meaningful smile, patting her hand. "Our Xiaoxue has really reached a high branch this time. I was worried about your marriage after graduation." "Ha ha." Su Nanju stomped her foot in embarrassment, pouting, "Auntie. What nonsense are you saying? We are just ordinary classmates." All right. Ordinary classmates are fine. Go. Let's go inside. Time for lunch." Father Qin cheerfully said, but inside he was constantly sighing with emotion. It really was a case of unintentional success. Who would have thought? The old man spoke true back then, insisting on finding a girl who was pure and elegant to introduce to Gu Xiao. Surely he would like her. Perhaps it could resolve the conflict with Qin Shi and even establish a connection with the Qin family in the future. Now it seemed to really be so. Gu Xiao casually sent Su Nanju home, and he could already feel the entire Qin family's status changing. At the dinner table, Mother Qin was naturally very happy. She didn't know about the details, but just felt it was incredible that Su Nanju knew Gu Tian. Hey! Old Qin, why do you think Qiao specifically chose our pure lotus flower to dine with? I have no idea, it must be fate. Father Qin could only laugh awkwardly, he couldn't say the truth that the two already knew each other, all part of a plot. Qin felt very awkward as well, quickly waving his hands. Mom, can you stop talking nonsense? My sister already said they are just ordinary classmates, and you keep exaggerating. To be honest, he was really afraid Su Nanju would speak out about him asking her to accompany him for drinks, so he could only keep helping her out of the situation. Fortunately, Su Nanju was just overly shy, burying her head in her food and ignoring Auntie's various teasing. In the evening. In the backyard of a villa in Kyoto. The pool was dotted with lights, and several stunning bikini beauties were splashing and laughing in the water. This should have been a scene of indulgence, but at this moment the atmosphere was very oppressive. Sabin, with bandages wrapped around him, lay on a lounge chair, his face dark as he watched the scene before him. At his feet lay a massive, fierce-looking black Tibetan Mastiff. Brother Bin, I think that Sunway Kid must be backed by someone to dare to fight back. One of the little brothers lowered his voice, handing over a glass of iced lemonade, trying to comfort him. Sabin took the cup with an expressionless face. I know, I've already sent Lu Jian and his men to chase them. As soon as the words were spoken, two A8s sped in, their wheels not yet fully stopping. Lu Jian and several of his subordinates rushed out of the car, barely glancing at the bikini-clad beauties by the pool. Brother Bin. It's bad. Sunway and the others ran away. We chased them all the way to the West Outer Ring. Chapter 53, Returning Home. Lu Jian panted heavily, sweat covering his forehead. We are unfamiliar with the terrain over there. We watched helplessly as they got on the bridge and escaped. Smack! Sabin suddenly flung the cup in his hand, lemon water splashing everywhere. The cup shattered into pieces at Lu Jian's feet on the stone tiles. Useless. You're all useless. Roar. The large black Tibetan Mastiff beside him sensed its master Sabin's emotions and immediately leapt into the air. Brother Bin, no. Lu Jian tried to dodge but was still a step too slow. Boom. The massive body of the Tibetan Mastiff slammed into him, sending him crashing into the stone edge of the pool with a loud bang. Ah! Lu Jian screamed in agony, trying to get up. Roar! Roar! The bloodshot eyes of the black Tibetan Mastiff gleamed with bloodlust, locking onto Lu Jian's arm. It bit down and shook its head, tearing fiercely. In an instant, blood poured out, and you could even hear the sound of bones cracking. The onlookers and bikini beauties turned pale, but none dared to make a sound. This Tibetan Mastiff, raised by Sabin, had cost several million to bring back from the plateau, the finest breed, rumored to be able to fight lions and tigers. Ah! Brother Bin. I was wrong. I was wrong. Give me another chance. Ah! Sabin sat in the lounge chair, took a slow sip of his cigar, only looking up when he saw Lu Jian's right arm had been mangled, practically useless. Black King Kong. Come back. Woof. The Tibetan Mastiff let out a low growl, suddenly releasing its grip, saliva and blood dripping from its mouth as it returned to Sabin's feet, lying down obediently. Only Lu Jian, covered in blood, was left struggling and wailing on the ground. Sabin glanced over the remaining subordinates still present, casually exhaling a sentence. Consider this a warning to you all. If anyone messes up again, I will feed them to the dog. On the other side, Gu Tian had originally planned to relax at Tianqi Hotel. But just as the car reached the overpass, he received a call from his mother, asking why he hadn't brought anyone home after being back for so long. And his grandfather had also come. There would be a family dinner tonight, and if they didn't see him, she wouldn't mind having his father exile him again. Well. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian sharply turned the steering wheel, changing the direction of the car. But his mom was right, it wasn't good to have been back for so long without going home. Moreover, he suddenly remembered something. When he went to Jiangzhou before, his grandfather had secretly sent someone to contact him. They said as long as he performed well in Jiangzhou, they would give him a gift when he returned. So now, he was curious about what gift his grandfather would give him. After all, his grandfather, who had survived real combat and was involved in some shady deals, generally didn't give poor gifts, and they carried strong symbolic meaning. An hour later, the car drove into the most mysterious and unapproachable street in Kyoto, Forbidden City Street. On both sides of the street were uniform old-style houses, with no house numbers, and even these buildings couldn't be found on the map. Because it was King Hao's car. Without a doubt, as soon as the car appeared, groups of plainclothes officers immediately surrounded it. Sorry. No entry inside. Please return the way you came. Hello? No entry inside. Hello? Please get out of the car for inspection. 6 soldiers holding truth rifles quickly moved forward, their black barrels aimed directly at the car. Get out. Accept the inspection. Hurry up and get out. Get out. Facing the harsh commands, Gu Tian remained calm and pressed the car window down. The next moment, all the soldiers and plainclothes agents froze, quickly retracting their rifles. I can't believe it. The prince is back. Do I still need to get out for inspection? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow and said leisurely. Other people who came to this street. Lightly, you can show the cabinet stamped documents, but heavily, you must undergo layers of inspections and be taken into a darkroom for questioning with machine guns. If anyone dares to force their way in. Ha! Even the Monkey King would be beaten down if he came. Young Master Gu. Welcome home. Everyone immediately stood up straight and saluted respectfully. Buzz. The Ferrari drove along, with armed guards stationed every 50 meters. Every checkpoint was no simple matter, they had to verify identity, license plate, iris, and fingerprint, 3 levels of confirmation. However, Gu Tian was an exception, he only needed to show his face, and the soldiers would immediately salute and let him pass, no one dared to speak out against him. After all, the whole of Forbidden Purple Street knew who had returned. Soon. The car stopped at the entrance of an ancient courtyard at the end of Forbidden Purple Street. The entire house combined ancient style with modern design, heavily guarded, surrounded by many black-clad bodyguards wearing earpieces patrolling back and forth. Upon seeing Gu Tian get out of the car, they all raised their hands in salute in unison. The guard, Shishun, had been waiting at the door early on. As soon as he saw Gu Tian, he hurried over. Young Master Gu. You have finally returned. Everyone has been waiting for you? Your grandfather has brought you a gift. It's absolutely amazing. Speaking of the gift, excitement sparkled in Shishun's eyes. To be honest, Shishun was a guard beside Gu Tian's father, and he was someone who had seen a lot. Why would he be so excited over a gift? Could it be? Gu Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued. What is it exactly? Gu Tian asked with interest. Follow me, and you'll know soon, Shishun said with a smile as he led the way. The Gu family ancestral home was large. Pushing open the red wooden door, a typical Su-style garden layout came into view, highlighting symmetry, scenery borrowing, subtlety, and layers of progression. Passing through the Tingyu Pavilion courtyard led to the Wunsong studio, and further in was the actual living area, Yangxin residence. Tall walls surrounded it, and security was tight, only open to direct blood relatives of the Gu family. What kind of gift is this? Why so mysterious? Gu Tian felt a bit impatient. Clearly, there was a villa available, yet he had to stay in the ancestral home. Going home still required passing through 3 inner courtyards and walking several winding paths. The flowing water in the courtyard bubbled, and the rockery was exquisite, he truly felt no interest. Don't rush, young Master Gu. Shishun turned around with a mysterious smile. To be honest, the gift that the old master prepared had even astonished old Gu. Perhaps he was still talking about it now. At the end of the courtyard, a quaint and elegant mansion stood still. In front of the mansion, old Master Gu wore a deep blue Zhongshan suit, leaning on a black sandalwood cane. Despite his age, he looked spirited. How is it? What do you think of the gift I prepared for little Tian? This gift is called the Return of the King. Gu Feng and Xianhui exchanged glances, shock and helplessness filled their eyes. Which grandparent sends their grandchild a gift that isn't gold, silver, or jewels, or even houses, cars, or antiques? But a tiger. That's right, not a toy, not a specimen, but a living Bengal tiger. In front of them, in a large cage, a golden-furred, clearly striped adult Bengal tiger lay lazily on a grass mat, curiously observing the scene beyond the cage. Gu Feng twitched at the corner of his eye, holding his forehead and sighing at his old rogue father. Dad, sending a tiger as a gift to your grandson? Who does that? Why not send something else like a cat or a dog instead? Alas! Did you just get a whim and got a tiger in little Tian's name? Hearing Gu Feng's words, old Master Gu immediately stiffened his expression. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? Besides, this tiger is not an ordinary tiger, everything it wore and used when it was a cub, all belonged to Gu Tian, even the baby bottle was Gu Tian's from when he was a child. Upon hearing this, everyone was in a mix of laughter and tears. Xianhui covered her face, feeling helpless. Dad, you really are out of the ordinary. Little Tian isn't a child anymore, he isn't interested in cats or dogs, yet you brought a king of the jungle. Old Master Gu laughed heartily, stood up with his hands behind his back, looking quite pleased. Isn't it great to not be a child anymore? That's why I gave him a tiger, fitting for his identity. After speaking, he glared at Gu Feng and continued, from now on, if anyone dares to send my grandson out to suffer again, let them be bitten by the tiger. Chapter 54, A Tiger as a Gift. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Feng rubbed his forehead, falling into silence for 3 seconds. If you were to ask who spoiled Xiao Tian the most in the Gu family, old Master Gu would say first, and no one would dare say second. His wife Qianhui spoiled Xiao Tian too, but with a restrained elegance, a style of "I'll cover for you when you mess up, but don't do it again next time." But old Master Gu was different. He was strict and indulgent, clearly favoring his grandson, following the path that if his grandson said to do something, it would be done. After all, he had walked out from the piles of corpses on the front line, and once he got angry, he would treat the opponent like the enemy. He remembered clearly. A few years ago, Xiao Tian had a conflict with someone in a bar in Kyoto and got slapped, a minor issue. Old Master Gu directly called an officer from the cabinet's direct guard brigade. "Hello? My grandson was bullied by hooligans, can I borrow a few tanks?" The other side was so scared they didn't even dare to breathe. "Old Master. Don't mention a few vehicles, even a division would be fine." Goodness. In the middle of the night, the bar was flattened, and the bar owner and those who hit Xiao Tian were directly dealt with. Fortunately, Xiao Tian was in the right that time, and the bar had a background of criminal forces, otherwise, who knows how the media would have reported this. At this moment, a cheerful greeting pulled Gu Feng back to reality. "Grandpa. Mom. Dad. Your most handsome son is back." Gu Tian was carrying a pile of gifts, big and small, like he had just come back from a wholesale market, stuffing them all to Shishun and the servants, then striding fiercely towards old Master Gu. If there was one thing that the training in Jiangzhou had achieved most, it was teaching Gu Tian to change his face. Upon seeing his family, his little mouth was so sweet, showing none of the cold and intimidating aura he had while outside. "Oh my darling son." Qianhui couldn't care about her usual elegance and restraint. She rushed up and gave Gu Tian a big hug. "My good grandson. Quick. Let Grandpa see. Have you grown taller?" Old Master Gu supported himself with his cane, walking even more nimbly than usual. Gu Tian wasted no time, immediately helping him, chatting faster than a runaway motorcycle. "What's wrong, Grandpa? Your condition, your spirit. If you said you just turned 18, I would believe it." Hearing this, the old man laughed with his brow full of joy. Gu Tian didn't notice the large cage not far away, but cheerfully began to hand out gifts to everyone. "Mom. This is a limited edition necklace I bought for you. There are only a few in the world. You have to wear it every day." Qianhui covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh. Son, I love it so much." "Dad. This is for you, a bracelet made of sandalwood, invigorating and refreshing." Gu Feng was taken aback. He wanted to maintain the image of a steady and composed father, but still couldn't help but grin. "All right, kiddo, you didn't forget your dad." But then he tilted his head. "Wait, what do you mean by invigorating and refreshing? Are you implying I'm old and my brain isn't working well?" Gu Tian stuck out his tongue, taking the exquisite pastry handed over by Shishun, and handed it to the old man with both hands. "Grandpa. This is the famous pastry from Ziga town, made by Master Zhang, your favorite. Just eat it, don't mind anything else." The old man nodded repeatedly, touched. My good grandson was worth the love. But then he thought of something and asked, "Wait, didn't Master Zhang pass away long ago? How? Did you dig him out to make this for me?" Gu Tian immediately laughed. Grandpa was as humorous as ever. "No, Grandpa, I let his grandson start learning. If he can't learn, he gets zapped, hey." In half a year, he learned his grandfather's traditional skills. Upon hearing this, old Master Gu and the others exchanged glances. Especially Gu Feng's face turned entirely grim. After half a day, the son seemed to have no change in his personality. However, considering today was the family gathering, it wasn't appropriate to scold him. Just as Gu Tian smugly handed out gifts, enjoying the laughter of his family. In the cage, the Bengal tiger slowly stood up, turning its back to the crowd. With a glimpse from the corner of his eye, Gu Tian was startled and instinctively blurted out, "Oh my god! Whose dog has skin on it?" Gu Feng almost laughed himself silly. Qianhui covered her mouth and chuckled, and the old man was so happy that tears streamed down his face. "This is a gift from Grandpa to you. Go take a look." Gu Tian squinted his eyes, sizing up the expressions of Grandpa and his parents. Something unusual must be going on. "Shishun, what's in the cage?" Faced with Gu Tian's sudden question, Shishun could only suppress a laugh and replied, "Young Master Gu, it's a dog with skin, just go take a look." At that moment, as Gu Tian walked toward the iron cage filled with confusion, the tiger in the cage caught the familiar scent, suddenly turned its head and let out a low roar. Roar! Gu Tian jumped up on the spot. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat! What the hell? Whose family gives a tiger as a gift? No way! Grandpa! This gift is going to kill me." The whole family laughed at Gu Tian's frightened reaction. Qianhui was so amused that she took out her phone to capture Gu Tian's dumbfounded expression. Old man Gu was so happy that his mustache curled up, pointing his cane at the tiger in the cage. Didn't you love tigers the most when you were young? Grandpa found you a real one. No, no, no. Qiao pointed at the tiger that was rubbing against the bars, almost collapsing. What I liked as a child was a toy tiger. A toy. This is a real tiger. It could eat people. Oh my heart. Qiao felt a bit speechless, clutching his chest and taking a step back. He thought the gift from Grandpa would either be a national jade seal or something from the Forbidden City. But instead, it turned out to be a tiger. No wonder Shishun had such a strange expression when he mentioned the gift. At that moment, the Bengal tiger actually started lowing and wagging its tail around the cage, its eyes never leaving Qiao. It even raised its paw, rubbing against the iron cage door. As if asking to be let out? Why are you so timid? I remember you used to be fearless. Go ahead and touch it. Gufeng laughed so hard he could barely contain himself, but still egged him on. Just as those words left his mouth, he was met with the deathly glare from Qian Hui beside him. What did you say? Why don't you go touch it? Dad, look. Gufeng is so grown up but still doesn't think before he speaks. Unexpectedly, old man Gu kept nodding and laughing. It's okay, it doesn't bite, just touch it, it won't bite. As soon as he said this, Qian Hui slapped her forehead, completely speechless. How could the Gu family all be like this? But before she could continue complaining, her peripheral vision suddenly caught Qiao walking briskly toward the cage door. Qian Hui's face changed immediately, shouting anxiously, Hey! Xiao Tian! Don't listen to your dad and grandpa. Gufeng also turned red in a flash. He was just joking, didn't expect this kid to be so brave. Hey! Stop. I was joking. Don't go over there. If something happens to him, wouldn't he and his wife have to start? Petting cats and dogs is nice, but who has ever petted a tiger? At the moment Qiao stretched out his hand, a miracle happened. Chapter 55, Let me bite him. The tiger actually tilted its head and approached like a big cat. No way, sir, are you being so proactive? Can I really touch it? Qiao held back his inner fear and reached into the cage to pet its head. As a result, the tiger not only did not show its fangs but also shook its head, closed its eyes to enjoy, and even curved its mouth upward, completely like a giant cat. This scene made Qian Hui and Gufeng break out in a cold sweat. Qiao, this good boy. Braver than me. Though bullets are fast, the tiger's surprise attack speed isn't slow either. Old Mr. Gu laughed and proudly boasted, Did you see that? I said it wouldn't bite. This tiger, since birth, has recognized Xiao Tian, it won't bite anyone else. It's genetically modified. Familiar with the smell since it was in the womb. It's a close bond, not a paid subscription. What do you mean, Grandpa? You mean it thinks of me as one of its own? Or as its master? Qiao was quite confused, not expecting his grandpa, who seemed frail, to be silently playing such a big game. Even gene editing engineering? Old Mr. Gu didn't know how to explain. After all this was done by the researchers behind the scenes, he was just reciting what he was told. Yes, that's basically it. Oh, Qiao nodded upon hearing this. Then, with a change in tone, so it means it won't bite me, right? Before his family could react, he strode directly toward the iron cage door. This scene scared Gufeng and Qian Hui so much that they broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively stepped back. Today is a family gathering, not a day to feast. Xiao Tian. Don't mess around. I'll double your pocket money, Mom will. Usually high and mighty, with a serious face, Gufeng was not calm at this moment. Kid. Don't believe your grandpa's words, your grandpa looks like he is showing signs of senile dementia. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Qiao's mouth slightly curled, his eyes full of trust in his grandpa, and his fingertip gently pressed. Click. The lock on the iron door made a crisp sound. The gate slowly rose. The intimidating Bengal tiger suddenly stood up and slowly walked out. Seeing this terrifying scene, Shishan and the other special officer's eyes were almost popping out. Oh my! The young master is really going for it. Observe the tiger's movements. If it shows any attack signs, immediately. Don't move. The young master is really fierce. This is truly a tiger out of its cage. Compared to everyone's tension and shock. Qiao, however, stood there, excitedly watching the slowly approaching big cat. TSK, it doesn't look that scary. It's just a bigger cat, right? Gufeng. Qian Hui. Shishun. Gulp. My grandson really is incredibly bold. Old Mr. Gu swallowed in shocked awe. Under everyone's terrified gaze, This majestic Bengal tiger approached Gu Tian and began to sniff continuously. Then, like a docile little cat, it started rubbing against Gu Tian. And Gu Tian slowly squatted down and began to pet the big cat. Shishun, bring me a dog leash. Upon hearing this, everyone was covered in cold sweat. What the hell? Are you speaking human language? This is a tiger. Not a dog. Though everyone was shocked, Shishun obediently looked for a police dog's leash. Gu Tian took it and swiftly put it on the tiger. The key point is that the tiger not only did not resist but also pushed its head into the collar. This level of cooperation could bring tears to any worker's eyes. Seeing this, old Mr. Gu couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah! I said it! Our little Tian is definitely a celestial being come down from heaven. Able to tame fierce beasts. What's that, Eastern Emperor? Isn't his mount a white tiger? Our little Tian must be the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor." Hearing this made Gu Feng's face turn completely dark. What Dongyue the great emperor? Now the tiger shows no signs of aggression, clearly facing the fear of truth, or maybe it just ate too much. It's the king of all beasts, not a fool. A full meal sure makes a difference. Dad. When you're bored, go smell the flowers, stroll with the birds, raise some fish, don't always read those Western fairy tales, alright? How did you end up with Dongyue the great emperor anyway? After saying that, he quickly waved for Gu Tian to come over. Kid, stop playing with that scary thing and hurry inside, dinner is ready. However, Gu Tian was not in a hurry to turn around, but instead smiled slightly, revealing a grin. Shishun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not good. When Gu Xiao smiles, life and death become uncertain. As expected, Gu Tian tugged at the tiger's chain, pointed at Gu Feng not far away, and indicated, "Do you see that guy in front? Go! Bite him for me." What the hell? Gu Xiao. That's your dad. There's really no need for that. That position will eventually be yours. The next second, the lazy, lying tiger actually stood up, staring at Gu Feng with fierce eyes, ready to do its master's bidding. Gu Tian instantly got excited. Good job, Bruce. Gu Feng was once again shocked, blushing, and repeatedly stepping back. Hey hey hey. You really listen. This beast is really coming to bite me. I knew your grandfather's research results were unreliable. Shishun. Go. Find the researchers studying this tiger and take care of them. Why is it only fierce with me? After saying that, he stumbled and ran toward the steps, fearing that the tiger might suddenly pounce. This scene. Old Master Gu sat in his recliner, laughing to the rhythm of his cane. Ha! No wonder he is my grandson. Scaring Dad in an instant. Undoubtedly. Dinner was a happy affair for the family. Gu Tian liked the tiger very much and even named it Gu Million. Of course, he was worried that his father might take the tiger away later. So at the dinner table, he kept praising Grandpa for the great gift, almost making the old man feel like a grandson, directly ordering that no one but his grandson could have any ideas about the tiger. Gu Tian was very happy with Grandpa's statement. He had made up his mind that in the future, while others walked their dogs, he would walk his tiger. Those who offended him would either sink in the river or be directly sent into Gu Million's mouth to be digested. The poop could even be recycled, promoting one big eco-friendliness. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in a top-notch sea-view villa on the western coast of a certain country, the morning sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling window onto the soft and comfortable princess bed. A girl with delicate facial features and a cold, noble appearance sat up slowly. A few blonde, blue-eyed maids stood respectfully nearby. Some held water, some carried breakfast, and others brought today's latest fashion magazines and stock market reports. Miss Mia, the temperature is slightly high today, and the Chanel headquarters just sent over this season's latest styles. Do you want to wear them out? One maid asked softly. Lin Shusi gently rubbed her temples, her tone calm. I'm not going out. Lin Shusi, the beloved daughter of Lin Lao, after years of studying abroad, became the most mysterious goddess in the upper circles of the western coast. As the insiders of the study abroad circle say, this girl is so beautiful that she seems untouched by worldly affairs and devoid of human emotions. She does not love socializing, does not like noise, and is used to being alone. Some say she is a precious noblewoman, others call her an ice-cold beauty. But no matter which kind, no one dares to approach easily. After all, in the upper circles of studying abroad, just a random brick can hit someone beyond comprehension, or even someone from the celestial realm. To put it bluntly, the more mysterious the background, the more extraordinary the identity. Just as Lin Shusi was trying to boot up her brain, the phone by the bedside suddenly rang. Caller Lin Guosian. Chapter 56 Lin Shusi's Thoughts. Her father, famous and powerful, once single-handedly established the family power landscape. However, there was not a ripple in Lin Shuxi's beautiful eyes. As if marking her full name, she slid her fingertip and connected the call. Hello. The voice remained cold, like snow in March that had yet to melt. There was a moment of silence on the other end, before Lin Lao's slightly husky voice came through. Shuxi, it's time to come home. Lin Shuxi lifted her beautiful eyes and casually glanced over. The maids understood the hint and withdrew. Though they couldn't understand the dragon language, they felt the voice on the phone was somehow familiar. It seemed as if they had heard it on television. Lin Lao continued, you should have heard some news by now. Gu Feng's son has returned to Kyoto. Lin Shuxi said, so what? Gu Feng may be testing me, or he may be nurturing Gu Tian. I don't know if you are aware of the situation in Jiangzhou, some things, you understand. Lin Lao only spoke halfway, believing his daughter could understand his meaning. Lin Shuxi smiled gently, but the smile did not reach her eyes. So you want me to go back and be your bargaining chip? No. Lin Lao's tone was very gentle, you are my daughter, I want you to come home. You have avoided this for so many years, it is about time you returned. Now you remember I am your daughter. Lin Shuxi smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes resembling her mother's, the woman who once astonished time itself. Lin Shuxi's mother was named Kong Shuling, the eldest daughter of a prestigious family in the imperial capital, talented and splendid. When young, Lin Guoxian was deeply captivated by her poetic spirit and elegant demeanor, pursuing her passionately, and eventually they became a couple. After marriage, Kong Shuling set aside her status as a wealthy heiress, willingly taking a low profile to support Lin Guoxian's career, and after giving birth to Lin Shuxi, she withdrew further, focusing entirely on being a good wife and mother. It was supposed to be a model marriage in the world of politics. Who would have thought, however, that it would collapse in ruins due to a storm within the Kong family? Kong Shuling's younger brother, Kong Xianchang. Taking advantage of his brother-in-law's position as the top leader of the city, he interfered extravagantly in real estate and investment projects, secretly devouring Longzi, with the amounts being shocking. But at that time, Lin Guoxian had just been appointed as the secretary of the municipal committee, completely in the eye of the storm. Faced with immense public opinion and an inspection committee, he had no choice but to take decisive action, cutting off everything, personally sending his brother-in-law Kong Xianqing to the platform of a life sentence. The Kong family thus fell in one night, and Lin Guoxian's father-in-law was plagued by anger, suffering a heart attack. Kong Shuling was even more distraught and angry, arguing in front of Lin Guoxian, scolding him for being heartless. From then on, their relationship became a mere formality, leading to separation, and later secretly completing divorce procedures. This matter was, in Lin Shuxi's heart, an unhealable scar. In her eyes, Lin Guoxian was a good public servant, but he was absolutely not a qualified father. Since she could remember, every time they ate, he would not ask about whether her mother and she had eaten, but would ask if the secretaries had eaten. Even now, with him calling her actively, his tone gentle, she still couldn't easily let go of the long-accumulated emotions. You coming back is not necessarily for the Lin family. Lin Lao paused and then said meaningfully, you're grown up now, there are some things you need to get in touch with, that place will never be your belonging. Moreover, I'm worried about you, come back. My belonging has always been freedom. Lin Shuxi's voice did not waver in the slightest. Just as she was about to hang up, Lin Guoxian's tone changed. If you come back, I will consider having a good talk with your mom. Also, about your uncle's matter. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Shuxi hung up the phone. The entire villa was strangely quiet, only the sound of waves crashing outside could be heard. Clearly it was a threat, yet it felt like a promise. Clearly it was a test, yet it precisely hit the softest spot in her heart. It was as if the rebellious daughter had stepped onto the carefully laid path designed by her father. But oddly, she really wavered. Lin Shuxi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, her beautiful eyes gazing toward the distant horizon, and after a long while, she slowly turned around. Monica, come here. The blonde and blue-eyed maid, standing by the door waiting for instructions, pushed the door open in response. What's wrong, Miss Mia? Lin Shuxi lightly pressed her red lips, her tone soft yet cold. Notify the president of Iselwyn Royal Polytechnic University, tell him to help me with my withdrawal procedures. The maid's expression changed, thinking she misheard, Miss Mia? Are you saying? Yes, I want to withdraw. Over here. After finishing dinner, Gu Tian casually walked in the courtyard with a tiger on a leash. If there was an eagle, it would be perfectly fitting, one side holding yellow, the other side holding blue. This scene made the guards and bodyguards break out in cold sweat. How could the prince treat a Bengal golden tabby like a corgi for a walk? Especially Shishuan, tightly holding the truth at his waist, afraid of any accidents. Shishuan, do you think it can sit in a car? It won't get carsick, right? Reaching the gate, Gu Tian sized up the big guy and glanced at the Maybach at the entrance. This. Shishuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Does the prince really plan to take it out for a walk? If this was on the main road, it would definitely cause panic among the residents of Kyoto. If the tiger got hungry, wouldn't that be like having a buffet? Theoretically, it shouldn't, but young Master Gu, are you really planning to take it out? Of course. Others walk dogs, why can't I walk a tiger? Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and laughed. Before Shishuan could react, Gu Tian opened the trunk and folded down all the back seats. The tiger, as if sharing a telepathic connection, jumped right in, yawned, and lay down. All right. Let's go. Gu Tian pressed the gas pedal. The Maybach vanished from everyone's sight, leaving Shishuan and the standing soldiers looking disheveled in the wind. Squad leader, what level of security incident is it if the prince takes a tiger out on the street? Shishuan was at a loss, feeling as if his journey in the military may not reach the other shore. Half an hour later, the car headed towards Zijinjiwan. This place used to be a royal garden, later transformed into an open park. Plus, located in the prime area of Kyoto, with its royal heritage, it became a popular spot for many socialites, rich wives, and internet influencers to walk their dogs and take photos. Especially after dinner every day, it almost became a dog beauty pageant. For Gu Tian, this place was perfect for walking a tiger. Not bad. Quite spacious. Gu Tian parked the car smoothly, took off his sunglasses, and surveyed the surroundings. Just as he opened the car door and was about to get out. Woof! Woof! A bark suddenly came from his feet. Damn! Gu Tian felt his feet give way, and he jumped straight up as if electrified. Whose dog is this, running loose and peeing here? Woof woof woof! A brown teddy bear was barking madly at him, with a trail of urine by the tire. Clearly, he had stepped on the teddy's paw right after getting out of the car. Woof 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 woof! The teddy was fierce, baring its teeth and barking furiously at Gu Tian, even advancing a few steps. No! What's wrong with your dog? I didn't step on it on purpose. Whose good dog runs all the way over here to pee by my tire? Go away! Gu Tian waved his hands, trying to shoo the teddy away to get to the trunk and unleash Gu Million. But the teddy was undeterred, occasionally charging forward, ready for revenge. Woof 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 woof! At that moment. Oh no! My little baby! So you were here. Mommy thought you were lost. A socialite in high heels hurried over. Clearly, she was the dog's owner. As soon as the teddy saw its owner, it instantly acted like a drama queen, limping away a couple of steps, then rolling over on the ground, making a whimpering sound of grievance. Baby! Baby! What happened to you? Who bullied you? The socialite scooped up the rolling teddy. My little darling. Who bullied you? Quick, tell mommy, did someone hit you? Gu Tian. Woof 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 woof. Teddy released a series of sorrowful whines near the rich lady's ear. And he didn't forget to turn back and bark at Gu Tian with 2 loud woofs. The meaning was clear. It's him. Mom. He's bullying me. Oi. You. The rich lady finally turned around, one hand holding the dog and the other on her hip, angrily shouting at Gu Tian. Did you bully my son? Did you hit my son? Gu Tian. When people are speechless, they often find themselves inexplicably wanting to laugh. In this moment, he felt the same way, looking at the aggressive face of the rich lady. Gu Tian smiled. Yes. That's right. He was urinating by my car, and I accidentally stepped on him when I got out. The rich lady didn't buy this explanation at all. Your tires are so dirty? What's wrong with my son peeing? Do you know how precious he is? He drinks imported dog milk, eats organic fresh meat, and has a personal nutritionist preparing meals for him every day. What if you broke him with this step? Who will compensate for my son's psychological trauma? And this broken Benz G-Class of yours, what's wrong with a little pee? Hearing this, Gu Tian nearly choked. This is a limited edition Brabus. How could it be called a broken G-Class? Damn it. Let me open the trunk and let you and your son experience what the Wild Escape SSS season is all about. Chapter 57 Suspecting You Stole My Dog. Bigogo, let's head to the underworld. Just as Gu Tian was about to pull out his keys to open the trunk for his zero-frame start, a long prelude was interrupted as several dog walkers had already come over to watch, pointing and talking about him. If a fierce tiger were to escape now. That would be quite the show. Damn. The late evening of Qiyang, the newborn east sunset. Gu Tian put away his keys and turned around, taking a deep breath. What do you want? It's just a dog, especially since you didn't even have it on a leash. As soon as he finished speaking. Outrageous. My son is a human. Not a dog. The rich lady was so angry she almost smashed her dog bag at him. The dog walkers near them fell silent upon hearing this, feeling frustrated. Do they live worse than a dog? What's going on? What's happening? A few other dog-walking rich ladies, familiar with the teddy's mother, came forward to ask for details. Undoubtedly. Under the embellishments of the teddy's mother, the group quickly formed a united front. What's wrong with this person? Hey! You stepped on someone's dog and still think you're right? Exactly. You're broken G-class, what's wrong with a little P? Woof 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 woof. Their dogs also got bold, barking fiercely at Qiao, with Dobermans and Bull Terriers lunging forward. This scene truly left Qiao speechless. Others are begging for wealth, how can someone be seeking death? But he didn't want to comment too much. If he got bitten by a dog today, it'd be fine to take them all down together. At this moment, Qiao also led his guards and drove over. As soon as they parked not far away, they saw Qiao surrounded by a group of barking dogs and an aggressive rich lady. In an instant. No. What's going on? Surrounded by dogs, are we going to fight? What is happening? The guards inside the car let out sharp whistles. They were afraid to open their eyes, hoping it was just an illusion. Did these dog walkers really escape? Qiao got out of the car and adjusted his waist. Alright, no more talking. Let's go see what's going on. There were many onlookers, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, they had not received any signals from the prince. A few people stealthily crowded closer, but standing there felt like soldiers. Qiao also noticed Qiao and the others, and both sides merely exchanged a glance. There was no doubt. Qiao's gaze was very simple. You guys don't have to step in, soon there will be a Gu million MVP settled scene. Alright. How much do you want? I'll compensate you. Qiao casually pulled out his phone from his pocket. Of course, the compensation wasn't for that one step, but rather for the cremation fees of both the people and the dogs afterwards. Grave fees. Just these barking dogs? Gu million definitely sees a little teddy. This action instantly ignited the anger of the wealthy women around. Those who can walk dogs here are not bad, all worth 3 to 5 to 80,000. What are you pretending for? We don't lack money. Apologize. You must apologize to this dog. Do you think a few stinky coins can cover it up? With a group of noble women backing her, the lady holding the teddy seemed energized with a fierce aura. Yes. Apologize to me. You drive a broken G. What are you pretending for? My son is more expensive than your car. Apologize to my dog son. Qiao. I really haven't heard of a teddy selling for 30 million? Just as he was about to retort, he noticed several wealthy women secretly discussing tactics. The next second. Click click click. Several large fierce dogs broke free and charged directly at Qiao. What the heck? They are directly starting a fight? Qiao didn't expect the opponent to be so ruthless and prepared to circle around Babos in a flash. But the next second. Whoosh. As soon as the dogs rushed to the car, they suddenly all slammed to a stop, noses down sniffing wildly, expressions shifting from arrogance to unease. Something's wrong. Suddenly. The leading Doberman seemed to have discovered the world's most dangerous creature hidden in the trunk, instantly yelping and sprinting away. The other dogs, as if they had hit a solid wall, dashed wildly towards the greenbelt. The noble women were all in shock, their high heels breaking. Hey. My dog. Come back. Hey. Why did you run away? What just happened? They had deliberately let go, thinking to stage a scene of a dog biting as a lesson for this young man. Why did all the dogs just collapse? Meanwhile, Qiao stood in place, smirking with amusement. Dogs have highly developed senses of smell. No matter how fierce the opponent's dog, in front of his Bengal tiger, it was pure bloodline crushing. If he had forcefully opened the trunk just now, it would have been a complete massacre. Ha. Such big dogs are so cowardly? I'm dying of laughter. How did they all get scared off by this young man? Is Doberman that cowardly? Hey! Why did those dogs run away as soon as they got near the car? What's inside the car? The onlookers also burst into laughter, making the noble women feel embarrassed. Speak! Is there a dog repeller in your trunk? Are you stealing dogs? Open the trunk and let us take a look? What did you do? Why did my dog run away as soon as it got close to your car? The noble women were getting more outrageous, their expressions becoming more and more certain. Qiao rarely visited the Forbidden Garden, and was unaware that dog thefts had occurred here before. Previously, there were gangs of dog thieves in this area. These people used special equipment to lure, scare, or drive away dogs, and then controlled them with electric shocks or drugs. Once dog owners posted missing dog notices and offered high rewards, they returned the dogs. Although the hideout was eventually raided, the shadow of this incident spread widely among the wealthy ladies, and everyone was on edge. Now, having seen their pampered, even somewhat arrogant dogs collapse and run away as soon as they got close to the other person's car. This was evidently not a normal reaction for dogs. So there was only one truth. The other person's car must have a dog repelling or luring machine inside. Let me tell you. My friend's precious corgi disappeared just like this. My Tibetan Mastiff chased after, and as soon as it got near the car it was scared away. Hurry up and make him open the trunk. Let's see if there are any devices or tools for capturing dogs. The noble women all began to chatter louder and louder, their claims becoming more convincing. And the lady holding the teddy, suddenly realizing, raised her head to question. Right. There are so many cars here. Why did my teddy go to your car to pee? Is it you who led them here? While saying these words, the wealthy woman scrutinized Qiao with a very unfriendly gaze. She felt that Qiao must be hiding some button either on him or in his pocket. As long as he pressed it, the device inside the car would release a frequency to attract the dog. Then, pressing another button would release different frequencies to scare the dog away. What the hell? What kind of imagination is this? Qiao rolled his eyes in speechlessness. Alright, I'll open the trunk, but don't regret it after you see. Chapter 58, Gu Million's First Blood. Who would have thought? The wealthy woman shouted at the top of her lungs. Help! I've caught the dog-stealing gang. Everyone, come see. This kid is stealing dogs. Look at him. Sisters joined forces, their strength solid as gold. The remaining wealthy women exchanged glances and began shouting too. Everyone, come see. We've caught the dog thief. He's hiding a lot of dogs in the trunk. Everyone, smash the car to save the dogs. The onlookers were excited, they didn't mind the chaos. A few young men playing baseball, perhaps fond of these older ladies, handed over their baseball bats like they were fanning the flames. Sister. Use this. Sister. This works well. Damn. Stealing dogs. Sister. Use my baseball bat. It's thick and strong. Better than a brick. The poodle that had originally escaped to the greenery saw its owner perk up and turned back, barking wildly at Qiao, occasionally glancing in terror at the trunk. Woof 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 woof. But the car window was covered with all black sunshade film, so outsiders couldn't see the movements inside the car. They couldn't see the Bengal tiger inside, looking utterly confused as it surveyed its surroundings. Smash the car. Save the dogs. Smash the car. Save the dogs. Kid. So it was you stealing the dogs. Young and doing this kind of thing? Damn. So it's you stealing dogs, huh? With this broken G-Class. Modified into a Brabus? You really know how to show off. But as the outside noise grew louder, the trunk space became cramped. The tiger started to get restless, moving around in the trunk. It was one thing not to move, but once it did, it raised more suspicion. Seeing the car creaking and shaking, several wealthy women couldn't help but laugh, their expressions akin to wicked cherries. Did everyone see that? The car moved. It must be the poor dog struggling inside. So pitiful. Smash. Smash the car. Save the dogs. At this moment, Qiao's mindset collapsed. He really couldn't argue with them, they were all so foolish that he didn't even know whom to judge. But it was fine, let them smash it. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and Hai Shun outside the crowd was also waving his hands at him to stay calm. If he were to release the tiger voluntarily, and someone got hurt causing panic and casualties, then the responsibility would definitely fall on him. Afterward, he would be in for a beating from his dad, and his grandpa would probably not spare him either. But if this group of people smashed the car, causing the tiger to be startled and open the trunk, then it would have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Qiao spread his hands and said to the wealthy woman with the poodle leisurely. Alright. Then you go ahead and smash it. You smash the trunk yourself, save the dogs you say you care about. Once these words were spoken, the poodle lady was instantly enraged, glancing at the other wealthy women beside her. Good. Sisters. Since he said so, then let's smash it. I will cover all the losses. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the crowd erupted. Smash the car. Sisters. Brothers. Save the dogs. The first to act were the wealthy women holding baseball bats. Others charged in with their high heels. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Smash. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Since the wealthy woman declared she would cover all the losses, There were definitely those who joined in just to stir the pot. Buying a Mercedes G-Class is hard, but destroying one is quite easy. So many watching bystanders started smashing the car lights. It was smashing the side mirrors again, and some even planned to lift the car and flip it over. Such a big noise immediately made the Bengal tiger inside the car lose its composure. Just as the group of people were smashing with enthusiasm, a deafening roar suddenly exploded from the trunk. Everyone's expression shook violently. Wait! What was that sound? The baseball bat in the boy's hand was still suspended in midair, unsure whether to drop or raise it. Not to mention the wealthy ladies, who trembled, nearly stumbling and falling. What the hell? What's going on inside? It doesn't sound like a dog. I hear, it sounds like a tiger's roar. The poodle lady immediately laughed. Ha ha. A tiger? What an obscure word. Are there tigers in the city? Sisters. It must be special sound effects inside. They're playing tiger roars to scare us, to scare the dog. The bad guys exhausted all their brainpower, but it was the foolish ones who suddenly had a bright idea. These words of rebuttal made everyone freeze for a moment, then they all nodded in agreement. Sisters. Keep smashing. Smash it open. Smash the trunk open. With the poodle lady's command, everyone continued smashing away. The more they smashed, the louder the tiger roars became. The tiger even started to bang against the trunk, making booming sounds. Hysterical collapse, deep inside it was delicious. Seeing the baseball boy desperately pulling on the trunk handle, Qiao smiled mockingly. In the next second, he pressed the car key. Whoosh! The trunk immediately opened. In that instant, a huge tiger head suddenly shot out, right in front of the baseball boy's face, delivering a visual shock. A whoa! A roar! The baseball boy's skull nearly spiraled off from the shock, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight down. Boom! The entire scene exploded in an instant. Some people's brains couldn't even process what they were seeing. Holy shit! A tiger! It's really a tiger. Several wealthy ladies collapsed directly onto the grass, screaming in panic, Mommy! Mommy! Don't eat me! I'm too tender! Mommy! I want to go home! I want to go home! Others were running for their lives. Holy shit! A tiger! There's a tiger in the trunk! Run! Run! Faster legs, run faster! Mommy! Some even fainted from excessive fear after running only a few steps. The scene was in complete chaos, and some were even calling the police while running, phones in hand. What happened? Why aren't you talking anymore? Have you gone mute? Qiao took a step forward, looking down at the wealthy ladies lying on the ground, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Come here, Gu, let them see if you're a dog. Qiao waved his hand. A tiger's shadow jumped out of the trunk. Gu, like a king, landed with 4 paws, flying grass and leaves everywhere. No. No. Handsome. I was wrong. I was wrong. Several wealthy ladies completely broke down, lying on the ground and wriggling like a human mop. Don't scare me, sister. I'm really scared. I'll do anything for you. I'll even kneel for you. Just as Gu, following Qiao's gesture, was about to attack them. Suddenly. Woof 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 woof. The sound of barking dogs suddenly shattered the standoff. In the distance, 2 dogs were charging towards them. A Doberman and a poodle. Was it the awakening of loyalty? Or a quick start of a youthful rush? Son. Take it down. Save Mom. The Doberman lady screamed desperately, as if clutching onto a life-saving straw. Woof woof woof. The Doberman bared its teeth and lunged at Gu, looking like it was ready to fight. The poodle wasn't willing to be outdone, hopping up and down behind it, barking loudly at a frequency comparable to a siren. The crowd of onlookers screamed. Holy shit! The god of war among dogs. Oh my god. Has the poodle king risen? Holy shit! But the next second. Oh whoa! Gu, suddenly swung his head and bit the Doberman's neck. The Doberman didn't even have time to react. Crack! In an instant, its neck was snapped like a crispy shark. Next, Gu, grabbed the Doberman and lunged forward. The poodle yelped and turned to run, but the next second, it was slapped into a furry pancake by a tiger's paw. Finally, the moment of enjoying the food. Put! Gu Million's claws pressed down on the Doberman, and with a sharp shake of his head, he flung it violently. Blood splattered. Aha! The Doberman lady let out a sharp, explosive scream. Chapter 59, Bury it deeper so it won't crawl out. Damn it. So fierce. If I got bitten by this, wouldn't I lose 20 pounds? Such a scene even made Gutian feel a bit shaken, quickly putting on a mask to hide the trembling corners of his mouth. Aha. Son. My dog son. The Doberman lady's voice broke through the sky, rolling and crawling forward, trying to pick up the half-dead body of the Doberman from the ground. But Gu Million didn't understand her intentions. Although it wouldn't attack humans on its own, it does protect its food. At this moment, it was eating meat, and suddenly, a female ape came charging at it. Was it going to let someone steal its food? With a sudden howl, its tiger eyes widened, and its bloodthirsty mouth lunged directly at the Doberman lady. It was about to bite. Gu Tian shouted, "Gu Million! Lie down!" More and more people were gathering around, and if an incident with the tiger hurting someone happened, it would be hard to handle. At that moment, the crowd around erupted. Damn! You're really training a beast. That's a tiger. Not a dog. Oh my god. This kid can really train tigers. Feeling the anger in Gu Tian's voice, Gu Million forced itself to stop in mid-air, its tiger claw sweeping. Bang! One claw sent the Doberman lady flying over 3 meters, her body crashing onto the grass like a piece of paper on an electric fan, her arm twisted. Back to the car. Gu Tian shouted again, and Gu Million, who was licking the bloodstains off its paw, finally jumped back into the trunk, looking ashamed. Handsome. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please let me go. Don't let it come down. Your G-Class costs over 3 million, I'll pay you 4 million. The poodle lady, witnessing all this terror, had already collapsed. Her dog son was gone, but she could buy another one. But her life only had one. Gu Tian ignored the lady, instead flipping through his phone. After a moment, he shoved the receipt from his phone in front of her. Look clearly. This is not a broken G-Class. It's a Brabus G800 Falcon, limited edition imported custom version, worth over 35 million. Hearing this, the lady's eyes widened, but mostly with doubt. Isn't running a circus that profitable? Until she saw the amount on the phone screen. 35 million? No. This is really Brabus? The poodle lady was stunned. She had just smashed a $35 million car? To think that her house was only worth just over 30 million. I didn't mean to, I didn't. I'm sorry. Handsome, can you? The poodle lady rolled and crawled, grabbing Gu Tian's pants leg, trying to win his forgiveness. At this moment, the sound of police sirens came from a distance. 2 police cars whizzed toward them. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The police are here. Great. They are saved. Damn. Only 2 cars? Does this require an anti-terrorism operation? Is this a circus tiger, or is it a pet raised by this guy? Damn it. It's practically Brabus, and he's raising a tiger as a pet. What's the problem? The poodle lady immediately stopped begging and stood up, waving frantically at the police cars. Help! Officer! Help! This person raises a tiger. Arrest him! This madman! He actually raises a tiger. You must arrest him. But what she didn't expect was that the scene she had been hoping for did not happen. Several officers got out of the cars, jogging directly toward Gu Tian. Comrade, are you all right? Did the vicious dog hurt you? Seeing their respectful and nervous expressions, Gu Tian knew the Bluetooth had paired successfully. He smiled lightly. I'm fine, thank you for your hard work. The poodle lady was completely confused, pointing at the dog's body on the ground, excitedly saying. No. Officer. It's him. It's him walking the tiger. Walking a tiger. His tiger bites people. Tiger? Several police officers exchanged glances, pretending to look around in search of it. Where's the tiger? I don't see a tiger. Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Million peered out from the trunk. Hiss. The police officers instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Damn. As expected of the prince. He can even walk such a fierce beast. Did you see it? It's in his trunk. It's in his trunk. The wealthy woman pointed, her expression excited. Little did they know, the leading officer's face darkened as he scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? That's clearly a cat. The others nodded vigorously, agreeing with their captain's statement. That is a cat, just with a bit more fur. Someone. Take this car vandal away. The leading officer shouted. Before the teddy bear lady could react, several officers stepped forward and pulled her into the car. No. Are you blind? That's a tiger. A tiger. You mistake a tiger for a cat. After the officers handcuffed the teddy bear lady in the car, they began dispersing the crowd. The leader walked up to Qiao, looking quite apologetic, and said, "I'm sorry, Prince. I scared you in my district." Qiao gently waved his hand, showing no emotion on his face. "It's fine, the car damage is 35 million, remember to remind her." "Yes, yes, yes. Must remind." The leader nodded repeatedly, his forehead almost keeping a rhythm. "If she doesn't pay, I'll immediately give her a set of, major memory recovery techniques." Hearing this, Qiao chuckled and lightly nodded. Not bad, you're sharp enough." After saying this, he casually glanced at the other's badge and patted his shoulder. "District Captain, huh? You did well, I'll talk to your bureau about you later, to get a promotion." Upon hearing this, "Really, really?" That officer instantly was dumbfounded, and after reacting, nearly jumped on the spot. "Thank you, Qiao. Thank you, Qiao." Once the crowd dispersed, the teddy bear lady was taken away. Only then did Shishun come over with several guards and plainclothes officers, carrying body bags. It must be said, their movements were so skilled it was clear this wasn't their first time cleaning up this kind of mess. On the lawn, besides the torn pieces of the teddy bear and Doberman, there was also the fainted Doberman lady and several other fainted wealthy women and baseball men lying around. Shishun dusted himself off and spoke lightly. "Should we handle these, according to the old rules? Or go through a trial process?" These people had already constituted a crime of attacking members of the cabinet family. According to the special dragon law, the final sentence was also just a handful of peanuts. However, Qiao had never troubled a judge before. "Let's stick to the old rule," Qiao said, casually flicking ash from his cigarette, and added, "but make sure the soil is thick, so they don't crawl out." Gulp. Shishun swallowed hard, his back suddenly covered in a layer of cold sweat. As long as Qiao wanted, those people would have been warm corpses the moment they smashed the car. But Qiao didn't. Yet now, would he give them the most despairing death? "Okay, understood, Qiao." The next morning, the sun rose as usual. The tiger walking incident in the park was explained as a circus tiger escaping, and didn't even trend online. Although several silver pieces were lost overnight. But in Kyoto, the master Qiao was still completely unaffected, lazily getting out of bed while yawning. Looking at the message from an auction house sending 350 million, he sighed. Sometimes having money is also a kind of trouble. Just after he finished sighing, Wang Hao called. "Tiangu, did you know? That group of people in the classroom really beat up Sabin, and it was no light beating. Sabin directly got the police in Kyoto to help him catch them. I've heard that the kid is still looking for you, and even threatened to take your life. Dear old dads and new dads. The free little gift is here, give the author some motivation to write." Next, the main character Qiao will cause chaos and strongly crush the Xie family. Chapter 60, The Crazy Sabin. "Howsy, you blabbed. Who is Sabin? Why do you always like to talk about these irrelevant things early in the morning?" Qiao said impatiently. One of the things he hated the most was being chattered at when he just woke up and his brain hadn't fully started up yet. And Wang Hao was just that kind of person. Full of nonsense. The situation was like this, but what exactly was it? Still had to see the situation. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao was a bit confused and added, "No, Brother Tian, you really don't know? It's the one they shouted Brother Bin in the classroom. The one who parachuted and kicked you down at the school gate is Sabin, and in the big classroom, the one who said he likes Su Nanxue is also Sabin. He harassed Su Nanxue and made her go to the hospital. Those people are Sabin's little brothers." "And didn't you send Sabin's little brothers to the hospital and beat him up?" "They really beat Sabin up." Qiao responded, half understanding. He would never waste brain capacity on unnecessary people. After all, he had to hold the future development of all humanity in his mind. So, who is this Sabin? Faced with Qiao's habit of forgetting, Wang Hao could only give him a little education. To put it simply, Xia Juanhao is the boss of the Xia family, a native rich kid of the capital. And Sabin? He is Xia Yong's illegitimate son from his early years. His biological mother Huang Suitsui was a model from the third tier, looking quite good but with no background. Xia Yong never gave her any title. Later, after being discovered by Xia Yong's legal wife, Huang Suitsui ended up in the grave. If it weren't for Xia Yong protecting him, Sabin would have gone with his mother too. Later, Xia Yong became successful, and perhaps feeling guilty, he brought Sabin back. But once he came back, this kid started to let loose, acting like a local fool. Not very smart, and his values were wildly distorted. He wasn't a child who was raised hand in hand by his real parents from a young age. Once wealth fell from the sky, his mentality had some issues. Plus, Sabin had an extreme mindset of wanting to make up for what he didn't have before. So the whole person felt somewhat crazy and rough-headed. The most fatal thing was that Xie Yong treated him with a sense of guilty pampering. After listening, Gu Tian yawned lazily. I understood, he's just a motherless orphan, right? As soon as these words came out. Wang Hao. He had asked many people to investigate this information. And the result brought in Brother Tian's one sentence about the guy being motherless? It's not like that, Brother Tian, that kid Sabin is investigating you now and wants to take you down. You better be careful in the future. Send more security around you. What if he throws a brick at you one day? You'll be in trouble. Alright, stop talking, I'm getting out of bed, hanging up. Gu Tian was too lazy to chat so much with Wang Hao. Throw a brick at him? Ha ha. The brick hasn't even gone up yet, it's probably already been turned into a sieve by nearby plainclothes officers. But to be fair, this Sabin did pique his interest. Crazy, is it? He'll turn him into a fool. In the entrepreneurship incubation building of Jing University. The morning sun was still gentle, and the crowd around was moving sparsely. Suddenly. Boom! A matte black Bugatti Veyron suddenly burst into the sight of the crowd. The front of the car skillfully drifted and parked steadily at the main entrance of the building. Following closely were several all-black Range Rover vehicles, lined up neatly, showing off their presence. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Sabin stepped out from the passenger side of the Bugatti. In the past, he didn't have this style. But from now on, things would be different. Zhou Yu had told him that if he wanted to win the favor of the beautiful girl from Su and establish his authority among his little brothers. Besides being ruthless, he also needed to be a bit cold. With a straight face and not talking much, giving people a mysterious vibe. He had an air of authority. Like right now. It's exactly this vibe. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a few girls nearby, covering their mouths, watching him in surprise. They must have been conquered by his aloofness. You won't be able to resist me. Oh. This car is so cool. Who's the one getting out from the passenger seat? It's Sabin. Ugh, forget it, I'm going to class. This was a high-standard support area provided by Jingda to encourage student entrepreneurship. And Sabin, with his background and funds, directly took over a floor, naming it Xiego Media, with the fancy name of live streaming entrepreneurship. In reality, it was just an entertainment hangout for the children of the powerful. They often held events with a bunch of beautiful girls, shooting clips and teaching life lessons along the way. Sabin walked into the building, and his subordinates closely followed behind him. Speak, how did you handle Sunwei and the others? Don't worry, Brother Xie. Little brother Zhang Tao grinned mischievously and said, we've crippled Sunwei, he's still hanging on in the ICU. And I've already sent someone to approach his family's nanny, stuffed a box of gold bars into his home, the inspection team should be on their way to his place. As for the gang of little brothers following him, they should already be showing signs of rigor mortis. These little brothers were Sabin's real inner circle. They had played with him early on. Even after Sabin was taken back to the capital by his biological father, he hadn't forgotten them. To put it bluntly, Sabin had helped them and their families achieve a leap in social class. Naturally, they were extremely loyal to Sabin. Sabin nodded in satisfaction at Zhang Tao's report. He wanted Sunwei to experience the feeling of life being worse than death. Cripple him, send him to the hospital, and then cripple him again after he's discharged, and send him back. What about that guy Tiangu that Sunwei mentioned, have you figured it out? Just as Sabin spat out this harsh question, the elevator door opened. Boom! A sound of a dull thud. A nerdy-looking guy in a checkered shirt, holding half a box of tightly packed electronic components, collided head-on with Sabin at the door. Clatter! Screws, circuit boards, and chips instantly scattered all over the floor, making the tiles crackle. Upon seeing the person, the nerdy guy was so scared that he almost kneeled on the spot. He didn't bother to pick up the scattered components and quickly bowed and apologized. Sorry. Brother Bin. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. I didn't see you. I was holding the box, my view was blocked. Damn it. Are you blind? Sabin's face instantly darkened, and he lifted his foot violently. Get lost. Bang. The nerdy guy was kicked to the ground with a thud. Zhang Tao and several other little brothers immediately stepped forward. Bang. 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 Dare to bump into my brother Xie. Do you have a death wish? Damn it. All day long, you're down there playing with your broken robot. Have you gone crazy? A pile of junk. What the hell can you research out of that? The nerdy guy was beaten black and blue, helplessly watching as the integrated module he had carefully worked on for a month was stomped into pieces. Brother Bin, please stop, that was my graduation project, please don't step on it. But Sabin didn't listen at all. Instead, he grinned fiercely. Oh? Graduation project? You've been making noise with your hammering all day long downstairs, do you think you'll even graduate? Then he turned to Zhang Tao with a playful look, who's this kid's supervisor? Also, let the incubator building manager know, take back his research space. He's been making noise downstairs all the time, it's driving me crazy. Zhang Tao immediately nodded, got it, brother Xia, I'll handle it tonight. Hearing this, the nerdy guy immediately broke down and cried. They were researching artificial intelligence robots. In the future, these robots were meant to be used in medicine, driving, and home applications. Now, they were already able to entertain bedridden patients by playing a handkerchief game. If they succeeded in the future, it would be a huge leap in scientific research. But now. Whoa whoa. Chapter 61, The Handkerchief Robot. Back in his office. Sabin immediately began a series of 3 questions. Have you figured out who that kid Tiangu is? And what exactly is his relationship with Su Nanxue? What's the name of the girl I saw at the school gate? Do you have detailed information? These questions immediately silenced the laughter in the office. Zhang Tao and the others exchanged looks, none daring to speak. The background was indeed investigated, but it was kind of outrageous. They didn't even have the courage to mention each other's names. Sabin, who had been full of confidence, suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why is everyone silent? What happened? Are you all dumb? Is this person even more impressive than me? Dare to confront me at Jin University? Hiss. Upon hearing this, all the younger brothers gasped. What is this compared to? You're not even in the same league as him. Why was your brother Xie Juanhao sent to the North Pole? Isn't it just because he drunkenly claimed that he was the king of Kyoto after Gu Tian left? After 5 seconds of exchanging glances. Finally. Zhang Tao stepped forward, bracing himself. Xiegu, this Tiangu, is not an ordinary person. I think you should keep a low profile from now on. Oh? How not ordinary? Sabin frowned. Speak. Zhang Tao swallowed hard and spoke slowly. He is old Gu's son, named Gu Tian, recently transferred to Jin University. The eradication of the Qiao family's black forces in Zhengzhou, and the current crackdown on organized crime across the country. I heard he was the one who ignited the fuse. As soon as these words were spoken. Boom. Sabin felt a buzzing in his head, his pupils constricting. What? You mean he is whose son? Gu. Old Gu's. Zhang Tao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, trembling as he repeated. The other younger brothers behind him were also drenched in cold sweat, swallowing hard repeatedly. Then. Zhang Tao talked about what happened in the university cafeteria when Sabin was absent. Gu Tian was simply unhappy with the cafeteria and directly prompted the high-ups to renovate it overnight. The more Sabin listened, the more uneasy he became, until he finally slumped into his office chair. It felt like a kind of helpless frustration, like wanting to slap someone but being unable to do so. Bingu, why don't we let this matter slide? That girl named Xinyao at the school gate? Didn't she previously stay in Jiangzhou? He brought her from Jiangzhou. Anyway, this Xinyao and Su Nanxue are both connected to him, and their relationship seemed pretty good. Facing Zhang Tao's hard-to-hear yet practical advice. Sabin waved his hand as if something was stuck in his throat. Be quiet, I'm thinking. At this moment, he really wanted to mute the world and just listen to his own breakdown. He originally thought the other was just some spoiled rich kid with a bit of background. But who would have thought he directly reached the ceiling? The most important thing was that he had heard a lot about the other from his father. Including how the other got into too much trouble and was sent to Jiangzhou for reform. And how his father had joined multiple members of parliament to advise old Lin. Wait. Oh. Right. He was sent to Jiangzhou for reform because he caused too much trouble. Now that he's back, he definitely wouldn't dare to cause trouble again, right? If he caused trouble again, his father could just unite with the other members again and advise old Lin to exile him again, right? The more Sabin thought about it, the more pleased he became, transforming from a wilted state into one bursting with confidence. You think you can just come back and be a prince? Ha! If you dare to act recklessly again, I'll make you walk the Jiangzhou route once more. What Tiangu, you don't count for anything? At this moment, another younger brother came over with a few attendance records. Xiegu, take a look at this. Sabin took it, confused, but the next second he understood. Jin University is not an ordinary university. Even with his status, he wouldn't dare to miss some classes. Yet Gu Tian almost missed class every day. If these ordinary students knew Gu Tian's identity and his performance at Jin University, wouldn't it stir up public outrage? On top of that, he crashed into him while parachuting from a helicopter, even sent Sunway and the others to the hospital to beat him up. If he casually added some details and found some reporters outside to report, it would be enough for the other to drink a pot full of trouble. But he couldn't play it out in the open. The suspicion is a bit too obvious this time. And he is best at doing things in the dark. What he needs to do now is to openly overpower the opponent at school. Thinking of this, Sabin directly took out his phone and dialed the number. "Hey! Young Master Xia, what brings you to our student council?" A cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. Sabin raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Young Master Zhang, how long have you been the student council president?" "Ah." The other side was taken aback for a moment, casually replying, "Just over a year, why?" "A year is good, quite long, why don't you let me sit in your position?" Everyone who has been to college knows. The student council in college is not an ordinary club. Especially in a top university like Jinggan University, the student council holds great value, almost extraordinary. Don't think it's just a self-management organization, in reality, it holds a lot of power. It's in charge of scholarships, honors like 3 good students, outstanding leaders, and even internships and exclusive recommendations, connecting relationships. What's the saying? In college, if you want to walk sideways, you either need excellent grades or to be in the student council. And among them, the student council president is at the very top of this power chain. If you play this right, you can use the student's name to act like a small principal, directly influencing resource allocations for a college or even the entire school. If you can't handle it, you can still feel the temperature of power through this identity. Various student networks support you, and many students ask you for favors. Even a lot of female students may flatter you just for a scholarship spot. And now, Sabin wants this position. Not for other reasons, but to openly bully Gu Tian. At that time, Su Nanxue didn't date him? Good. I'll deduct your credits, making it impossible for you to graduate forever. He. Over here. Gu Tian said he didn't care. But hanging up the phone made Shishan send someone to investigate. In less than a minute, all of Sabin's information was sent over. So, he and Wang Hao directly rushed to the incubation lab building. For no other reason. Just wanted to see how this motherless kid would deal with him. As the elevator doors opened, the two walked out, and what caught their eyes was pure confusion. They saw many humanoid robots and a lot of parts stacked in the hallway. And several frowning engineering boys sat on the ground, talking on the phone, theorizing with the other end. Why? Why do we have to move out? Where are we not compliant? Woo. Howsy, this is the 5th floor. You pressed the wrong button. Gu Tian finally reacted and was about to return to the elevator when Wang Hao was attracted by a row of handkerchief-throwing robots in the corridor. Tianji, come look. High technology. Seeing Wang Hao's mischievous face, several engineering boys instantly panicked and hurriedly explained. Sorry. Don't smash them, we will move out immediately, tell Brother Bin we are leaving right away. Brother Bin? Smash them? Gu Tian walked over with great curiosity. Chapter 62, Throwing at Sabin. Can we have a chat? Facing Li Yushu's tearful accusations against Sabin, Wang Hao was so angry he gritted his teeth. Damn it! Sabin, that dog thing, will never eat 4 dishes in his life. Although Wang Hao seemed carefree, he could still distinguish priorities. Li Yushu's artificial intelligence robot project should be a key incubation project promoted by the Kyoto Municipal Science Committee and Jinggan University. If the project is successfully completed, not only can it enter the preliminary evaluation for the Science and Technology Award, but for Kyoto, it is a billboard for attracting technology talents. And what about now? A good researcher was smashed, parts all crushed, data plates stepped on and cracked. If the data isn't backed up, all the results from this year will go down the drain. And Sabin, just because he finds others noisy, threateningly drove them away after bumping into them? And yet he still thinks he's invincible. In his eyes, this was definitely a complete idiot and a cancer. But Gu Tian's mind was not here. Looking at the humanoid robot in front of him that was throwing handkerchiefs in various styles, he fell into thought. After a long while, he slowly turned to Li Yushu. Can this robot only throw handkerchiefs? Can it throw other things? Li Yushu was a bit confused by this question. To say that aside from throwing handkerchiefs, it could throw many other things. Paper airplanes, small sandbags, small balls could all be thrown. It can also throw other things, just need a little modification. Who would have thought? Gu Tian blurted out, can it throw grenades? As soon as he said this. Boom! The other engineering boys stared in shock at Gu Tian. Wait, did you hear that? Did he just say grenade? The kind that goes click and has a 5-second countdown? Are we doing research or military work? Who is this guy? Is he insane? No, classmate, what did you just say? Throw a grenade? Li Yushu was stunned. Why did he think about having the robot throw a handkerchief? The reason was because of a childhood rhyme, throwing handkerchiefs. Now, throw grenades? Brother Tian, what are you planning to do? This isn't a research topic. Seeing Gu Tian's serious and playful eyes, Wang Hao felt that something big was about to happen. But Gu Tian didn't care about that. He turned and stood on the table, shouting to all the engineering boys in the office. Everyone! Your research results are quite good. I just heard your boss say, you are facing tight project funds, not enough equipment, and the venue couldn't keep up. Everyone nodded. Alright. Gu Tian spread his hands, I'm investing in your project. You all continue your research here, and I will handle the venue and the project funds. As soon as this was said, the air froze instantly. Li Yushu was stunned. No, classmate, aren't you afraid of Sabin? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wang Hao. Sabin is nothing, just tell him you are my brother Tian, see who dares to touch you. Brother Tian? You just said project investment, how much can you provide? For the venue, Li Yushu was not worried, he was still concerned about the funding issue. Gu Tian thought for a moment and seriously held up a number. 5 billion, is that enough? As soon as this was said, Li Yushu almost dropped his jaw. No. Who on earth are these two? At this moment, suddenly someone recognized Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao was very active in Kyoto, there was a lot online about him. You are the son of Secretary Wen? A female technician excitedly stepped forward and shook Wang Hao's hand. Seeing that he was recognized, Wang Hao was quite proud. Yes. He is my dad. I'm here, who dares to chase you away? Li Yushu instantly became happy. He felt like his efforts were being recognized. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Gu Tian directly asked for the other party's card number. A phone call was made to the bank. In less than a minute, the 50 billion funds were directly in place. The entire floor exploded with sharp cheers. Especially Li Yushu, who was about to kneel down to Gu Tian. 1 second he was the research boy crying from being kicked, and the next second he had become the CEO of the military robot project? I can't believe it. We have funding now. We have funding. Oh my god. 50 billion. 50 billion. This can be produced in batches. Oh my god. It's really 50 billion. Many engineering boys were overjoyed to the point of tears. Although it was a research project in cooperation with the Municipal Science Committee. But it should be noted that this type of emerging technology consumes a lot of funds, spending money like water. So every time the funds are in place or not takes a long time, requiring a lot of application materials and reports. Of course, they also considered pulling some investment from external companies. But it was rejected by their boss Li Yushu, because he thought the competitors were all. But unexpectedly, at the lowest point, they encountered the son of Secretary Wang and a wealthy friend. Brother Tian. Have some tea. Brother Tian. Have some snacks. As a representative of the pragmatic and straightforward types, Li Yushu doesn't know any slick talk, he only offers tea and snacks with both hands, trying his best to please with respect. Meanwhile, Gu Tian sits leaning back in his boss chair, sipping tea and listening to a few engineering guys enthusiastically introduce their artificial intelligence robot. Brother Tian, look. This robot's hands can flex at the joints, reaching 90% of human capability. We've tested it, it can throw balls, sandbags, and flying discs, so throwing a grenade shouldn't be a problem. But it can't recognize the grenade safety pin, a person needs to pull the safety device. Oh? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. So, you're saying we can throw one, as long as we pull the pin, right? As soon as he said this, the smiles of the technicians froze instantly. No way. Dude, are you serious? We were just elaborating on what you said. We wanted to make you happy. It can throw grenades, but where are we supposed to get that scary thing from? Are we supposed to run downstairs and buy you a toy grenade? Before they could even ask if they should get a toy grenade to test it out, Gu Tian walked to the window and boldly shouted downstairs. Oi, Shishuan. Bring up a grenade. As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire office went silent. Li Yushu's hands shook, hot tea almost spilling on Wang Hao's pants. No way. Hold on. What did I just hear? Bring up a grenade? Since when are investors this crazy? While shocked, he secretly hoped it was a toy grenade they were bringing up. Others were cautious. Only Wang Hao stood up with a face of despair. Brother Tian, don't. It's a scary thing, where will you throw it? Gu Tian turned around and grinned, pointing at the ceiling. Isn't Sabin upstairs? Of course, throw it to his floor. As soon as he said this, the air froze for 3 seconds. Then. Wow. Awesome, Brother Tian. I declare you the wildest man in Jingda. Wang Hao jumped up in excitement. Everyone. Chapter 63, Playing is Reality. Before long, Shishuan brought up a grenade. But for Li Yushu and the other technicians, how could this grenade possibly be real? Throwing a real grenade? Ha, this isn't about whether it's doable, but whether it's legal. But to please the investor, they could only do as Gu Tian insisted. Brother Tian. This grenade looks so realistic, it's so heavy. Li Yushu laughed and tossed it a few times in his palm. Next to him, Wang Hao was completely terrified. Don't. Stop tossing it, hurry and hand it to the robot. Oh. With Li Yushu's group operating together, the robot quickly held on tightly to the grenade. Just as Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Click. Gu Tian twisted his hand, and the grenade safety pin was pulled out. Ah! Whoa. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Wang Hao's spirit left his body as he screamed and dove under the desk. Everyone. Is a toy grenade really worth getting this scared? Wang's son is really adding a lot of emotional value here. Li Yushu laughed and stepped forward, activating the robot. Brother Tian, where should we throw it? We'll throw it wherever you say. Gu Tian lifted his eyelids, looking upstairs. Of course, throw it upstairs. Ha? Li Yushu and the others exchanged glances, looking quite embarrassed. They definitely couldn't throw it upstairs. That was Sabin's territory. They had already been chased away, and now they were going to show up again. What if he came down and beat them up? Wouldn't that be unreasonable? What if Wang's son got a beating too? Cough. Wang Hao worked hard to calm his fear, clearing his throat. Why are you being a coward? My brother Tian says to throw it where he says. Just throw it there. After that, he patted the tech guy controlling the robot. Hurry up, set the route to upstairs. Looking at Wang Hao's determined and dangerous eyes, the tech guy didn't dare to hesitate at all. After all, it's just a toy grenade. Compared to 5 billion, getting beaten really doesn't mean much. Okay, throw it upstairs. The tech guy immediately lowered his head and started operating the tablet. In less than a moment, the robot walked out of the office, moving with stiff steps. The other tech guys in the hall saw this scene and instantly started laughing. Of course, in their minds, the grenade couldn't possibly be real. It could only be said that Secretary Wang and his rich friends love to play pranks. Oh my. Ha. They really are going to throw a grenade. Throw it, throw the grenade, so funny. Sure. Throw a grenade, 5 billion, right? As long as the rich kid wants it, our robot can even carry a machine gun. At this time, Sabin was petting his Tibetan Mastiff, Black Diamond, while motivating his little brothers, getting them all hyped up. The motivation he was giving was very simple. Undoubtedly, Gu Tian had a very powerful identity, but he was just a paper tiger. He was previously exiled to Jiangzhou, and it was his dad who teamed up with many congressmen to orchestrate this. He also boasted that if it weren't for those 3 votes, the one sitting in that position would be his dad. His little brothers were undoubtedly pumped, shouting that Xiegu was incredible. Xiegu was the king of Kyoto. That little Gu Tian would definitely be easily handled if they met. What, Gu Lao's son? Nonsense. Xiegu was the son of Xia Lao. Just then, the Black Diamond, originally lying at Sabin's feet, suddenly raised its head, ears upright, showing its fierce demeanor. They heard the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Upon hearing this sound, Sabin felt anger rising. Damn it! Are the people downstairs still not done? Still making noise? Zhang Tao responded, sitting up from the sofa and walking to the hallway to check. The next second. Oh my! Xiegu! The robot from downstairs is running up. Come look. A man is a boy until he dies. A robot tossing a handkerchief is nothing. But a robot that can run upstairs is definitely eye-catching. Under the curious gaze of everyone, they saw a robot walking in with stiff steps, heading straight towards the group. Woof. Black Diamond stood up, barking wildly at the robot. Hey, what's up? This robot knows I'm awesome, so it specifically came up to hang out with me? Seeing this scene, Sabin felt very pleased. A few little brothers immediately started flattering him. Yes. Xiaogu is absolutely right. Xiaogu must have the color of a tyrant. Even the robot downstairs heard your call? Ha ha. It must want to come and support Xiaogu. Just as a few were teasing and joking, Zheng Tao noticed something was wrong. The robot was clearly holding a black, melon-shaped object in its hand. What is this? Oh my. Xiaogu. It's holding a grenade. As soon as this was said, the little brothers jumped up from the sofa in an instant. What the hell? It's really a grenade? No way. Did the one downstairs go crazy? A whole grenade? Damn it. That kid downstairs is coming to scare us, right? Damn. Dare to scare us? Sabin was also frightened and, after calming down, felt very angry. Go. Take people downstairs. Smash it for me. Damn it. Dare to mess with me. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tao was just about to kick the robot over. Who would have thought? The robot suddenly raised its arm, flung it, and the grenade flew in a parabolic arc towards the group. After landing, it made a hissing, smoking sound. Instinctively, Black Diamond rushed out, ready to bite the toy. But as soon as it ran out a meter, it seemed to realize something and urgently hit the brakes, bolting away. Sabin had been to the shooting range, thrown grenades before. Seeing this scene, he suddenly reacted, shouting, "What the hell? Brothers! It seems to be real." After saying that, he abruptly turned and rushed toward the heavy wall and the big fridge. What's real? The little brothers hadn't reacted yet. Then there was a loud boom. Zheng Tao and a little brother were directly blown away. Glass shards flew, and the office was instantly thrown into chaos. Downstairs, Gu Tian heard the explosion and a playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Looks like the effect is pretty good. At this moment, Li Yushu and the other technicians were already in a state of soul extraction. No, bro. The explosion just now. Please don't tell me, it was a real grenade? The technicians in the hall were also staring wide-eyed, their eyes filled with terror as they looked towards the office where Gu Tian was. Clearly, this rich friend's connection to Secretary Wang was definitely not as simple as just being wealthy. After a long pause, Li Yushu's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, stuttering as he asked. Brother Tian, that explosion didn't really blow up, did it? Gu Tian sipped his tea lightly, and replied with a casual mmm. The 50 billion he invested was not spent in vain. He had already called the military district people earlier. Chapter 64, Sabin takes a kick. At the moment, there really was no such weapon, it had always been a concept version. These humanoid robots moved freely. Since they could throw grenades, could they carry machine guns too? If they were used in real combat in the future? His industrial chain absolutely could not be limited to entertainment bars, that would make him look low. If he had some success in the military industry, wouldn't his father genuinely admit that he was capable? Winehouse saw the technicians' faces turn ashen and quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't be nervous, Brother Tian was just testing your limit capacity. Do you guys know what real combat simulation is? This is called scene-based development. Everyone. We don't understand a damn thing. Your grenades were real grenades. Meanwhile. Ahawk. Get up. Get up. Destroy the ones downstairs. Damn it. Sabin stumbled to his feet, completely enraged. People say you shouldn't mess with someone studying chemistry. But now, it seems, you shouldn't mess with engineers either. They just made a grenade by hand? Zheng Tao's body was mangled, lying on the ground, desperately trying to find his legs with the little consciousness he had left. Brother Xie. I can't feel my legs, where are my legs? A few dust-covered underlings cried as they rushed to help him. Whoa. Bro, your legs, they seem to have flown downstairs. Hearing this, Zheng Tao died on the spot. Sabin didn't care about that. You were making noise downstairs, and now you made a grenade? You're more amazing than Ma Jiajue? Today, if I don't make you shit your pants and send you to ICU, I'll give you life imprisonment when you recover. You don't even know where the word bin comes from. Fueled by Sabin's rage, the underlings in the office couldn't even bother to clean up the mess, grabbing baseball bats and following Sabin downstairs. Faced with this sudden scene, the technicians in the hall were so scared they hurriedly fled. Damn it! Where is your boss? Where's your leader? Get out here! Was it you guys just now? Was it you guys? Sabin grabbed a baseball bat and smashed the row of computers in front of him into pieces. As his underlings prepared to rush forward, Gu Tian and Wang Hao walked out from behind the terrified technicians. Oh? I'm the boss, what's the matter? Seeing that familiar face, Sabin's expression turned completely terrified. His underlings instinctively took a few steps back. What the hell? This is Gu Lao's son? How is he here? To be honest. Just a moment ago, they had been full of confidence, but now they clearly felt the air around them had suddenly thickened. The kind of oppressive aura from someone who had long held power, not even Sabin had that. Brother Tian, the one who looks like an anthropomorphic one, that's Sabin. Wang Hao quietly gestured to Gu Tian. Gu Tian turned to look. Well, no wonder Su Nanxue dislikes this person so much. It's not that he's ugly, but there's just a problem no amount of glutinous rice flour can fix. Under Gu Tian's sharp gaze, Sabin didn't dare to breathe. Instead, that black, golden mastiff squeezed through the crowd and started barking wildly at Gu Tian. Woof woof woof. Seeing this, Sabin quickly bent down to grab the dog leash. Hold tightly in your hand. If you bite the other person, it will be hard to explain. You're Sabin, right? Keep your dog on a leash, don't let it bite my staff. Gu Tian glanced at him and casually said this. Sabin's mouth twitched violently, forcing himself to say, It's you. Your robot threw a grenade, right? Now, he couldn't be direct, so he could only probe and talk about the situation. Unexpectedly, Gu Tian didn't waste time with him and directly admitted everything. Not only did I throw the grenade earlier, I also kicked you at the school gate, and your underling beat you up. All of that was me. I heard you're planning to kill me? At these words. Hiss. All the underlings gasped. What? Isn't this way too salty? He just admitted it directly? Wasn't Sabin boasting about being more powerful than him? But looking at this, the other side clearly doesn't take Sabin seriously at all. Sabin didn't expect Gu Tian to be so direct, so he finally showed his true face, pointing and cursing. Fuck. Gu Tian. Don't think just because you're powerful that no one dares to touch you. If I hadn't been careless back then. I'm telling you. You wouldn't even touch one of my fingers. At these words. Wang Hao broke into a cold sweat, instinctively looking at Gu Tian's waist. Damn. Is he pulling out a big move right to his face? If Brother Tian gets angry and shoots, things are going to get big. Hey. Sabin. We are all in the same circle. There's no need for this, no need. You two are in these positions, really no need for this, just speak clearly. Wang Hao stepped forward as if trying to mediate, attempting to make Sabin put his hand down. He remembered very clearly. The last person who pointed at Brother Tian's face and pulled out a big move didn't sink, but was thrown into a blender. Afterwards, they were turned into fish food for the office's fish. Unexpectedly. Sabin wasn't acting anymore, he suddenly shoved Wang Hao away and angrily cursed. Wang Hao, what the fuck are you pretending for? Don't think I don't know you two are good friends. As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian raised his leg and kicked. Bang. This scene happened so fast that no one had time to react. Especially the tech guys hiding behind desks in the office, all of them were dumbfounded. What the hell? Sabin got beaten up? No way. Isn't Brother Tian more powerful than Sabin? Holy shit. That's insane? Sabin was kicked to the ground. Gu Tian. Are you crazy? You dare to touch me? Brothers. What are you waiting for? We have more people. What are we afraid of? Get him. But that's all. The underlings nearby were shocked, exchanging fearful glances with each other, but none of them dared to move. Don't even talk about the other side's terrifying background. They can even bring grenades. If a fight really broke out, they might even lose their lives, right? Just as the underlings were still hesitating, Gu Tian took a step forward. Swish. Almost instinctively, Sabin's underlings all stepped back a few paces. Gu Tian looked down at Sabin from above, with a cold smile. If you want to regain your honor, that's fine. But first, make sure you have the qualifications for it. Back in the day, I was beating up your brother at this time. At these words, the air temperature around dropped suddenly. Especially Wang Hao's eyes looking at Gu Tian, filled with admiration. Brother Tian stood up for him, so handsome, he wanted to talk. Sabin clenched his fists tightly, his face turning red, unable to say a word. Gu Tian then withdrew his gaze and pointed around the hall. Remember, this is my place. If I see you break in again, it won't be just a kick next time. With these words, the entire room fell into dead silence. Sabin's breath almost stopped. He wanted to step forward and take action, but he knew better than anyone how dangerous the situation was. Single-handed? No way to win. With his underlings? They'd chicken out before him. It was just like before, he had been careless. But to be honest, he didn't expect that the other side would be present when he came down earlier. Let's go, Housie. Gu Tian waved his hand, and Wang Hao quickly followed. Wherever they went, Sabin's underlings all moved aside. More than a dozen people didn't dare to breathe. But just as Gu Tian and Wang Hao walked out of the crowd side by side, behind them, Sabin gritted his teeth and stood up, suddenly shouting out loud. Gu Tian! I'm telling you! Don't be so arrogant! Do you know why you were sent to Jiangzhou before? It was my dad who teamed up with other counselors to report you to old Lin. Do you believe it? I can make my dad team up with other counselors to send you even further away. As soon as he said this, boom! The air seemed to explode. Chapter 65, Bad Luck Be Gone. What the heck? Wang Hao's expression was so shocked that his mouth could fit a light bulb. It turned out that all the suffering Gu Tian endured that year was caused by Sabin's father? Just when Wang Hao thought Gu Tian would pull out the truth and hit Sabin in the head. But Gu Tian didn't turn around or say anything. Instead, he silently took out his phone, opened the recording app, and then put the phone back in his pocket. At first, he wanted to let this poor kid without a mom go. Now, it's over, the whole Xia family will have to pay. Isn't the second uncle eager to join the cabinet? Xia Yan's position is quite suitable. Sabin thought Gu Tian was scared and couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. How about that? Are you shocked? What can you do, no matter how awesome you are? My dad's word can decide if you leave Kyoto or not. You beg me now, and I won't tell my dad you kicked me at the school gate and took my girl. And my dad is not like your dad, he spoils me. Hearing these arrogant words along with Sabin's smug face, Wang Hao couldn't help but pinch himself. Otherwise, he really couldn't bear another second. Oh? Gu Tian slowly turned around, looking mockingly at Sabin, and spoke lightly. You mean I was sent to Jiangzhou before? It was your father who led the charge, right? Of course. Sabin suddenly lifted his head, his eyes half closed, accepting the worship from his little brothers. But the younger brothers didn't worship, instead, they were swallowing their shock. They knew nothing about the affairs in the court. The only thing they were clear about was Xia Ji's state of mind after being frustrated was really concerning. Under Gu Tian's guidance, Sabin, the big fool, started to boast shamelessly. He listed all the names of the little gang members headed by his father. From some council members in the cabinet to the head of the Kyoto police. He also revealed that his dad has held that position for a long time. Now, he's secretly plotting. In the future, the Prince of Kyoto will be him, Sabin. Facing these unbelievable statements, everyone in the room instinctively covered their ears. I don't want to hear it. It has nothing to do with me. Bad luck be gone. Gu Tian only showed Sabin a meaningful smile, turned around, and led Wang Hao away. Sabin thought Gu Tian was frightened by him and turned to boast to his little brothers. What do you think? How about that? I told you. What Prince of Kyoto? He's nothing to be afraid of. The little brothers. In the elevator. Damn it. That old thief Xia Yong. So devious? Gu Tian. I feel like this Sabin is a bit abnormal. Wang Hao cursed. Gu Tian chuckled. If he were a little normal, I would have killed him already. When Sabin was angrily scolding Wang Hao, his idea. What a guy. He's going to have his house raided. Tiangu, what was that recording for? You're not planning to show it to your dad tonight, are you? Exactly. Wang Hao was tongue-tied, he couldn't comment on this and had nothing to say. After lunch, the two returned to Jing University. Before reaching the teaching building, they heard many students running toward the square with their phones raised. Hurry up! Sabin brought a huge Tibetan Mastiff. He's walking it over there. I heard it cost several million. Really? Let's go see. Isn't this dog lacking in love and attention since childhood? Why don't you just go home and pick out a coffin instead of showing off here? Seeing this scene, Wang Hao couldn't help but mock. Let's go take a look. Gu Tian smiled while pulling out his phone to send a message to Shishuan. Shishuan, have someone take Gu Million to Jing University, I want to take a stroll. In the distance, Sabin was holding the Tibetan Mastiff in the square, surrounded by a crowd taking various photos, looking completely at ease. To be honest, he was in a great mood. After mocking Gu Tian in the incubation building that morning. Now, the way his little brothers looked at him was full of awe. Genuine awe. Can I take a picture? Can I take a picture? Wow. So majestic. Can I take a photo with the dog? Yes. Of course, you can take pictures. With Sabin's permission, many girls rushed in, excitement written all over their faces. I want to take a picture. I want to take a picture. Let me pet it. Look at the camera. Click. Such a scene. Made Sabin beam with joy. He loved being surrounded by people. A feeling of being above everyone else. There are too many people. While holding the dog, Sabin pretended to be generous, smiling and calling out, "Don't push, don't push. Beautiful ones, come forward. Black King likes beauties. As for those who don't make the cut. Sorry, my Black King picks and chooses, and it might bite. Let's just say. This Tibetan Mastiff seemed to understand. As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately bared its teeth at the average-looking girls while seeking affection from the prettier ones. The on-looking girls were instantly divided. Those with average look stiffened, quietly stepping back and even lowering their heads to pull up their masks to cover their faces. Meanwhile, several exquisitely dressed, graceful girls boldly approached, squatting down to take selfies with Black King. Oh no! Don't lick me so ticklish. This dog is so gentle. It looks fierce, but it's actually a clingy little cutie. So sweet, it's asking for hugs. Sabin looked down with pride, his gaze subtly shifting down toward the necklines of the girls squatting on the ground, his mouth curving into a big grin. Oh wow! Purple. And this one in blue. Behind them, Gutian and Wang Hao laughed so hard at Sabin's creepy look, they almost couldn't breathe. At that moment, a rumble of a V12 engine echoed from nearby, startling Black King to jump up from the ground. The crowd turned to look. They saw a Brabus speeding toward them. Gutian raised his eyebrows and smiled, "Here comes my pet." Pet? Wang Hao looked puzzled. Tiangu, when did you get a pet? What kind of pet? Chapter 66, Shishuan releases the tiger. Bin Gu is awesome. Bin Gu is so handsome. Surrounded by flattery, Sabin nearly wanted to curve his mouth into a triangular shape and strut like a catwalk model. But the sudden roar of the engine shattered his moment of bliss. The girls' gazes shifted in an instant. Wow! A Brabus? Is that really a Brabus? It's so cool. Whose car is this? It's even cooler than Sabin's Bugatti. That design is so imposing. Unlike Sabin, Gutian had long outgrown the excitement for cars. Those limited edition luxury cars like Bugatti were already boring to him. He usually just used the Brabus for transportation, sometimes indulging in other limited edition sports cars in the garage when he was in a good mood. No way. How much is my Bugatti? How much is that car? Sabin instantly broke down, furious and ready to charge at the Tibetan Mastiff. Damn! What kind of car is that? Can you drive in the square? Did you not see so many people? Do you know you almost hit someone? Before the scolding was finished, Babos made a sharp break and stopped right in front of him. In the next second, the car door opened, and a man in a guard uniform jumped out. Sabin paused his steps. Wait a minute? The surrounding students were also stunned, thinking it was Sabin's family guard. Wow! Sabin is really impressive. Good guy. He even has a bodyguard. My god. Does his family now provide him with a bodyguard? Wait a moment. What background does Sabin have? But before they finished their amazement, the bodyguard didn't even glance at Sabin, just walked around him and strode through the crowd. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, he walked straight to Gutian, stood at attention, and saluted. Report, young Master Gu. Gu 1 million has been delivered. As soon as this loud voice came out, along with that iconic uniform and stance. Boom! The air around them shook. Under several gazes, Gutian lightly nodded, good. In the next second, the scene exploded. The students who were just whispering about Gutian's identity were now in an uproar. Young Master Gu. Young Master Gu. He has a bodyguard too? No way. He is not some wealthy young heir of a tycoon. He is the son of a mercenary boss? Zhao Mengsheng. This is Zhao Mengsheng, right? This identity. My military commander father? Seeing Gutian and Wang Hao standing at the back of the crowd, Sabin turned pale. Damn it. Is he here to steal my limelight again? Never learning. His dad is a clerk in the cabinet, not a military general. Don't even think about having a bodyguard like this. Having a few drivers and bodyguards still needs to strictly follow the cabinet members' travel regulations. As for us as their children, that's simply impossible. Cartoon fruit card. Mouth cannon technique. Oh hey. How old are you to still have a bodyguard when you go out? Aren't you ashamed? Sabin, holding his Tibetan Mastiff, walked over with a few lackeys and smiled. Tian Gu, that fool is coming over. Wang Hao elbowed Gu Tian, reminding him in a low voice. But Gu Tian ignored him, leaning his ear to listen to Shishun report Gu 1 million's health data today, looking relaxed. Seeing that he was neglected and then looking at the surrounding students holding back laughter, Sabin felt very embarrassed and directly walked forward, targeting Shishun. Oh. Not a low rank, huh? Which military camp are you from? Let me hear. After being taken over by Qiao in Kyoto, he was out partying every day, completely unaware of the power structure outside. He knew nothing about Gu Tian's travel configuration as Gu Lao's son. Of course, he, a fool, couldn't make sense of the situation. The most important thing is that due to Qiao's distorted favoritism, Sabin developed a delusion that he was the most powerful in the world. Even though his father didn't get to the top, this position will eventually be his father's, and they all have to step back. Facing Sabin's provocation, Shishun suddenly turned his head and shot a fierce glance at the other side, subconsciously reaching for his waist. In the Gu residence, calling me Shishun is nothing. But stepping out of the Gu residence and not calling me Master Shi, yet daring to provoke, wouldn't that get you beaten to a pulp? Wait a minute. What is he going to do? Is he pulling out the truth? Oh my. Does he have the truth? I want to see the truth? I also have the truth, do you want to see it? Scram. At this moment, Gu Tian raised his eyes and casually threw a glance at Shishun. Subtext, no need, there are so many onlookers, there's no need to act like a fool, just let the tiger bite his dog later. Shishun understood Gu Tian's gaze and slowly nodded. Seeing Gu Tian and the guard have no response to Sabin's provocation, the onlookers instantly buzzed. I can't believe it. Sabin is even more impressive than young Master Gu. Did you see that? I told you my brother Bin is amazing. The military personnel don't dare to say much in front of brother Bin. That's the aura. Listening to all the flattery flying around, Sabin felt a wave of comfort in his heart. Even beating a dog has to look at its owner's face, let alone Sabin is still Xiaoyan's son? Therefore, under the boost of his distorted narcissism, Sabin took a step forward and looked up and down at Shishuan's guard uniform. Oh, looking quite sharp, huh? Were you about to pull out the truth just now? Ha ha ha. Do you know who my father is? Xiaoyan, a cabinet minister, ever heard of him? After saying that, his gaze returned to the gun strapped to Shishuan's waist. Oh, you've really got a gun, huh? Let me play with it for a bit. Even just a quick shot, I promise it won't go off. This move. Not just the students watching, even the soldiers sitting in the back row of the bobbles looked stunned. Beside him, Wang Hao's heart nearly jumped out. Crazy. This guy is really crazy. What's Shishuan's identity? He's the personal bodyguard of old Gu, with a rank not lower than the big shots in the military. His father, the city party secretary, would have to respectfully call him sir. Cabinet civil servants would have to carefully avoid him. And Sabin? A complete fool with an IQ barely above zero, pampered to the skies by his father, really thinks he's the emperor. Watching as Sabin's hand was about to touch the holster, coupled with Gu Tian helplessly shrugging his shoulders, Shishuan's expression turned completely cold. Unable to endure any longer, there was no need to endure further. With an angry shout, "Get lost!" Shishuan twisted his waist, kicked off the ground, and executed a 360-degree spinning kick in midair. Bang! Sabin didn't even have time to react before hearing a sharp crack of a bone breaking. Crack! Sabin's whole body was kicked 5 meters away and crashed heavily onto the tiles of the plaza. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Everyone stood dumbfounded. What the hell? Sabin got kicked again? No. Gu Qiao dared to hit Sabin? This kick would either kill or cripple him. Bro. Bro. Sabin's lackeys rushed over in a panic but realized Sabin was tough to kill. Put. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The disheveled Sabin screamed in agony, get them killed. Upon hearing this, his subordinates all jumped half a meter backward. Kill? Kill who? This wasn't a matter of extra money or not. Even if his brain was on fire, there's still a time and place for it. Seeing his subordinates hesitate, and with Gu Tian and Wang Hao showing dumbfounded smiles, Sabin spat another mouthful of blood. Put. Black King Kong. Go bite them to death. As his words fell, a huge black Tibetan mastiff, roaring with fury, lunged toward Gu Tian. Tian Gu. Be careful. Wang Hao reacted extremely quickly, taking a step forward to shield Gu Tian. But the next second, Gu Tian pushed Wang Hao aside with one hand, coldly ordering, Shishuan, release the tiger. What? Release the tiger? What tiger? Am I the tiger that Tian-gu is talking about? Just as Wang Hao was wondering whether he should strike a tiger hero pose to face the black Tibetan Mastiff, he turned and saw the most terrifying thing of his life. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar. A majestic Bengal tiger leaped out of the trunk. The crowd watching was completely stunned. What the hell? A tiger? Who brings a tiger to school? Sabin raises a Tibetan Mastiff. Qiao raises a tiger. Qiao is really awesome. Awesome? Who cares about that? We need to run for our lives. Call the police. Call the zoo. The students scattered in all directions, screaming and fleeing like they had seen a ghost. And Sabin's subordinates, who had initially planned to tough it out with their momentum, seeing a tiger suddenly jump out of the trunk, all hid behind Sabin. I can't believe it. Tian-gu. Don't tell me this is your pet tiger. Wang Hao hid behind Gu Tian, clutching his waist, too scared to face the scene before him. Compared to the panicked crowd, Sabin was already petrified, his mouth hanging open, and his face turned pale instantly. No. A pet tiger? This is Kyoto. Ordinary people need layers of approval and all kinds of connections just to raise a large dog. You just pull out a tiger? Oh, he and I are not ordinary people. But this is still insane. Looking at the massive striped creature slowly walking towards it. Black King Kong, despite showing a fierce appearance, baring its fangs, but its forelimbs honestly retreating. Sabin panicked this time. If it continued to retreat, it would be right here with him. Driven by the mindset of better die a friend than let a poor Taoist die, he roared. Black King Kong. You better go for it. You better go for it. Didn't you fight with the tigers and lions at the zoo before? Go for it. Sure enough, Black King Kong stopped retreating and began to bare its teeth, lowly growling around Gu Baiwan. Woohoo, woohoo. However, in Gu Baiwan's eyes, there was no sight of this garbage. In his eyes, there was only Gu Tian, waving his tail, ready to walk towards Gu Tian for affection. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. How's it coming over here? It's coming over here. Wang Hao was so scared that he was almost crying, his hands coiling around Gu Tian's waist like a python. Damn it. Get off. Faced with Gu Baiwan's complete lack of desire to fight back, Gu Tian angrily pulled Wang Hao's hands away. Gu Baiwan, you go after it. The big dog on the left. Take it down. But unexpectedly, Gu Baiwan lazily glanced at Black King Kong and then proudly turned back to face the tiger's head. It was as if they were throwing mud at him, and he was planting lotus flowers with the mud. But at that moment... Roar! Woof! Black King Kong barked wildly and suddenly leaped to launch an attack. Gu Baiwan did not expect this dog to actually strike. Reflexively, he tilted to the side, his huge body rolling on the ground, narrowly dodging it. Hiss! The students hiding behind the flower bed gasped. Oh my! It dares to go after a tiger? No way! Is this Tibetan Mastiff crazy? No! This tiger is tougher than Gu Baiwan, right? Such a scene. Sabin immediately burst into wild laughter, completely forgetting about the fear he had just felt. Ha ha! Your tiger is nothing. Just a weak chicken. My Tibetan Mastiff can scare you both. Where did you pull this from? A circus? Ha ha! Get up! Gu Tian did not respond to Sabin's mockery, but pointed at Gu Baiwan, who was lying on the ground yawning, and scolded. If you keep fooling around, I swear I'll take you down tomorrow. This phrase was aimed at Gu Baiwan. But hearing it sent a chill down Wang Hao's neck, and he instinctively loosened his grip on Gu Tian's clothes. Seeing Gu Tian's serious and angry face, Gu Baiwan's innocent and cute gaze instantly vanished. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The Tibetan Mastiff beside was still being reckless. Damn it! Brother Tian. It understood what you said. It understood. Seeing the tiger stand up, Wang Hao exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the students watching from behind the flower bed also discovered something shocking. Just now, the tiger had a clear and innocent look. At this moment, its eyes gradually began to fill with a hint of crimson light. Damn! Why are this tiger's eyes turning red? Oh my! It's looking at Sabin's Tibetan Mastiff. Damn! It's going to attack. Black King Kong. Come back. Come back. Seeing things go wrong, Sabin hurriedly pushed his little brother forward to pull on the dog leash. But it was already too late. Gu Baiwan suddenly exploded. With a leap, a paw slammed hard on Black King Kong's face. Bang! Boom! The Tibetan Mastiff that had just been arrogant was knocked several meters back. Ah! Damn! It started fighting. The tiger struck. So fierce. It knocked the Tibetan Mastiff away with one paw. And Black King Kong was clearly stunned by the blow, just as it was struggling to get up. Roar! Gu Baiwan roared in anger, crouched, and launched himself again. Bang! The massive tiger body came crashing down like the weight of a mountain. Woof woof! Before Black King Kong could turn around to bite back, Gu Baiwan's massive mouth was already coming for its neck. One bite. Crack! Anyone who has been bitten by a tiger knows that an adult tiger's bite force exceeds 400 kilograms. But this one. Black King Kong instantly ascended to heaven, its limbs instinctively flailing. It never expected that the creature before it could have such strong fighting power. Of course, it also had no time to think about these things. Awah! Gu Baiwan shook his head fiercely again, like the Hulk smashing Loki, flinging Black King Kong up and then smashing it down hard onto the ground. Bang! 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 With each sound, many hearts were racing. Some cowards had already turned and fled, while the brave ones hid behind the flower beds, watching. 20 minutes later. Ah! Give me back my dog's life. Give me back my dog's life. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Looking at the pile of furry meat in front of him, Sabin cried to the point of almost fainting. The black pit bull was not only his favorite dog, but also his father's favorite dog. How was he going to explain this at home? Meanwhile, Gu Million was lying next to Gu Tian, happily licking his bloody paws. This scene made Wang Hao gasp, muttering softly, "Brother Tian, you've got to tell me the truth. Do you have some kind of special ability? Beast control?" Such a big tiger, he had never heard Brother Tian mention it before. Now the tiger was so tame and obedient to Brother Tian, biting people when told, lying down when told. He was really afraid that one day there would be some kind of strange phenomenon, with spiritual energy reviving. Some people could fly with swords, some could summon spiritual beasts, while he would just stand there, caught in the wind? Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao. Facing Sabin, who was continuously cursing and yelling at him, he directly asked Shun for a gun. Shun, being thoughtful, even attached a silencer to it. Click, click, click. Chapter 68, showing off might be fine, but you need to have 2 lives. The bullets were loaded one by one. Before his father made any decision about Xiaoyong, this Sabin couldn't be dealt with yet. As soon as Gu Tian held the gun in his hand, Sabin's underlings were scared out of their wits. Other people carried guns to show off, but this guy actually dared to use it. Brother Tian. Brother Tian, it's not necessary. Brother Tian, really, it's not necessary, let's talk about this properly. Brother Tian. Sabin, I got a bit impulsive. I apologize on his behalf. Oh? Gu Tian didn't pull the last bullet, raising his head and looking at this underling with interest. You're apologizing on behalf of Sabin? The long-haired underling nodded quickly, yes, yes, yes. I apologize on his behalf, sorry. Sorry. Sabin collapsed on the ground, angrily shouting, "Lu Xuan! You worthless piece of trash! Do something about him. What are you afraid of? He has a gun. I have a gun too. I'll have someone bring my gun right now." The surrounding underlings quickly rushed to cover Sabin's mouth. Brother Xie. Say less. Say less. You have the gun, but you don't have the tiger. You forgot how your Tibetan Mastiff was turned into meat paste, didn't you? Fine, let's play a game. Gu Tian smiled, raising his hand to press the dark muzzle of the gun against Lu Xuan's forehead. You can show off, but you need to have 2 lives. Boom. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Play, what game? Lu Xuan trembled all over. How about truth or dare? I ask, you answer, okay? Okay, Brother Tian. Before Lu Xuan could pass out from fear, Gu Tian asked the first question. Have you done any bad things? I haven't. Lu Xuan's mind went blank, unable to think of anything. Gu Tian pressed the gun forward, and Lu Xuan screamed, "Brother Tian! No! I've done it! I've done it! I've bullied girls, gone against their will. I beat my ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend into a vegetable. Very good." Gu Tian smiled, continuing, "Now, let's play the second game, I'll make a prediction, and you answer." Lu Xuan dared not refuse, nodding quickly. "I predict that you won't live through today, do you believe it?" Before he could finish speaking, Sabin roared, "Lu Xuan! Don't let him scare you. Gu Tian, stop acting tough. Shoot if you dare." Sabin's underling. Lu Xuan. "Brother Tian, please. I believe. Lu Xuan. You're so cowardly? Sabin struggled to get up to teach this useless underling a lesson. Even though he was in such a miserable state, these cowards didn't dare to move, and were being restrained? Hearing Sabin's roar, Lu Xuan was almost at his breaking point, shaking like a leaf. Brother Tian, please. I don't believe. I believe. I don't believe. Gu Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile, staring at Lu Xuan to confirm, oh, you don't believe it, huh? The next second, his gaze became sharp. Congratulations. You've answered incorrectly. Bang. Lu Xuan collapsed to the ground. Ah. Sorry Lang. The underling who had been standing in front of Sabin just now. Directly leaping up, it bounced to the back of Sabin. And Sabin himself was so startled by the scene that he almost wet his pants. Really open. Lu Xuan, dead? Before he could gather his senses, Gu Tian walked up to him, bent down, and pressed the dark muzzle of his gun to his head. The hellish horn sounded again. Sabin, let's play a game. Boom. Sabin's skull almost spiraled off his head. Gu Tian, my Tibetan Mastiff was just bitten to death by your tiger, now you. I'm telling you, this is no joke, my ribs have been kicked broken by your people. You, put this thing away. I promise I won't tell my dad, we can be brothers in the future. Seeing that Gu Tian didn't react at all, Sabin completely went crazy, screaming in desperation. Gu Tian. You dare? You dare to touch me? My dad will never let you go. Don't think you're invincible. You can't escape judgment. Your dad will also be implicated. The Xia family will be ruined. As the roar faded, Gu Tian directly pulled the trigger. Click. The gunshot didn't sound. It was just a cold empty click. However, Sabin's whole body suddenly jerked, leaning against the wheel and passing out. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded. Then Gu Tian leisurely put away the gun, glancing with a half-smile at Sabin's trembling little brothers. I'll give you 3 seconds. Disappear from my sight. As soon as these words were spoken, Sabin's little brothers scrambled and crawled, frantically lifting Sabin and Lu Xuan. Some even held the Tibetan Mastiff, which had already turned into mush. It was a complete escape scene. After these people left, Wang Hao didn't have time to admire how handsome Gu Tian was just now, but instead rushed around Gu Baiwan, exclaiming, Tian Gu. Is this really the pet you raised? Oh my god. It was so fierce just now. Now it's so obedient? Touch it, it won't bite. Gu Tian said lazily, casually handing over the tiger to Shishuan and deliberately turning his body to block a little. Luckily, the scene earlier had Sabin's little brothers and the Barbo's car body blocking the view. Otherwise, it would have caused panic. Driven by curiosity, Wang Hao gathered his courage and stretched out his hand, quickly pulling it back after touching. Oh, this fur is so smooth. See? I told you it won't bite. Under Gu Tian's continuous encouragement, Wang Hao's courage grew, and he started rubbing the tiger's head. This scene attracted the crowd near the flower bed to slowly approach. Oh my god. So obedient, it just bit the Tibetan Mastiff to death. Now it's so well behaved? I want to touch it. I want to take a picture with it. Gu Xiao. Can I touch it? Just once? Gu Xiao. I'm a college student. Can I touch it? I study animal medicine. Looking at the many girls rushing forward, Wang Hao's heart bloomed with joy, imitating Sabin's tone earlier, he shouted. Group photos are okay. Touching is okay. But Gu Baiwan has a little fetish, it likes to see black silk. For safety, go back, put on black silk, come back for a group photo, and get close to it. I guarantee there will be no problem. As soon as these words were spoken, the air froze for a second. Then, I love this color tiger. So unique. Yay. Wait for me 5 minutes. I have a whole drawer of black silk in my dorm. Damn. I'm wearing light gray today, am I going to be excluded? In less than a moment, the girls around were all excited, rushing back to their dorms to change clothes. At this time, the nearby boys couldn't hold back. They also wanted to take photos and touch it, but surely they couldn't go back to change black silk, right? The problem was, they didn't have any. Maybe some might. Gu Xiao, why make things hard for men? I also want to take a photo, what do you think? Gu Xiao, are you sure the boys need to change black silk? Gu Xiao, this request. I can't do it. Put. Gu Tian almost couldn't hold back his laughter, quickly waving his hand to let them come over. Come on. Come on. Boys can take photos freely. As soon as these words fell, many boys eagerly jogged over. Ah. Thank you, Gu Xiao. You're truly my godfather. I want to take a good-looking photo. As my avatar. At that moment, a delicate, cold voice came from behind. But there was a hint of shyness in it. Gu Tian. Are you sure, wearing black stockings, they won't bite? Gu Tian turned around at the sound, and in the next second, his pupils shrank sharply. He saw Su Nanxue had appeared behind him without him noticing. The cool school beauty plus JK uniform with black stockings created a complete contrast. Over here, back in the office. Feeling the softness of the sofa below, Sabin suddenly opened his eyes wide. His little brothers were completely dumbfounded. Xiago, weren't you just? Sabin ignored them, pulled out his broken phone from his pocket, and dialed. As soon as the call connected, he cried out loud. Hello? Dad. Come save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. The Black Titan was also bitten to death. There's a tiger. Hurry and send someone over. The person on the other end was stunned for a moment, then immediately confirmed in rage. What? You were beaten? What about the circus tiger? Yes. A tiger. Hurry, come and kill it. All special police, come save me.